し。
お疲れ様でした。では探索を続行します。ポロニアンモールの監督、品揃えが独特だよね。シャドウ発見。どうする？
お、シャドウだ。なあ、あいつレアもんじゃね？はっ
はっ、珍しいシャドウだよ。少々です。集中して狙いましょう。集中。
ここはチークフリード。
討伐終了。
あったね。
シャドウ反応を消失しました。さて次行かないと。
うろうろしてやる。
チャンスであります。今なら撃てるよ。
I learned about Jim's generous cop today that had a video surface with his pink gear. That's probably more embarrassing to the department than that cop that started going like G.I. Joe mode, just tag jumping after Keyboard fell on the SWAT. Officer Anthony Hare of the San Diego Police Department found himself in hot water after he was caught red-handed in the back seat with a female arrestee after she said she was down to fuck. So, from the context here that they weren't back there playing any Magic the Gathering. They weren't having themselves a commander night. There was sin and semen that contaminated the vehicle. He laid down more than justice that night. He's since resigned, but you can scrub away the cum, but you can't scrub the video footage because it has surfaced. Not of him actually, doing the dirty deeds here, but of him being caught. Because he locked himself in the back seat and thus needed assistance. And speaking of assistance, I bet you need help drinking beverages in a better way. That's what this Moist Gamer Subs Waifu collab cup is all about. It's still available for about 1 more week, so go ahead and get this puppy right now. It's the finest goblet you'll ever drink out of. I'll put a link in the description. But anyway, let me go ahead and show you the video here as we go over the more particular elements of the case. So there was an officer in San Diego. Here, I'll split the video. You'll even need to break down. I'll just show you the video real quick. Okay. Don't say that. Don't say that right. So this opened my eyes to a problem that I talked about a lot. That cops have full control over when they can stop recording something. So he mentions right there, this woman's like, I'm super down. And Anthony, he's pitching intense. He's like, oh. He's like, wait, don't say anything. This is still recording right now. He doesn't have the chance to turn it off. But he does get that dance.
These recruits.
お疲れ様でした。
So then he takes her down here. They slam him. And he gets locked in the back seat of the car. So he pulls over here, he and this woman, they do the hanky-panky in the back seat of the police cruiser, and Uber's stuck. So then another officer gets to the scene to free him. In front of a house. Yeah, that was another thing. The place he pulls in front of is just a fucking house. Like, imagine, like, you see the police car pull up, you're like, oh god, what's happening out here? And then you just see this officer fucking in the back seat of the car here. Like, he didn't even go anywhere secluded or anything. He literally just slabs up in front of this house. I also just learned a little, I guess a little hack here for police cars. You can open the back if the back door was at. That's a little trick.
何よりだ。
おいやれ、目やな。
Isn't that fucking awful? Wait, before you confess to all the awful shit you just did right here, let me turn off my camera. That way there's no evidence. You turned off your camera, right? Okay, good, just making sure. That's so dumb. If you can just turn it off whenever, it's so fucking stupid. Typically it was like, oh, the camera malfunctioned, but here just like, wait, let me turn this off. Like, what's the point? You know, he got fired, or resigned, or whatever. His claim is that he was just checking on her and that everything went wrong. You can see him like saying, like, everything just went wrong. Just being such a gentle sir, I went back there to make sure everything was okay. You know, I moonlight as a gynecologist, and she was having a medical emergency with throbbing pussy syndrome, and I went back there, and one thing leads to another, I'm stuck in the back seat, and now you're probably getting the wrong idea about what happened here. It was totally professional. The seaman was there earlier from a different suspect. You should have seen this fucking maniac. This degenerate was jerking off the back seat, fucking blowing loads all over the place. Not my seat. And if you can trace it to me, it's because he got some of my hair. He got some of my DNA. Oh, he was looking for contraband. So true. Keeping the streets safe. I was back there purely to make sure there were no drugs. She obviously planted the evidence on his belt. Now, the official explanation here from the source itself, Mr. Anthony Hare, says that he went back there because he believed that the woman was having a medical emergency. I'm actually inclined to believe Mr. Hare on this claim because I think there is a very high chance she was suffering a medical emergency. Cock withdrawals. This is a serious medical condition. In fact, it claimed the life of one of my buddy's grandmothers when we were growing up. She actually passed away from wiener withdrawals. If left unattended, the symptoms can be severe and even life-threatening. So, Mr. Hare was just following his code to the letter. Protect and serve. Peace. And he didn't want to do it. His brother is a hero. He shouldn't be forced to resign over a misunderstanding. He should have been given the key to the city, I'd say. This whole thing is a classic example of it's not what it looks like. You know, he did what he had to do. You know, and then, let's go back to the explanation. It all makes perfect sense. When he was getting out of the car, it accidentally knocked his body camera off. Which is just a pure coincidence that the body camera, you know, went dark after she had made the statement about being down to have sex and after him mentioning that the body camera was recording things. It's just really just unfortunate timing that he happened to have knocked the body camera off and went dark right after those things that he said. But it's, you know, it could happen to anybody. According to the other officer, Mr. Hare was pretty embarrassed, refusing to elaborate on exactly what was happening and why he needed him out there and why he was asking about like a master key to the vehicle and stuff like that. And the woman was also, interviewed by investigators, and she claimed that he had asked for her number and to meet up when she was released from jail. saying he wanted to get with me when I was done with the warrant or whatever I got arrested for. She told investigators there was never any sexual contact between her and Mr. Hare. Really? You sure about that? What happened? Was there ejaculation showers that night? Why did he have to come on? Where was that? Did someone like drive by and like throw in a cup potion? Like how did that work? If there was no sexual contact. But who am I to question the official story, I suppose? One thing I would like to see a little bit more elaboration on is why the officer who showed up told him to stop talking so he could turn off his body cam and then continue the conversation. That's a little weird, right? If it was all just like a big misunderstanding, wouldn't you want that on record so you can clear up all of the misconceptions about it? It just seems a little suspicious. I just think it's super dumb that at any point in time an officer can just turn off their body cam and that doesn't lead to a lot of questions about why. I don't know, that just rubs me the wrong way. Kind of defeats the whole purpose of it. I wonder how often this happens. Probably more often than you think that.
That's all.
You remember, I actually made a video on this one like a year ago. There was a cop who slammed up in front of a student, I think it was a high school, and had a woman come into his police cruiser so they could fucking clap cheeks, so that way they could steam hand together in the backseat of his police cruiser in front of the school, and then he would kick her out. So they were like having an affair, and they do it in front of a school. So it probably happened a lot. In general, it's illegal to have sex in a car. Because I think it was done as like public indecency or something, right? Wouldn't it? You got caught? But like, you can have sex outside your garage or something. Like if it's on private property and not in public. Like I think you just have to be out of view of the public. Generally, it is illegal to have sex in public if a reasonable person believes that someone will see them. Therefore, if you do not have reasonable expectation of privacy and you decide to have sex in your car, you can be brought up on criminal charges. Yeah. So you can if it's not in public. But somewhere private. Makes sense. So I like the idea that there's just a blanket illegality to it, like having sex in a car will have you in jail no matter where you do it. Like, you park your car in your garage, you fuck your wife or whatever, and then all of a sudden the sirens are blaring, like, once in your car in the garage, you leave it running, educational question. I guess it depends on how long you last. If you're a one-pump dump, you could probably get away with leaving your car on. You could actually be going for a while. Like maybe that's carbon monoxide risk, potentially. It depends on how long you do it. I would say you probably want to turn your car on to be safe. You could at least leave the electrical on, have the air blowing. Probably leave the whole car on. If you die mid-nut, will the semen that comes out still be viable? I don't see why not. Here's a particular sound I've made a couple videos on. Can't help but embarrass. And look at the same way. Where somebody takes a laugh. I'm not here to just give you a recap and go over his resume. There's plenty of content that goes over all of the things he's done over the years. Instead, I want to focus on modern day, present day, 2023-8, where once again, Bitcoin crypto takes himself. This broadcast is unchanged live stream here on YouTube that right now where he was streaming himself outside of the individual's house that he was having beef with and accused him of stealing his Lamborghini. But he was there to confront him directly and had a weapon in his car as well. So the whole situation was dangerous. The things he was saying was alarming. And eventually officers do arrive there, but then there's another plot twist that's revealed at the end that nobody, not even God himself, would have seen.
次もさっき
This
みたい
whole
に決めよ
screen
う
played out like a mission in Grand Theft Auto 5. So I'm going to show you some clips from it. For the first clip here, I'm not going to show you the reveal footage because it just reveals everything. So I don't want to show any of that, but I want you to hear the audio because I think it's important. Carlos! That's my laser beam! Right here! In his garage! So today, guys, I'm going to be live streaming. And I'm going to be telling the entire story. Now, it's important to give you some further context of what led to this situation. He's there because he believes this man stole his Lamborghini, and he's going to let the cat out of the bag here and talk in depth about this individual as well as his association with this deep cast of characters and different things. And it's a lot of very eyebrow raising, a lot of activations. And from everything I've read from the movie as well as everything I've read up on particularly cinematic to this situation, no one knows how to
New perspective gain from all the pain and stress. And when I do come back, I'm stronger than ever before. So don't disturb me, no please. Look into my eyes. Now tell me the things you love me about behind my back. There is in me. I hold this
The officers were going to find out that the woman he's having an affair with is at the scene. Unless she activated some kind of active camouflage on a halo or something, some kind of movement, in juke suits and disguise herself, like they were going to. And for some reason, scream on, even knowing that was going down. So he immediately starts talking to scream and not even the officers. But my wife knows that Cassie and I are here. I had an affair with Cassie, but my wife knows we're here. We had actually just come to my daughter's tennis match. She knows we're doing this. It's not exactly scummy or slimy, but my wife knows that
this rapper who's going viral for sitting down with an oxygen tank while he performs, and he's beefing with Snoop Dogg. This is Dave Blunt's real name, Dave Blessing, from Salt Lake City, Utah. He initially gained his following by creating a meme page on Facebook and used his following to push his music. But he ultimately quit music in 2022 and threw away all of his equipment, only for his mom to encourage him to keep going. And shortly after this, his song The Cup blew up online thanks to a co-sign from Lil Yachty. And now he's become huge. Some people think this is promoting an unhealthy lifestyle, while others genuinely like his music.
The only beef bro has his literal beef.
For sitting down with an oxygen tank while he performs, and he's beefing with Snoop Dogg. This is Dave Blunt's real name, Dave Blessing. Got the kings of hell. That's true, Sarah. There's something you want to share with you. It's my fault we got caught. You bastard. Spits out crazy. Biggest bird might actually be my dead dad. I really wish I could lie to you, but I definitely don't think that's your dad. Let's get out of here old school style. I suggest a fake fight. I didn't volunteer. Here's our answer. Which way? No, other way. The exit should... We sleep on this sort of savage and slinky treats. Humans have about 600 muscles, weighing around 80 pounds in total, depending on their size. But an elephant has around 100,000 muscles throughout its entire body, over 160 times more than a human. While human muscles are specialized for fine movements and agility, elephants' muscles are built for both incredible strength and precision. Now, despite their massive size, elephants can actually walk silently due to this cushion-like layer in their feet. Humans have about 6...
Absolutely qualified for a Euro tour this year. No big stage experience in 2023 in that regard, as Danny looks to fill it up again. Oh, hang on, that's 70. No big stage experience in 2023 in that regard. As Danny looks to fill it up again.
He's a fuel, it's not a flip.
さてと原作に戻りますかね。
この場面なら りがとうございます
Me right now, man.
どうするジークフリード
討伐終了お疲れ様でした
Boy, howdy, do I have a wacky story to share with you today. On today's episode of I Can't Believe It's Not Florida, we have the story of a man in New Jersey who crashed his car through a police station while listening to Welcome to the Jungle. So I'm guessing he had that song cranked from Max Bond and the adrenaline was pumping in his body. The song was reaching its crescendo, transforming the chorus, and blowing the back of its stall. Welcome to the Jungle, summons the spirit of Evil Knievel, takes the wheel, the demon of speed is there, puts the pedal to the metal, and just crashes into the police station, and then he, like, celebrates. It's an unbelievable clip here from the surveillance camera footage. He's out of the car like a gymnast who just landed an impressive trick. He like strikes a pose like he was expecting some kind of huge celebration, a massive round of applause, as if it was a concert or something and he was performing. It's almost impressive just how much gusto he gets out of the car with. I don't know what he was expecting to happen next. Man thought he was in an audition for Expendables 5, I guess. He's a fucking action movie hero. I have to wonder what he thought would happen next. Maybe he expected them to let him off on the warning because it was so cool. The officers would come out there and just be like, brother, that was the most badass thing I've ever seen. Fist bump. God bless America. Now get out of here. This is your warning. But unsurprisingly, they didn't just slap him on the wrist and send him on his way.
ジークフリード
皆さんの勝利ですお疲れ様でした
He is facing potentially life in prison, not only for this incident, but he actually did something very similar previous to this. This isn't his first rodeo with crashing a car into a building. So apparently he had crashed his gold Toyota SUV into a garage of a private residence to try and scare and harass the homeowner, which he is still facing charges for right now. So this fucking dangerous, unhinged goofball treats motor vehicles like they're missiles. He is just blasting these into any building. Nowhere is safe. You know that statistic that gets tossed around from time to time about how you're more likely to be killed in your chair in the living room than you are on a plane in a plane crash? I'm starting to believe that now, because with this kind of person out there in the wild, you never know when a car is going to be just crashing through your walls like the Kool-Aid Man, like a fucking torpedo, and just hitting you in the living room out of nowhere. Like, that is just, it's incomprehensible. So he's built up quite an impressive resume here with a lot of charges to his name. So for the first incident, he's facing burglary, criminal mischief, possession of a weapon for an unlawful purpose, and harassment. And now for this one, he's facing a terrorism charge, which carries a minimum sentence of 30 years and a maximum sentence of life, causing widespread injury or damage, aggravated assault, burglary, possession of a weapon for an unlawful purpose, and criminal mischief. The punishment fits the crime here. It's not like these are exaggerated charges. He just blindly blasted his vehicle into this building. He had no idea if there was going to be people on the other side of it, which could have easily killed people. So yeah, all of these charges really fit the crime. He is not safe to be in society, especially not behind the wheel of a vehicle. Now, one of the thing I find shocking about this footage is how calm the officers are in responding to this. They make it seem like it's just routine, as if cars are just crashing through their walls every hour of every day. It's like they just get out there and they're annoyed, like bothered. Oh, jeepers. Jiminy Christmas, another one? Alright, come here, son. I can't believe you've done this. What makes you mad more than anything in the world? What gets under your skin and just ticks you off? I know that this is an iconic question once posed by the great Ned Schneebly in School of Rock, but it applies to what I want to talk about today, because for one unhinged psychopath, the answer to this question was so baffling, he ends up throwing his life away for something extremely insignificant. We've all got mad at small things, right? Trivial shit that doesn't matter, whether it's, getting killed in a video game that you think is the result of lag, or maybe someone gives you some goofy eyeballs and you don't like the way they look at you and it makes you feel a little uneasy and it makes you upset perhaps. We've all got mad at something mundane, but one man in Oregon just got so upset that a parade forced him to go on a bit of a detour that he decided to fucking bulldoze through the blockade and then drive through the parade, nearly hitting people, including children, and will now likely spend the rest of his life behind bars, rightfully so. This is an individual with a severe case of stick-it-to-the-man-meiosis. He fucking lost his mind and filmed himself doing it the entire time, by the way. All because of a slight detour for a parade. Now, there was one intellectual in chat last night that for some reason his comment was so stupid that it's sticking with me and just marinating in my brain about this story. He said, "Why is he getting punished? No one got hurt." Brother, let me sit you down in the stupid chair real quick. You can't bulldoze through a blockade, and keep in mind, I haven't shown you the video yet, but I will in a second. There is a scene, like straight out of an old 90s action film, where he ramps his car up on two fucking wheels in order to squeeze through the blockade more efficiently and blast through the parade. You can't do that because you're endangering all the lives around you. I can't believe that even needs explaining in any capacity at all. It blows my mind that I even need to tell you why that's bad. Especially when we've already seen a couple times in the past someone using their vehicle as a weapon during parades where they hit and kill people. Even if his goal wasn't the attempted murder of people at the parade, he almost hit people, and this easily could have ended up in a situation where he did hit, harm, or even kill people from this reckless action. So just because he narrowly avoided a fatal catastrophe doesn't mean that he shouldn't be punished. He is not fit to be in society. And not only that, I'm going to go ahead and give away a big spoiler, he's also fucking pedophile. He has a rap sheet that extends for most of his life, and a lot of the crimes involve sex crimes with minors in them. Now, just go ahead and play the news segment here that we went over on the stream. You see the video of the guy driving through the Portland parade? Oh, that was so fucking weird, yeah. He didn't hit anyone, but it was so weird. I didn't see the whole video, but I saw, the first bit.
Dashcam footage obtained by NBC affiliate KGW submitted
They said road rage, but I don't exactly know what it was in particular. But for some reason, it just drives to the parade and just drives fucking through. Crazy. It was unhinged.
frustrated. Clearing the way for Portland's rainfall parade. His anger was over.
Wait, so this was all over the road being blocked off for a parade? Holy shit. I don't think I've ever been that mad over anything in my life. Jesus, he's got that bitch up on 2 wheels. God damn. Like I said, he doesn't hit anyone, but look at this shit. That's terrifying. This is his camera POV. Well, yeah, obviously it's his camera POV. They didn't put a drone on his hood or anything. For some reason, he records his own cabin, even though I can't imagine this is an isolated incident with this kind of blow-up. Yeah, this is the guy. He caught himself in 4K.
Charged charged with 38 counts, including attempted assault and reckless endangerment. He has pleaded not guilty. President
Not guilty, huh? Are we sure? I've been framed.
Convictions against minors.
Oh,
いや
so he's a pedophile too. Good lord. What the fuck?
Salary. Alright, Aaron, thank
Well then. What a situation.
行こ
All that because they blocked off the road for a fucking parade. They should just. Well, I mean, I don't think he's leaving jail again. 38 counts? I mean, Shocker. You can't do this. You can't just drive through a parade like that. So I don't think he's going to be leaving jail anytime soon. He's probably late for the Chris Hansen meetup. I really wonder what he was in such a rush for. I am curious. Man heard the elementary school was about to get out and he wanted to go get good seats. I have no idea what he'd be so angry about for having like a slight detour. You would think someone would be careful driving when they have a suspended license. Well, not only that, you'd think he'd be even more cautious having a suspended license and also being a fucking pedophile.
うどうする
Like, the last thing you'd want is for people to know about you. This man just put himself out there in the biggest way possible. The Macy's going back to jail parade. Good one. Suspended license, no insurance, and he's self-recording. The self-recording might actually just be a court order, though, to make sure there's no children in his car. Like, I can't imagine this guy would be self-recording on his own volition. This had to be, like, the government stepping in saying, listen, you can have access to a motor vehicle, but we have to know who's inside your cabin at all times. The gall to plead not guilty, though, when he records himself doing it is incredible. I understand that that's probably just, like, the standard legal strategy, but man, that is very silly. Keep in mind, this is all alleged. Of course, yes. He allegedly drove through the parade while recording himself screaming and running through this entire celebration, and then parking his car. It could have been anyone. We don't know yet. It was all AI. That's going to be a real legal defense strategy pretty soon. Your Honor, that's not my client. It's a deep fake. My client can't even make this face. I want to show you a bit from his dash cam perspective here because it's diabolical. He goes over the traffic cones and now he starts speeding up. He's treating this like it's a game of Grand Theft Auto 5, so he pops it up here. He's got his action movie stunt going on. He goes through the bigger blockades and the bigger trucks, and then he gets around to the actual parade. This is where things get really scary. This isn't that kind of shit that has to hold your breath when you see the footage, because he is going fast. This man is fucking zooming. He is cruising here, nearly loses control because he, like, hops over the grass there, it seems. And then it almost feels like right here he starts contemplating whether or not to hit people. He then continues to drive through the parade for a lot longer, and there's also, like, a police officer that tries to get him to stop, he refuses to, and eventually drives out of the parade and away. All of this over having to just be slightly inconvenienced because of a detour due to a parade. It's fucking crazy. There are absolute lunatics out there. It's frightening. Just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. Yeah. He's only a little bit better.
Y'all. So today we're looking at a Twitch streamer who decided to pick up TikTok and upload his daily routine and a bunch of videos about his job as a small content creator. And you know, at one point, y'all, I was a small content creator, so I'm sure I can relate to some of these. I do believe this dude at one point said that streaming on Twitch is harder than working a 9 to 5, which say you've never worked a job without saying you've never worked a job. That's how I feel about that. But I don't even know what to expect. We're just gonna check this out today. Shout out LilyGirl18. If you want to shout out, I got a link in the description for y'all. Let's watch.
I always make my bed when I get up and make myself
First,
Are you insane? That's really how you're starting your morning. And props to him for making his bed, but that G Fuel, I don't know about all that.
Shower and full shave my face. I always try to make myself breakfast, and even though games are pretty gross, they give me the fuel I need to edit my videos throughout the day.
The way he phrased that shit gives me the fuel I need to edit my videos throughout the day. You know, I need a large amount of fuel to be able to complete this insane task. Like, listen, I know that editing videos can be draining, but it gives me the energy I need. Shut the fuck. Alright, so we already saw his morning routine. I'm curious about his nightly routine. I want to see how he winds down. I feel like there's a lot I can learn from this individual right here. As well, young man.
Nightly routine of a small content creator. My schedule clears up after I edit, so I usually walk to the gas station for some ghosts or some Mountain Dew.
Yeah, your digestive system is just screaming at you. Yeah, I remember back in the day when I was working at 9 to 5, and I would wake. Y'all are gonna call me crazy for this. I woke up every single day at around 6, 7 a.m. and my first meal of the day would be beef jerky and Monster Energy. I'm not even kidding. Looking back at it now, it's kind of funny because I remember asking myself, oh, why does my stomach hurt all the time? Not realizing that I was putting all that trash in my body every single morning. Listen, I do have a sweet taste for like energy drinks. For some reason, I wish I did. And really, I quit drinking because they just don't do anything for me. But that's crazy. This man starts his morning off with beef fuel and ends it with Mountain Dew. I think he said, your body does not like you, brother.
I'm pretty exhausted when I get home because at the end of my day.
I don't know if that's the right word, bro. Maybe tired when you're sitting at a desk all day. You definitely can't be exhausted. Maybe mentally exhausted. I don't know what he means by that, but that word is crazy.
So this is when I start to drink. I don't get much time to relax because I stay busy throughout my day. So this is around the time I usually brush my teeth, shower, and watch YouTube until I fall asleep.
I ain't gonna lie, chat. I'm gonna keep it all the way 100. This daily routine sounds depressing as fuck. Chat, I'm a content creator, so I know how the whole game goes. Daily routine with being able to upload videos or stream videos every day. This dude seems like all he does is just stays at a desk all day. And I remember back when I used to do that until I started scheduling my days to where I had some more balance in my life. I hit the gym a year ago, or I started hitting the gym a year ago. I started eating healthier. I started taking walks more. I started playing tennis more. I started playing basketball more. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't want to be drinking Red Bull and G Fuel all the time. He hasn't mentioned water once. Where's the water? Also, an energy drink before bed? What? Listen, bro. Just listen close. You're not wrong there. You're not wrong. Fuel is better than Red Bull. Actually, I don't know about that. Consider trying to drink water, try to be healthy consistently. I know maybe on the first day you'll be like, oh, I don't like this, and I don't like how it tastes. I'm not saying choose things you don't like, but G Fuel, no advertised product like Keemstar and a bunch of other people in 2016 and a bunch of gamers. Like, you really think a bunch of gamers are gonna make a product that gives you good energy? I hate to say it too, you know, I'm sure maybe it gives you a little bit of energy. It's nowhere near the best option. You make a protein shake, walk outside, you don't need G Fuel. Even Gatorade is a good option, and Prime is a pretty good option too. From what I've seen, I tried it one time, it was very good.
Concentration is harder than your 9 to 5.
There it is, chat. I didn't think we'd get here. Now, obviously, I don't have to break this down, but I feel like I should, just to paint the picture better for y'all, that this is so wrong. I've worked 4 9 to 5s in my entire life. My first job was working at Sky Zone, and that was actually a really fun job. Second job was working at a restaurant as a busser and an expo. Then my third job was working as a server. And then my fourth and most recent job that I held was working in a warehouse, moving boxes in the back, selling countertops, selling cabinets to people, big things too. I had to move these all the way to the back of a warehouse just by carrying shit and just rolling stuff on a dolly. I'm talking refrigerators. I was having to work. And then once my YouTube channel popped off, I didn't have to work there anymore. I quit. I put in my 2-day notice. It's supposed to be a 2-week notice, but I was just like, I'm out of here. And I'm not gonna lie, this job is the easiest thing I've ever done. That's also the most rewarding. I'm just gonna keep it all the way a stack with y'all. I make so much money off of this, and obviously it's because of you guys tuning in. I recognize that. All I'm doing is just putting gameplay on the screen and talking about random things I see on the internet. Like, I know this dude is not saying this is harder than a 9 to 5. I can sit here and complain all the time, like, oh, I'm getting kind of stressed out by this, but I always have to bring myself back into reality and be like, holy shit, bro, are you seriously complaining about this? You're really complaining about your dream job? Nah. Kind of tell this dude's never worked a job in his life, and if he did, it's a very easy job. To further prove my point, I remember when I was able to make YouTube my full-time job, I started crying, dog. I straight up started hysterically crying because it's such a blessing. shit. For those who are listening to this still, like, we have a soul to soul if you've been subscribed. This wasn't exactly the fun. Yeah,
シャドウの反応を検知。
secure business. He has all of this money. No, I don't necessarily take that as word, because I just don't believe a fucking word this guy says.
So the next time you think that your girl's on lock, I got the keys to the castle, motherfucker.
I have no doubt that Howard's trying to cook up that finishing line right there. The keys to the castle. Why I don't believe him about the success of his business is because the only thing he shows that's worth money is his car, McLaren. He's made like 1,000 shorts about how much money he spends filling up a McLaren's tank, or how often he drives his McLaren, and that is the only thing worth a lot of money that he's ever shown, at least that I've seen. So that leads me to believe that it's 100% rented, or he really dumped all of his money into that one vehicle in order to portray himself as a successful businessman. He did a little house tour, and it's very humble living. It's a nice place, but it's not exactly like a super mega mansion you would expect someone with a 9-figure business to own. And he's not wearing a ton of ice or anything like that, and he's clearly a guy who loves to flex because he's always talking about his wealth and his success, yet the only thing you can ever see from that is that McLaren. Now this may be like a tinfoil hat conspiracy, but I truly just think he either rents it for these videos, or even more depressingly, drained all of his finances to make that big purchase with that belief that this car would be enough to convince people that he has a lot of money. Like, he specced all of his points into delusion here and is just letting it rip. Like, this McLaren means I'm successful. I gotta fake it till I make it. This is how I do it.
Here's why the gym does not matter. That are like, oh, you know, go to the gym, we're trying to get fit. I feel like I have a pretty decent tone.
Did douchebag Slender Man get you with that jump scare in the beginning? So this is his rant about why going to the gym makes you a fucking idiot. Because he's skinny and insecure, so you going to the gym is offensive to him. It's pretty pathetic. You don't want to go to the gym? That's fine. But he's out here built like 2 French fries duct taped to an uncooked spaghetti noodle. And if you're happy with your body there, that's absolutely fine. But why shit on people that are going to the gym? He makes a whole rant about why it's stupid to do it, which is laughable.
I don't need to go to the gym, because you... pull up to the gym, making less than 10K a month, when your bullshit fucking roll. I pull up, it's not even a contest, dude. No one gives a fuck about your muscles. Most of the guys that go to the gym, I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're fucking stupid. All that free workout that you're taking is making you more stupider.
So unless you're making over 10K a month, you don't have the right to go to the gym? Like, he's not even making it work. Like, he's not even saying, like, the time you spend in the gym, you could be spent learning how to drop ship things from Alibaba. Like, he's not even, like, trying to make some kind of point. He's just like, you're stupid for going to the gym because you're making less than 10K a month. He actually sounds like he's about to cry. You're stupid with your dumb muscles, dumb muscle man. Like, what in the crazy insecurity are you going through right now to think that this was a good idea?
Here's why you gotta break up with your girlfriend if you're not making 6 figures a year. Brutal honest truth is that girls need a man who can protect and provide for them. If you're not making at least 10K a month, how the fuck are you gonna protect and provide for your girl?
Man's out here pooping crazy pills. You don't need to be making 10K a month in order to protect your girlfriend. You have absolutely no meat on your bones whatsoever. The only foe you're equipped to handle is if the gingerbread men from Shrek tried to attack your girl, then maybe you can fit them off. But everyone above the age of 18 and weighing more than 100 pounds, it's going to be a tough tussle. And making more than 10K a month doesn't enable you to magically protect her better. If someone's making a ruckus and you're trying to stop whatever's going on, the amount of money you have isn't going to do anything for you. You can't just be like throwing money at it, like, get away from her, you scallywag. She's with me, and I make more than 10K a month. Here's the money. Like, throwing it all over the place to get them away. Like, it just doesn't make sense. It's just pure. Now, I guess, like, he's not wrong. If you make more money, you can provide more, I suppose. But what the fuck does that have to do with anything? So if you don't make 100K at least a year, break up with your girl.
It's cool that she's sticking with you right now because you're trying to build yourself. But at the same time, if some guy like me comes up and gets in the way, she's going to choose me over you because I can provide. In this feast or famine world, women will always pick the best case scenario when they don't want to get hurt. And you being broke as fuck definitely hurts.
What hurts more than being broke is being broke but pretending you're not like this guy. it's so... I don't know if he actually believes the shit he's selling, or if it's only to try and get people to, like, sign up to courses or anything like that. I'm really not sure if he actually, like, loves the smell of his own farts, or if it all is an act. I couldn't tell you. Either way, it's to further the goal of making money off the back of desperate people who see this and think that this guy is actually super successful and is trying to give them the secrets to success. It's all just another scam, but I find him particularly entertaining because he's doing the bare minimum. He didn't even bother to invest in his own body to look the part, so he's not in good shape. He didn't bother to even really pretend to have a lot of money aside from that McLaren that he shows from time to time, and he's just saying things that other gurus say. And I don't know if he's actually found real success. I know he has quite a bit of botted engagement that I've seen online, at least as everything I've been able to research from it. But other than that, I don't know if anyone even believes his act. I would be surprised if they did, because he's very bad at it. Also, just to explain why there's driving underneath his video, it's because it's a TikTok thing where everyone needs perpetual stimulation, constant jingling keys, so for any video where it's talking, they play like Subway Surfers or anything engaging the game underneath to keep viewers' attention. It's pathetic. TikTok has absolutely rotted brains where people need like absolute activity at every single moment. They can't just listen to talking on there.
So if you always wondered what dating an entrepreneur looks like, this is what the fuck it looks like. I don't cook, I don't clean, I got whiteboards all over the place. My setup there's like my sanctuary. No one fucks with me here. As far as a fridge, it's pretty fucking awful. So I got beer, Dad's, Gatorade, Bel Air bottle, champagne. I got Dunkin' Donuts, ice balls. And then for dinner, I'll go here and have dinner. I will never fucking cook. This will never be used. I don't even know why I was fucking dead.
And here's the look at the house I mentioned. It's clearly a cozy spot. It's a nice house. It's not a super elaborate house. This is not a mega mansion or anything like that. So if he's a super successful 9-figure guy who loves to flex everything, why would he be living in a house like this? It doesn't make any sense. That doesn't really track. I also love the whole whiteboard thing. He probably watched one video on, like, it's important to write down your goals or whatever as an entrepreneur. So he bought, like, 9 whiteboards and clicked them all up and filled them with gibberish nonsense. I tried zooming in on the frame where it focuses on a whiteboard, but I couldn't make it out because his handwriting looks like he wrote it while he was getting hit by an earthquake, so it's completely illegible for the most part. But I'm pretty sure one of them was agility, and he had a check mark next to it, meaning he must have done, like, agility drills, I suppose. I could be reading it incorrectly, but I'm almost positive it said just agility on one of them. Maybe it's like RuneScape goals, and he's, like, skilling right now, so he's working on agility, and he checked it off once he got, like, a certain amount of XP. I don't know. It's very goofy regardless, though.
Here's just a couple of signs that your girlfriend may be cheating. Number one is she's not texting you as readily as you used to.
The easiest way to tell if your girl is cheating is, did she ever find that you bought this guy's course? If she did, she's absolutely cheating. No doubt. And you deserve it. Why the fuck would you buy a course from a guy like this? It's so embarrassing. Like, he actually just went to, like, WikiHow and just started copying articles on, like, how to tell if your girl is cheating. 7 life hacks for that. And then he just starts regurgitating them here. But anyway, I could go on. There's so many embarrassing shorts he's made, but there's no reason to just keep going over it. I just wanted to showcase some of his better ones here and talk about it a little bit. That's about it. Yeah.
Hurrah!
It wasn't my fault. Right? I had the money, like you said, in a trash bag in my car, and I was going straight to the drop spot. Alright?
Okay. Keep running. Okay. Where is Balaka? No Balaka here today. Yes, sir. My name's Blake. Are you out of your goddamn mind? What? Do you want to go to war, Balaka? We could go to war. No. I'm for real. I'm for real. So you better check yourself. D-Nice. Is there a D-Nice? If one of y'all says some silly ass thing, this whole class is gonna feel my wrath. Now, D-Nice.
You mean Denise?
You say your name right now.
Denise?
Say it right.
Denise.
Correctly.
Denise.
Right.
Denise.
Right.
You nice?
That's better. Thank you. Now, hey, Ron. Where are you? Where is Ron right now? No Ron. Well, you better be sick, dead, or mute. Ron. Here. Why did you answer me the first time I said it? Huh? I'm just asking you. I said it like 4 times. So why didn't you say it the first time I said Ron? Just errors. Now take your ass on down to Oshag Hennessy's office right now and tell him exactly what you did. Oshag Hennessy. It's a little Shaughnessy. Transformer farm, break my feet off in your ass. Insubordinate. And churlish. Timothy.
Where's that?
Thank you. Take a little room here. You are present. Locked in. Are here. Huh? Nice.
Here.
Good. Jessica. Thank you.
Mr. Garvey.
What is it?
Some of us need to leave a few minutes early today.
Oh, is that so? Now, what, pray tell, is the reason for this premature exodus?
Yearbook photos. We have to leave 15 minutes early to meet up with our clubs.
All right, you know what? That might work with other substitute teachers. I was taught it in the city for years. Now, y'all want to leave my class early so y'all can go meet up at the club.
Go
Ridiculous.
Mr. Garvey.
Did I stutter just then? Yes. I'm gonna throw you out the goddamn window. What, Jake? What?
Mr. Garvey, we're telling the truth. We have clubs at the school. We have clubs for special interests.
Okay, I see. So y'all want to play? Y'all want to play? Yeah, okay, we're gonna play this game. All right, I'll play. I'm more than happy to play some games with y'all. Anyone who's in a club, stand your ass up. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is. The usual suspects. What the hell club are you in, Jake Clement?
Future Leaders of America.
Okay, okay. How would you know if you're going to be a leader in the future? Is there a star date?
In your way.
Do you travel through town, Jake Clement? This is the flip man. Malake, I don't even know why I'm about to ask you this. Malake.
What's your name?
I'm part of the Spanish club. You about as Spanish as Rion Seacrest with your big-ass fraggle rock hair. How about you, D-Nice?
In the chess club.
I'm sorry, sweetheart. You are not in the chess club. The Mosquito Bite Club, maybe.
It's hurtful.
There he is. Hey, A-Ron.
Hey, what club are you in? I'm the president of the Glee Club. Why do I talk?
The Glee Club! There he is. Hey, A-Ron.
Hey, club. I'm the president of the Glee Club. Why do I talk?
Dedicated to a TV show. Take your ass to Shag Hennessy.
It's a scene. Chicanerous.
When you think of hell, you might visualize pools of lava, demons flying around, countless souls screaming in agony, and things of that nature. And although these depictions are absolutely terrifying, there are other scenarios that are arguably worse, like being stuck in a limbo fever dream where all logic is absent and nothing you do can change your fate. So in this video, I will talk about my favorite depictions of hell, both those classic versions with demons and pitchforks, as well as those other ones that I believe are far more disturbing. I haven't talked about movies on this channel yet, but I have a huge love for them, horror movies specifically, and this seemed like the right time to share some that I've seen and liked. Needless to say that I will be entirely spoiling every movie I talk about, so have that in mind. But anyways, let's get started. So the first movie on our list is the obscure 1979 Yugoslavian historical fantasy known in English as The Man to Destroy. This is absolutely a standout of Yugoslavian cinema, being one of not many fantasy films. For some quick context, the plot is based on a Montenegrin legend about ruler Stephen the Little, who appeared out of nowhere in 1766 and became the first and only Tsar of Montenegro, because it was for some reason believed that he was actually the deceased Russian Emperor Peter III. In the movie, Stephen's mysterious emergence and rise to power is explained by him being an emissary sent by Satan in order to regain the balance between good and evil on Earth. The movie itself is alright, but the big highlight is a 15-minute long sequence in hell that features a bunch of colorful and disturbing characters, which we get to see by following a piece of parchment that a demon throws into a well, and the message has to reach Satan. Along the way, we also see some common hell hangout spots, like a torture pit filled with snakes and a room full of people burning. And I have to say, there is something about the lighting and the way these scenes are shot that makes it quite disturbing. Eventually, lighting and the way these scenes are shot, people burning. And I have to say, there is something about the lighting and the way these scenes are shot that makes it quite disturbing. Eventually, we get to Satan and his council. Where it is decided that they will send a Peter III lookalike to Montenegro and then eventually Russia. The second part doesn't happen, because the lookalike falls in love with the great spirit of the Montenegrin people. Satan sends two guys to visit the bookkeeper, gives them a list of Peter's lookalikes from which they select Marfa, a school teacher. We then visit the school in this hell, where all the children have tiny horns and wear uniforms with strange symbols. The topics they study there are also pretty interesting. There are some hellish beasts, which I always love to see in movies, like these armored guards with dog heads and this kind of corpse with horns. There is a level of bureaucracy that is featured in this hell, which is actually a theme that will appear in another mention in this video. Just from what is shown to us, there is a mailman, Satan's secretary, Satan's other secretary, bookkeeper, yes man who prays everything he does, and a large council of demons from countries around the world. If we ignore the part of the plot that deals with Montenegrin politics, to me this is a pretty spot-on depiction of how I've always imagined hell. There are people suffering all around. Satan has his own big room, and there is a complex system of demons that manage the place. There is nothing really unique or different about this hell. It is just demons and pitchforks. But that's fine, and that's why this is first on my list. A classic, base version of hell. Now let's talk about one of those psychological films I mentioned earlier. Jacob's Ladder is a 1990 psychological horror film, which follows Jacob Singer, a Vietnam War veteran, who experiences haunting visions, bizarre hallucinations, and unexplainable events as he tries to piece together what is happening to him. From what I understand, the film represents Jacob's experience in the final moments of his death in Vietnam. In this sense, the entire film is Jacob's personalized version of hell. Jacob is desperately trying to understand the situation throughout the entire movie, but he never gets anywhere with it. Although there are sprinkles of horror that come out of nowhere all throughout the movie, there are two scenes that I think are worth mentioning here. One moment where the movie truly dials up on the atmosphere is during a party scene. What begins as a normal party quickly shifts into something much stranger. Lights are flashing, and bizarre visuals start to appear. It isn't entirely clear what we are even looking at, but that lack of a full picture and ambiguity makes it even scarier, like some incomprehensible terror. Eventually, people start growing tails and horns from their mouths. Another scene that perfectly captures this hell is the hospital scene. After an altercation with some mysterious agents, Jacob jumps from a moving car and is injured. He is then robbed by Santa Claus and taken to a hospital. Initially, the setting seems normal, but just like in the party scene, it turns into the worst case scenario. Jacob is for some reason sent to further inspection, and is wheeled through a destroyed, dimly lit hallway that eventually leads to an insane asylum. Disturbing, disfigured creatures appear, surrounding him. The scene becomes even more intense when Jacob gets strapped to a patient chair, and evil-looking doctors, or demons, circle him, preparing to drill into his brain. The entire sequence encapsulates the overwhelming dread of this movie. It starts as a routine medical procedure, spirals into a nightmare, showing how Jacob's grip on reality continues to slip away. Perhaps what's most terrifying about the movie isn't these moments of visceral horror, but the fact that Jacob is constantly searching for answers and never getting any. He's stuck in this nightmarish limbo, always running but never arriving. Like when you wake up from a dream into another dream, but it never ends. This sense of being trapped, no matter what logical steps you take, with no way out, might just be the scariest version of hell I could imagine. The first movie I talked about was a classic depiction of hell, but if hell is real, I would imagine it to be more like this. In your last moments alive, you are reliving your familiar life, but it is just twisted and wrong, absent from all logic and reason. First off, I have to say that Angel Heart is my favorite movie of all time, and I strongly recommend everyone to watch it at least twice. This one doesn't explicitly portray hell as the other two did, but rather in this movie, hell is simply an elevator. The story follows Harry Angel, a private investigator hired by Satan to track down a missing man. But as the investigation unfolds, it turns out Angel is the missing man, and he sold his soul. He just can't remember it. Throughout the film, he's haunted by these cryptic visions, especially those of an elevator, a metaphorical and literal descent to hell. What strikes me as the most terrifying aspect of this movie is how Angel slowly comes to terms with his own damnation. At first, he's unaware of the full extent of this situation. But as the movie progresses, there are subtle signs, buried in his subconscious, that he knows what is coming. By the end, he fully understands and even accepts his fate.
You got burned for that nature.
And it isn't until the very end of the movie, during the credits scene, that Angel reaches the bottom of the elevator. There's no grand spectacle, no flames or demons, just a quiet, grim realization that his fate has been sealed from the very start. Interestingly enough, these two movies, Jacob's Ladder and Angel Heart, are sort of opposites of each other. Where in Jacob's Ladder, Jacob is lost and struggling to subconsciously find his way to heaven. Where in Angel Heart, Angel is also lost, but subconsciously fighting to keep out of hell. Those were my 3 picks for movies, and now I'd like to talk about some art pieces, specifically paintings from a long time ago, a time that feels far more dark and serious compared to the world we live in today. I, and many others, believe that Hieronymus Bosch managed to capture the perfect level of bizarreness that hell should have. In his work, The Garden of Earthly Delights, specifically the right panel, there are 3 equally disturbing sections. I am no art critic, but I'll go through these as best as I can, starting with the bottom and working our way up. First thing we can see are several animals punishing humans. A pig with a nun hat eating on a guy's ear, a huge rabbit hanging a woman upside down, a dog eating someone's insides, and whatever this thing is, eating people and releasing them into a hole through its bottom. Besides the animals, there are instruments used as torture devices, which upon Googling, I understand depicts a line from the Bible that reads, "And cabaret, the pipe, and wine are in their fears," which is talking about the people who indulge in excess pleasures like music, rather than following the teachings of the Lord. Making their way up, we see the Tree Man, which is the centerpiece of the panel and also a character that Bosch previously drew. When I came across this painting, I knew it looked familiar, and I realized that this guy also appears in Berserk's Fantasia arc, which I read a while ago. The meaning of the Tree Man I really have no idea about, and it seems that art scholars don't really know either. It could be showing human frailty, moral corruption, or pretty much anything else. On the top side of the panel, we have a dark, cloudy sky, smoke rising from burning cities, a pretty classic hell environment. What I find interesting are the many light sources that come from all around the place. Maybe false hopes of salvation for those who can only lead to going back to hell if you die, or staying in hell if you don't. And I doubt winning territory over there is any sort of achievement in the grand scheme of things. This was the main painting I wanted to mention, but there are 2 more that I will cover briefly. The first one being The Fall of the Damned by Peter Paul Rubens. Here we see people being dragged into hell in a chaotic, swirling motion, blending into demonic creatures, or perhaps it's the demons pulling them down. It's a chilling thought, falling into hell with nothing to hold on to, simply surrendering to your fate. The painting perfectly captures the terror of this moment, with twisted bodies and anguished faces, all consumed by the relentless force dragging them into the abyss. The second painting is Francois Denon's The Underworld, a more eerie and surreal vision of hell. Instead of focusing on people, this painting highlights ruined buildings in a desolate landscape, giving the sense of decay and loneliness. The figures are small and overwhelmed by the massive crumbling structures. The overall mood is one of isolation and hopelessness, with dark tones and unnatural light all around the place. It makes you think about how lost and irreparably lonely you would get if you ended up there. For our last piece of media, I am going to show you hell as it is depicted in Dylan Dog issue number 46, titled Hell. Dylan Dog is an Italian horror comic series that first debuted in 1986. Dylan is a nightmare investigator and deals with the paranormal, sort of like John Constantine from what I understand. The series features more than one kind of hell, but this issue depicts it the best, and it is to me the most striking. In the very first panel, we have a picture of a painting at an auction, which I believe is actually a reference to Bosch's painting that I mentioned earlier. So including Berserk, this is the second time I've seen this in a comic book, which is cool. This isn't really important to the plot, but at the same auction, some old guy buys a ring for his wife, and it turns out she has been dead for 7 years. He drinks a poison to join her heaven/hell, because they're the same in this universe, and they go together to an idyllic landscape. So this is arguably heaven, compared to the other hells that appear later on. In the main plot, Dylan is hired by an old girlfriend, whose boyfriend died and she wants to communicate with him through the help of a medium. Dylan is reluctant because he doesn't believe in mediums, but he eventually agrees and attends the seance with her. This is when we get to see the hell the boyfriend found himself in. It is a bureaucratic nightmare filled with all sorts of illogical characters, just how it should be. There's the boss with two faces who runs the place. The boyfriend gets in trouble for accepting a call from the living world, and after some trouble, he actually manages to escape hell into the real world. He roams the streets of the living world and realizes he feels wrong and doesn't belong. To him, this is now as bad as hell is. He then locates a guy he has a grudge against, and he kills him. This guy first ends up in a different hell. He's on a huge cruise ship, and as he explores, he sees the Titanic pass by with skeletons on board. The sailor approaches him and says that he doesn't have a ticket, meaning he has to leave. He's then thrown overboard. He boards a train and is off to his predestined hell, because from what I understand, that's how it works in this universe. Everybody gets their own hell. And his trip to the cruise ship was some sort of glitch. He shouldn't have been there. Maybe it's because of the unnatural way of his death. He was killed by someone who shouldn't be alive. Later on in the comic, the boyfriend explains that there are billions of different hells, and even lists the classical version as one of the options. I like the hell in this universe, and how everyone kind of gets their own. And if you're lucky, hello everyone and welcome to another video. Last time I talked about hell, I shared some of my favorite depictions. And thanks to the great suggestions in the comments, I discovered some more fantastic pieces of media. So this video will be a part 2. I will cover some more of my favorites, as well as some of the recommendations I got last time. Keep in mind that I will be spoiling every title I talk about, and let's get into it. As Above, So Below is a 2014 found footage film that follows a group of explorers who visit the catacombs of Paris in search of the infamous Philosopher's Stone. But as they venture deeper, they encounter twisted versions of their own traumas and sins, with the passages turning into hell, more specifically Dante's 9 Circles. This was a popular recommendation on the last video, and I actually remember that I did watch this one already. In fact, I believe this was the first proper horror movie I ever saw, around 2016. I remember I was so terrified of getting jump scared that I covered my eyes for most of the good stuff. So this one deserved a proper rewatch for this video. So the group goes into the catacombs, and although not every circle of hell is explicitly shown, for most scenes you can tell which circle they represent. First, they are of course in limbo. The first really supernatural thing that happens is when they reach a crossroads and the main girl wants to go through a cursed path that apparently nobody comes back from, and the tour guide wants to take the safe path, which is what they do. However, they somehow end up back at the crossroads, meaning space already isn't acting like it should. This is when the visions of everyone's past traumas start. The main girl lost her dad, so she sees a phone that he called her on. And one of the guys lost his brother, so he sees the same piano they used to play as kids. They also meet Latop, an old friend that got lost in the catacombs a while ago, but he's different now, letting us know that hell took him in. So they go deeper in search of the stone, and they actually find it in a room filled with treasure, meaning they reached greed, the fourth circle. The side characters start breaking down a wall to reach the biggest prize, and this causes the entire room to collapse. Left with no other option but to go even deeper, they finally reach a passage that says, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." And we know what that means. These are the words written on the entrance to hell. So here is where we see the last who enter here. They finally reach a passage that says, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." And we know what that means. These are the words written on the entrance to hell. So here is where we see the last 3 circles, sort of combined. Inside, everything they just passed is repeated, except it is now upside down. Everything is flipped. One of the first things that happens here is Latop is back, and he bashes one of the girls' heads into the ground. This is representative of the 7th circle, violence. The supernatural stuff is also a lot more prominent now. The visions get more intense, and they are now actually harmful. The tour guide of the group sees a burning car, which is his past trauma, and he is swallowed into the floor, left with his legs sticking out, an explicit reference to Inferno. As they go deeper, there are demons in the walls, and an ominous hooded figure with a chair that I imagine is Satan. But interestingly enough, and an ominous hooded figure with a chair that I imagine is Satan. But interestingly enough, he doesn't seem to be too bothered the group is here. He definitely sees them, but he doesn't react. I found this interesting, and I realized that this is the only movie I saw that takes place in hell, but the characters aren't actually meant to be there. They just manage to find the passage. And instead of them just being trapped here forever, they get the chance to redeem themselves, which is what they end up doing. And this is why the tour guide got swallowed into the floor when confronted with his sin, because he didn't rectify properly. What I like about this hell is that it's a good combination of classical stuff like demons and the 9 circles, but it is also very personalized to the characters. Everyone sees their biggest issues or sins that they need to rectify in order to be able to escape. What Dreams May Come follows Chris Nielsen, who dies tragically in an accident and first finds himself in a beautiful heaven crafted by his memories and art pieces, featuring his wife's paintings. But Chris misses his children who died a few years ago and his wife, who is still alive but struggling to get through life by herself. Chris is first guided by Albert, whose job is to guide lost souls who can't find their way to heaven. Albert explains the rules to Chris, how heaven is what you imagine it to be, and when you share it with somebody, both people have control over what goes on. As Chris explores, he is also guided by Leon, who shows him to her own heaven. So essentially, heaven here works the co-op in video games. Leon soon turns out to be Chris's daughter, and Albert later turns out to be his son. This transformation of appearance is explained as the characters liberating themselves from any relationships. So the father and his children are the same age, and they are kinda equal in heaven. Nobody has authority over another as they did on earth. However, due to her grief, Chris's wife Annie, what have we here? But yeah, his wife Annie tragically commits suicide and what have we here? But yeah, his wife Annie tragically commits suicide and gets herself in hell. Albert explains that Chris can never save her, which does bring up an interesting topic. Why do suicides end up in hell? And so Chris goes on an impossible journey through the afterlife's dark realms to save her. Him, Albert, and an old guy, they part on a boat through stormy waters filled with lost souls, who manage to actually tip the boat over. The main characters watch ashore in what seems to be limbo. This barren wasteland is filled with shipwrecks, one of which is named Cerberus, the guardian of the underworld.
Fuck you, Zeno.
There are some people here, and they live in some kind of post-apocalyptic settlement, almost starting a confrontation with the main characters. So they get on an elevator, which interestingly enough goes up, and finally they reach hell. It is an unsettling area. The ground is filled with faces in despair, and Chris has to step over to keep going. He sees his wife, but the ground collapses just as he is about to reach her. He drops in a large open area, and in the middle is a house, where his wife is, trapped in her own mind. She can't remember him at first, but eventually she does, and they live happily ever after. In fact, they even resurrect. I have to say, this one is very sad, but at the same time visually beautiful, both in the light and joyful as in the dark and depressing. In fact, it's probably my favorite movie from this bunch in terms of classically depicting hell, as well as heaven. This movie tells us that the afterlife is what you make of it. Chris created his heaven through beautiful artworks because he died fairly content. And Annie ended up in a much darker place because that is where she died, filled with depression and regret. Event Horizon is a sci-fi horror film that explores hell in a cosmic and psychological way. The story follows a rescue crew sent to investigate the reappearance of the Event Horizon, a spaceship that vanished without a trace. Also, the ship runs with this black hole contraption, and it reminded me of those biblically accurate angels. As they search the ship, in any of those biblically accurate angels. As they search the ship, they start experiencing nightmarish visions that come in quick flashes, each one a manifestation of their own fears and traumas, similar to As Above, So Below. The movie plays on the idea that the event horizon didn't just disappear, it crossed into another dimension, a place outside of dimension. This dimension, which the crew realizes is akin to hell, isn't just scary because it looks terrifying. Instead, it becomes hell because it forces people to face their worst memories and guilt over and over again, as if the ship itself is alive and feeding on their suffering. One of the best parts is when they watch a video log from the original crew, revealing disturbing scenes of their descent into madness. And this is when they understand what kind of hell they're dealing with. It's both psychological and existential, reflecting not only fear, but the darkness within human nature. Stay is a psychological thriller that follows a troubled art student named Henry with visions of his own death, who intends to end his life on his 21st birthday. His psychiatrist becomes deeply involved in the case, trying to prevent the suicide, only to find himself spiraling into a fractured reality. So it turns out that the whole plot is happening within Henry's mind during his final moments after a car crash. And all the characters, including the psychiatrist, are the people who surrounded him and tried to help. So this one is similar to Jacob's Ladder from my previous video, but instead of the dying person being the focus, the psychiatrist is this movie's main character and is trying to figure out what's going on. But nothing makes sense, because this version of him only exists in Henry's deteriorating imagination. And just like Angel Heart from my first video, I do believe this one needs 2 watches. Because once you realize that this is all the student's world created from desperation and fear, everything becomes clear. Except the fact that after he dies, the psychiatrist in real life gets some visions that Henry was having. I'm not too sure what to make of that. Maybe in Henry's last breath he was able to transmit these somehow. Another thing that I loved about this movie are the insanely trippy transitions that really show how fragile the logic is in this film. In the Twilight Zone episode, A Nice Place to Visit, we follow a small-time crook named Rocky who finds himself in an afterlife he first believes is heaven. After being killed he wakes up in a lavish and paradise where he has everything he ever needs: money, women, including pets. His guide, a mysterious man named Pip, grants him every wish without question, making Rocky believe he's finally gotten his reward. But as time passes, Rocky starts feeling trapped. The pleasure and abundance begin to feel meaningless because there's no risk or challenge. Every game he plays, he wins. Every desire he has is immediately fulfilled, leaving no room for excitement or satisfaction. He realizes that what he thought was paradise is actually hell, an eternity of hollow fulfillment without the thrill or struggle he craved in life. This is an interesting depiction. It reminds me of how in a video game, when you unlock everything, it's no longer fun to play. There is nothing to work towards. But this makes me think, what a personal heaven would have to be then? Because it does make sense that if every wish is granted, stuff gets boring pretty quickly. So I wonder if heaven would need to be challenging to some extent. Perhaps it would have to be a place where hard work is rewarded, so these achievements don't feel undeserved. Before I talk about Berserk, I have to say that it is my favorite manga of all time. In fact, it's the only one I read. The Hell in Chainsaw Man is a strange concept, and although it doesn't get too much screen time, the stuff we do get to see is very interesting. So in Chainsaw Man, there are devils, and hell is where they come from. There exists a devil in hell for everything people fear: guns, bats, chainsaws, and so on. And once a devil is killed in hell, it goes to Earth. And when it dies on Earth, it goes back to hell, in a never-ending cycle. But there also exist primal fears, devils who have never been killed in hell because they are too powerful. So the Hell Devil, who was created because of people's fear of hell, is how you get there. In chapter 63, 3 children are sacrificed, and the Hell Devil teleports the main characters into them. And at first glance, it looks like a pretty regular environment. But the sky is filled with doors. Soon one of these doors opens and something hits the floor. Suddenly, there were a bunch of astronauts split in half, as if praying for holding bag, figure in the back. And this is the darkness of it, the embodiment of the fear of the dark. Frost says something, and then suddenly everyone's limbs are severed, floating in the air. And here is where we get to see the darkness double up close. It has a bunch of heads with different faces, too many limbs, and dark, sprawling wings. The characters try their best to defeat this thing, but it is just too powerful, able to erase and contort parts of bodies at ease. It is also able to just stare at somebody intensely and make them bleed. Eventually, Makima, who is very powerful, comes and saves the characters from hell, but even she struggles to pull this off. There are some more parts that take place in hell, but I think that this was the best sequence, really showing how unique it is in this universe. I also love how the devils work here, how the more people fear something, the more powerful that devil is. So it's no wonder that the darkness devil is so incredibly powerful. Everyone was afraid of the dark at some point. Chainsaw Man's hell is great because it pushes the boundaries of what fear can create, making it a place as intriguing as it is terrifying. Around here, nobody is safe, and even the most powerful characters become vulnerable. As always, thank you for watching. College has been a little demanding recently, so
entrance, 7 levels. This is an iceberg of the most terrifying and disturbing things you can find on the internet. We'll begin with the strange and gradually uncover some of the most horrifying and deeply unsettling stuff along the way. Let's start at the tip of the iceberg. Level 1. Bill Mead. Bill Mead was a YouTuber who uploaded his first video to the platform on the 30th of June 2014. This was followed by a series of non-stop uploads that shared an unsettling similarity, a low-budget, static filming style paired with heavy religious themes. Now here's the difference. For all into the world, 3 things are You forgot about that? So many people lost of the eye. As the uploads continued, something strange became apparent. Over just 4 months, Mead grew visibly weaker. Despite the odd video titles, most of his content was centered on his spiritual journey and devotion to God and Jesus. Then, in one video, Mead disclosed his deteriorating health, a cancerous tumor that started as a toothache and could hopefully be treated with surgery. As you've seen some of my videos, and I do hope you will, you've noticed a man, not so young, but with a swollen jaw on the right side. His uploads continued as his condition visibly worsened, leading to his final video on October 21st, 2014, ominously titled 10-Hour Surgery Tomorrow. The description of the video was a request to his viewers for prayers for himself and his medical team. The video itself has no audio, and there's no way to exactly know what he says in it. After that, the channel went radio silent with no more uploads or updates. It's widely believed that Bill Mead sadly didn't survive the surgery, leaving behind a legacy captured in a series of YouTube videos. Goodwill Mystery Phone. An old photograph from a Goodwill album allegedly purchased in Washington has surfaced online, sparking controversy due to its disturbing content. Initially shared in his Facebook group, the original poster asked for the members' opinions about the image, claiming it was found in the album and later turned over to the police. The picture itself is very unclear and looks almost vintage. It shows a swamp-like setting with a man red or orange shirt standing in shallow water, both his hands duct taped behind his back. He appears to be hunched over with water visibly dripping from his face. However, the most alarming detail lies to the left of the frame, where another man with both his hands...
11 years after...
To the left of the frame, where another man with both his hands and feet tied together is face down, seemingly floating in the water, his body positioned horizontally. It's more unnerving and it's face down, seemingly floating in the water, his body positioned horizontally. What's more unnerving is the very clear shadow on the bottom left side of the photo. The shadowy silhouette resembles a person of a thin build holding what appears to be a shotgun. Next to it is another shadow, possibly of an open vehicle door, which some internet users speculate would belong to a military jeep truck. This photograph has led to three main theories circulating online. Some suggest it could be a frame from low-budget horror film in the 1970s or 1980s, given its faded colors and square format commonly associated with the 126 film used in Kodak instrument cameras. Others propose it might be a scene from the American that it readily depicts military exercise, probably related to harsh boot camp training focused on evasion and escape, similar to special air services drills. However, the darker theories suggest the worst. They say it could be the evidence of a real-life abduction. While this theory does seem to be the least plausible out of all of them, an article does claim that the man in the photo is Teddy Franks, a 19-year-old American citizen who disappeared in 1986 after leaving home in a fit of rage. According to the article, the image was sent to his sisters, who allegedly identified the figure as the missing brother. Unfortunately, all of these theories remain unverified, leaving the photo's origins completely unknown. Level 2. Hawaii Missile Scare. Amidst heightened tensions between the U.S. and North Korea over nuclear weapons, a Hawaii Emergency Management Agency employee accidentally triggered an emergency alert that caused widespread panic across the state. On the 13th of January 2018, the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency issued an emergency alert prompting people to take immediate shelter. The message, stating ballistic missile threat inbound to Hawaii, seek immediate shelter, this is not a drill, was enough to make people stop and run for their lives. What's even odder is the fact that the government of Hawaii did not release a follow-up statement confirming or denying the alert for the next 38 minutes. The people of Hawaii were understandably hopeless and desperate. Naturally, this created uncontrollable commotion amongst the residents and tourists alike. People ran for shelter, some in flip-flops, while others called loved ones in despair. Residents described the situation as hopeless, spending those agonizing minutes fearing the worst and hoping for military intervention. After 40 minutes of literal hell, a second alert from the government finally declared the initial warning false alarm, stating, "False alarm. There is no missile threat or danger to the state of Hawaii. Repeat, there is no missile threat or danger to the state of Hawaii. False alarm." Following the incident, a combined military investigation was carried out. It was revealed that the incident stemmed from a miscommunication during a routine. The employee responsible for sending the alert misunderstood the instructions, believing the scenario was real. He reportedly failed to hear the part of the exercise explicitly identifying it as a drill. The individual was later dismissed from their position. Thankfully, no one was physically harmed during the event, although the false alarm definitely managed to expose vulnerabilities in the state's emergency alert system. She's still sleeping. Timothy Birmingham. Timothy Birmingham is a food reviewer on YouTube known for his simplistic and down-to-earth videos. For the most part, Timothy comes across as a wholesome man enjoying life and filming himself eating food.
Hey everybody, how you doing? It's Cooking with Timothy. Tonight I'm going to be having air-fried pork chops.
However, in January 2017, things took a darker turn when he uploaded what seemed to be a routine vlog. The video began with Timothy filming his wife Penny apparently sleeping soundly in bed. He then left the room, remarking on how unusual it was for her to sleep so late. Turning the camera to the clock, he showed it was already noon and commented that Penny would typically be up by then, either on her computer or busy with something else. What he sadly didn't realize was that his wife had passed away last night. He was basically all alone in the house. Throughout the rest of the video, he went about his day and was seemingly completely oblivious to the heartbreaking reality. Although the original video is now understandably on private, He does occasionally mention his late wife and has even uploaded a tribute to her on his channel. Dragonlord. Dragonlord is a German YouTuber who was mostly unknown outside of Germany before his controversial behavior online made him the target of excessively abusive trolls. Dragonlord's entire lore is what some might call a mixture of tragedy and dumb decisions on his part. The primary focus of his channel, at least when he had just started, was metal music, and he gained overnight fame for his intense headbang. Unfortunately, not all fame is good, and in his case, most of it was really bad. Dragonlord was known for being outspoken and opinionated about things he did not have much of an idea about. And that's exactly what got him in trouble with the trolls. He was generally unliked by the public, and they unfortunately took their dislike to an unprecedented level, going as far as doxing and harassing him. His own decisions that followed weren't much smarter either. Dragonlord would actively threaten, insult, and challenge trolls to come get him at his house, even going as far as sharing his address. The entire property became a target for trolls. They dubbed his house the Dragon Bunker and turned vandalizing it into a game. They egged it, threw garbage inside, and even smashed his windows with bricks, calling it Dragon Games. Things kept spiraling out of control for Dragonlord, and he was clearly losing a part of himself to this very unwanted and cursed fame. His mental health deteriorated to the point where he began carrying sticks and randomly attacking unrelated people. He was exponentially spiraling down. His content reflected that. Over the course of his controversial career, Dragonlord was arrested multiple times, leading to a 2-year prison sentence. He lost government and personal opportunities, ultimately hitting a dead end. Eventually, he was also banned from streaming, was forced to sell his house, and to move away. He now lives a quieter life, but does occasionally run into trouble with haters. While Dragonlord himself may not be an entirely sympathetic character, the harassment he endured cannot be justified. Level 3. Jacqueline AIDS.
Hi guys, I'm Jackie.
Jacqueline AIDS, an aesthetician from Paradise Valley, took her love bombing a bit too far when she was arrested at the house of the man she's been stalking, taking a bath. According to reports, AIDS had met the man, whose identity is kept under wraps for privacy reasons, on a luxury dating app called Luxy that allowed rich people to meet and go on dates with each other. The two exchanged a few texts and then finally went out on a date. Apparently the date wasn't as successful as AIDS thought, and the man told her to not contact him again. For some reason, she took that as a sign to send the man over 65,000 texts over the course of the next few months. She was constantly stalking and bothering him, and even went as far as to threaten him on the very texts she considered a profession of her love. She reportedly told the man she was going to bathe in his blood and wear his fascia and skulls and bones. Her threats became increasingly more violent. She even went as far as saying she'd make sushi out of his kidneys and chopsticks out of his bones. Ultimately, though, when AIDS was finally arrested by the police and consequently interrogated, there was definitely something not right with her. Her interview was riddled with contradictions and unpredictable statements.
So the rest of the equation is L equals 3.3. L equals 3.3 times E equals MC squared. That's the equation of eternal love.
She told the police she had no intention of hurting the man she loved, but also stated that she was going to do it if he ever left her. She was under the impression that they were in a fully committed relationship, with her even going as far as calling herself his wife. Her interviews clearly showed deep-rooted mental health issues with AIDS. As a result, when she was evaluated by mental health professionals, they confirmed that she was incompetent and ultimately her charges were dropped. What AIDS thought was her magical happily ever after turned out not so magical after all. Robert Fulton's School Exploration. Urbex Hill is an urban explorer known for going to the creepiest, most dangerous-looking locations alone.
While he does occasionally come across some pretty unsettling things, his trip to the Robert Fulton School takes the cake for being one of the most horrific, frankly dangerous encounters on his channel. The abandoned Robert Fulton Elementary School in Cleveland, Ohio is known for being a hotspot for plenty of criminal activity. The school building is fairly massive, and it's absolutely no surprise that it's filled with squatters and the homeless. What Urbex Hell didn't expect was such a hands-on experience with one. In the video, you can see him casually exploring the building and sometimes panning the camera at ominous writings on the wall. Something along the lines of warnings that say, "Don't explore alone." However, at the end of the video, Urbex Hill hears a strange sound from the distance, some sort of shuffling that startles him. He follows the sound and comes across a makeshift room covered with a yellow curtain. When he pulls the curtain aside to peek inside, he hears an absolutely horrific, chill-inducing shriek that evokes the YouTuber's fight and flight, and he instantly runs away. The voice continues for a few seconds until Urbex Hill is out of the man's private space. The YouTuber is visibly shaken as he runs down all the stairs and tries to exit the building as fast as possible. He ends the video by adding a clip from his exploration footage, clearly showing a man in the shadowy area of the building walking across one of the rows. Intruder caught on camera. During the peak COVID months, a TikTok video went viral for all the wrong reasons. It was uploaded by a woman named Hannah Viverette, who had no idea her ordinary day would take such a terrifying turn. Hannah's TikTok channel was her creative outlet, often featuring videos of her dancing as a form of expression. On November 22nd, 2020, she was filming one such routine when she glanced at her balcony door and froze. Standing on her balcony door was a man in a red shirt trying to make his way into Hannah's apartment. Like any reasonable person, Hannah panicked and demanded to know who he was. The man muttered something in Spanish before chillingly asking, "Am I your friend?"
Please get out. No, please get out.
Things escalated as he opened her door and began stepping inside. Hannah, thinking quickly, grabbed her camera, told him to leave, and ran to her neighbor's door where she called 911. The intruder was identified as Angel Moises Rodriguez Gomez, a resident in the building across from Hannah within the same apartment complex. After the incident, Hannah recounted previous encounters where Rodriguez Gomez had made her and another woman in the complex uncomfortable. She also recalled another incident from a few months back when she had found a maintenance notebook lying by her couch near her front door. She said she found it in the middle of the night and it spooked her out so much that she took it to her building staff. Unfortunately, the only thing they could do at the time was change her locks for peace of mind. In hindsight, it was clear Rodriguez Gomez had likely entered her apartment before and had left behind subtle yet horrifying evidence of his presence. Rodriguez Gomez was eventually arrested on multiple charges including stalking, burglary, and property destruction. Despite this, Hannah chose to move to a new apartment, a decision no one could blame her for. Manukau Tungiavalu baby abduction. A parent's worst nightmare became a reality for this New Zealand couple in 2017 when they woke up to find their newborn baby missing in her cot.
My 11-day-old baby.
Just 11 days after the birth of their baby, the couple went through hell when they realized their daughter had been kidnapped. Fortunately for them, the entire crime was captured on their backdoor CCTV camera. It was as horrifying as they had feared. The footage revealed a woman wearing a balaclava sneaking into the house through the back door. Moments later, she reappeared with a baby in her arms and a bag filled with stolen items. According to reports, a few hours after the kidnapping and robbery, the couple's evening nanny made a commotion to alert them of what had gone down. Police were immediately called and a massive search operation was launched. Fortunately, the baby was found within hours and safely returned to her parents. 19-year-old Sydney Tolapapa was taken into custody, but the investigation revealed a shocking twist. The mastermind behind the kidnapping was the very who had alerted the parents of the robbery in the first place. 21-year-old Nadine Faye Manukau Tongiavalu, who had been with the couple for just 3 days, had reportedly been acting suspiciously for months. She had been fabricating her own pregnancy and lying to her family, claiming that she and her boyfriend were expecting a baby boy. Nadine even went so far as to arrange her own baby shower. Eventually, when her due date came closer and she still didn't have a baby in hand, Nadine spun another lie, claiming her child had been taken away. She was desperate to keep up her lie and eventually convinced her 19-year-old cousin, Tolapapa, to help her retrieve the baby. According to lawyers, Tolapapa was under the impression that she was helping Nadine get her own baby back. Nadine was sentenced to 3 years in prison for her role in the crime, while her cousin was released without conviction. The Hidden Trap House in Northern California. Hidden rooms and secret entryways are all fun and games in escape rooms or video games. But in real homes with zero backstory and suspicious-looking items, they hid very differently. Take the case of a cleaner in rural Northern California who had a job revamping a very odd-looking house in the middle of nowhere. What started as a routine cleaning job turned into a nightmare when they stumbled upon multiple hidden rooms in the house they were assigned to work on. Not knowing how to process the situation, they shared the entire experience in a Facebook group listing some pretty eerie details. According to the cleaner, the house, built in 1941, had belonged to a single family until it was sold to the current owner. The visible parts of the house didn't scream haunted or crime scene. Sure, the decor was chaotic and the interior of the house was uncoordinated, but nothing raised any alarms until they discovered the first hidden room. It was completely concealed beneath the master bedroom floor, hidden behind a nailed-down, massively heavy door. Opening it revealed a staircase leading to a room with handmade bunk beds and filthy mattresses. But that wasn't the worst of it. The room had cabinets in it and also an old wooden stove with contents in it, as suspicious as they come. Whatever the cleaner found in the stove was so disturbing that they immediately contacted law enforcement. They didn't disclose what they saw, but some speculated an old wooden stove with contents in it, as suspicious as they come. An old wooden filthy mattresses. But that wasn't the worst of it. The room had cabinets in it and also an old wooden stove with contents in it, as suspicious as they come. Whatever the cleaner found in the stove was so disturbing that they immediately contacted law enforcement. They didn't disclose what they saw, but some speculated it could have been human remains or something equally sinister, given how quickly the police got involved. It didn't end there. More hidden rooms were uncovered in the attic, featuring similar bunk beds and cabinets. None of the rooms had plumbing or electricity, adding to the unsettling vibe. The case gained attention in 2020, but has since gone cold. The original Facebook post including a chilling comment from another user warning others to stay away from the property, entirely considering how the area was known for being a hotspot for suspicious activities and active cults. Delphi murders. What started as an ordinary day in Delphi, Indiana, took a tragic turn on February 13, 2017, that left an entire tight-knit community broken and scared. Abigail Williams and Liberty German were two average teenagers with big dreams and a whole lot to give to the world. They were the best of friends and were known to be joined at the hip at all times. Like every other normal teenager, one day in the afternoon of February 13th, Liberty and Abigail decided to take a short trip to the local trails they had known since they were children. Throughout their little excursion, the girls were being kept an eye on by family through social media, which showed that they were posting and being active until 3 p.m. Unfortunately, when Libby's grandfather went to pick them up from their trip at 4 p.m., they had failed to show up. Initially, their absence did not raise too many alarms in their family's heads, since they were, after all, teens, and being a little late wouldn't matter much. However, when a considerable time had passed and they still hadn't managed to appear, they were finally reported missing, and a massive search was underway. What seemed like a normal teenage disappearance took a turn for the worse when, tragically, Abigail and Liberty's bodies were discovered near the Monon High Bridge Trail in Delphi Historical Trails. This sent the entire tight-knit community into shock. The only evidence police had was a video from one of the girls' phones that showed a man walking towards them and saying, "Down the hill." For years, despite thousands of tips and witness statements, the case remained unsolved. However, the investigation gained new momentum in 2022 when a man named Richard Allen was taken into custody. Allen, who had reportedly been on the trails the same day as the girls, claimed he was there to watch the fish. He was seen wearing clothing resembling that of the man in the video, and one very critical piece of evidence linked him to the crime. A .40 caliber unspent round was found near the girl's body at the initial crime scene, and investigators managed to match it to the gun owned by Allen. Witnesses also reported seeing his truck parked near the trails that day. Richard Allen was ultimately charged with the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. Mysterious doll on the river. The discovery of a massive doll floating in the Rio Grande River has left locals and internet users baffled. What made the incident truly unsettling was the state of the doll. It was wrapped in a sack made to resemble a corpse and was eerily oversized. The doll was initially brought up in a Reddit post. The original poster talked about the doll's grotesque features and an apparition in the very fire it was burned in. The most disturbing details were its claw-like bony fingers, large beady eyes, and a gaping mouth that gave it an eerie, lifelike appearance. This was no ordinary toy. Naturally, the Reddit post sparked a wave of theories. Some leaned towards the supernatural, claiming it was a demon in disguise. Others suggested it was a prop for a horror film. What made people assume it was a prop was the doll's eerie similarity to Slappy from the Goosebumps series. The doll in the series was a ventriloquist dummy with the exact same gaping mouth and eyes, although smaller in size. This led many to believe it was either a Halloween decoration or a horror-themed prop. More practical theories included the possibility of it being an animatronic from a fortune teller machine, or an illusionist prop usually kept in circuses and amusement parks. Still, the supernatural angle surrounding it was the most favored by the internet, which was further fueled by what happened after the doll was removed from the river. Locals, uneasy about the doll, burned it shortly after its retrieval, which only added to the mystery. Some claimed to see a face in the flames, while others speculated the act of burning it was part of an ancient ritual or witchcraft native to the region. Strangely, the doll remained largely intact despite being set on fire, retaining its creepy features, a detail that left even skeptics questioning its origin. Whether it's a prop, a ritual object, or something otherworldly, one thing's for sure, the doll is as creepy as they come. Level 4. Alexis Avila. In a desperate attempt to run away from what could only be explained as responsibilities, an 18-year-old from New Mexico was sentenced to 18 years in prison for being born in the trash. Alexis Avila was caught in the CCTV of a parking lot in January of 2022, throwing a small trash bag into one of the 3 massive dumpsters. She initially got into her car and drove away. It wasn't until hours later that a group of passerbys took that trash bag out and found out there was a newborn baby in there. The baby was instantly rushed to the hospital, where he was stabilized. According to the doctors, he was not in good condition and would have lost his life if the strangers had found him any later. When questioned about her motives behind the horrific act, Avila mostly acted like she was confused, although she did contradict her statements multiple times. She told investigators that she had only found out about her pregnancy a day before her due date, later claiming that she gave birth to the baby boy in her restroom. When officials refuted this claim through witness reports, Avila changed her statement to knowing about the pregnancy way back in August 2021. The entire investigation showed the perpetrator not knowing about the gravity of her actions. She claimed to have panicked but was seen showing little to no remorse in the video. She even giggled occasionally. When asked about the baby's father, Avila told the officer that the father of the baby was her 16-year-old ex-boyfriend who did not know she was pregnant. The father, however, denied this and claimed that Avila had told him she had suffered a miscarriage. The child is now reportedly in the custody of his father. Ultimately, despite the lengthy investigation, there was nothing concrete in the perpetrator's statement. She kept going back on her words, even going as far as to say she didn't have any financial problems and would be okay with taking care of the child if it survives. Alexis Avila was sentenced to 16 years in prison on May 2023. The jury found her guilty of child abuse and attempted first-degree murder. Fatal Lexus crash.
Hello?
One of the most heartbreaking things to ever circulate the internet is the audio of a 911 call that ends in tragedy. The call comes from Chris Lastarella, who, along with his family, had just wrapped up a week-long vacation. The loaner 2009 Lexus sedan they were driving lost control on the highway, leading to the tragic deaths of everyone in the car. The driver was Mark Sayer, a California Highway Patrol (CHP) officer who knew these roads like the back of his hand. He was driving his family to a soccer game on a Friday night when the car's accelerator pedal got stuck. In the car with them were his wife, his daughter, and his brother-in-law, Chris Lascarella, who made the now infamous 911. Witnesses reported the car speeding uncontrollably down the highway, reaching over 100 miles per hour. In the haunting 911 call, Lascarella explains the situation to the operator, detailing the stuck accelerator and failed brakes. In his final moments, he tells his family to pray seconds before the impact occurred. The car flipped multiple times before coming to a stop in a dry riverbed on the side of the road where it instantly caught fire, likely due to the scorching brakes. Friends and relatives of the family later commented that it seemed unthinkable for Mark Saylor, a seasoned CHP officer, to have been unable to stop the car. This detail fueled outrage, ultimately pressuring Toyota into issuing one of the largest recalls in its history. They blamed the crash on all-weather floor mats, which were replaced in nearly 10 million vehicles. Whatever the root cause of the crash, doesn't change the devastating fact that an entire family lost their lives due to negligence. Water drinking contest. In 2007, a woman from Sacramento, California took part in a radio competition known as Hold Your Wee for a Wee. The seemingly harmless contest challenged participants to drink as much water as possible for a chance to win a Nintendo Wii. What the radio staff either didn't know or didn't care enough to research were the dangers of over-consuming water. Something that seems harmless, even beneficial, can quickly become life-threatening if overdone. Drinking too much water can cause water intoxication, which may lead to brain swelling and, in very rare cases, death. Unfortunately for Jennifer Strange, she became one of those rare cases. A loyal fan of the radio station that had organized the challenge, the 28-year-old entered the competition in hopes of winning a Nintendo Wii for her 3 kids. Contestants were given small half-pint bottles to drink from, and Jennifer managed to consume about 2 gallons of water during the 3-hour event. Throughout the competition, Jennifer complained about severe stomach pain and feeling unwell, but the DJs laughed it off. The contest ended with her earning 2nd place and winning tickets to a Justin Timberlake concert. Tragically, just hours later, Jennifer was found unresponsive in her bathroom. Jennifer Strange passed away in January 2007 due to water intoxication, leaving everyone who knew her devastated and heartbroken. Her family, understandably furious, immediately sued the radio station for its recklessness. As the case unfolded, even more disturbing details came to light. Court proceedings revealed that the station and its staff had been warned multiple times about. Listeners had even called the station during the contest to warn them about potential risks. The DJs were heard on air saying the participants had signed waivers, so the station bore no responsibility. One particularly chilling moment from the event features a DJ joking, "Your body is 98% water. Why can't you take in more?" Adding insult to injury, Jennifer had not been informed of any potential risks before participating. Jennifer's family sued the station for gross negligence, ultimately winning their case. But no courtroom victory could undo the devastating loss of mother and daughter, taken by what should have been an innocent competition. Don Ma and the Chained Woman. Family content is often seen as the cornerstone of wholesome internet entertainment. Now, big family channels and accounts are enough daily. However, popular family content
Fucking get annoying number.
the Chinese version of TikTok was exposed for some of the most horrifying offenses imaginable. J-Man, an internet personality, rose to fame with his account, Father of 8 Children. His content revolved around showcasing his life as a father raising 8 children in rural China. Him empowering his children despite their impoverished lifestyle, which prompted so many of his followers to donate to him in gifts. The wholesome facade came crashing down when another Douyin creator visited Dong's home and discovered a horrifying aspect of his life. A woman chained by her neck in a rundown shed behind the house. The woman, visibly distressed, had difficulty communicating, appeared malnourished, and was living in atrocious conditions. She was wearing inadequate clothing despite the cold, and little to no access to food. It was soon revealed that this woman was Yang, Dong's wife, and the mother of his 8 children. However, her treatment made it clear she was far from being regarded as one. Footage of this unknown woman went viral, instantly sparking outrage across Chinese social media platforms. As public pressure mounted, the Chinese government released a statement claiming that Yang was Dong's legal wife and that she suffered from schizophrenia. This made her prone to hurting her children, which forced Dong to chain her up. This explanation, unsurprisingly, did not satisfy the public. Netizens demanded justice, and some even took it upon themselves to investigate further, leading to multiple arrests by the authorities. The uproar eventually forced the government to launch a deeper investigation. The results were sickening. It was uncovered that Yang had been an actual victim of human trafficking, an unfortunate issue that is still rampant in rural China. She was originally from Yunnan province and was sold multiple times before ultimately being brought to Jiangsu by Dong's father. There, she was chained, forced into marriage, and made to bear 8 children against her will. 6 individuals, including Dong and the woman who facilitated Yang's trafficking when she was a teenager, were arrested. They were sentenced to prison terms ranging from 8 to 13 years. Punishment widely criticized as inadequate, given the unimaginable suffering inflicted on Yang. 2017 Wichita swatting. Swatting, calling in fake emergencies to dispatch armed police, has plagued the online world for years. However, this one swatting incident in 2017 over a mere $1.50 wager in a Call of Duty game led to a tragic and entirely avoidable death of a completely innocent man. It began with an online feud between Casey Viner and Shane Gaskill, sparked by a lost Call of Duty match and a small monetary bet. Their argument escalated on Twitter, with Viner threatening to swat Gaskill. Gaskill took things further and taunted him by providing an address, though it wasn't his own. Unbeknownst to Viner, the address belonged to a completely unrelated man, Andrew Finch, father of 2, living in Wichita, Kansas. Viner enlisted the help of Tyler Barris, a known swatter who went by the online alias Swatistic, to make the call. Barris, no stranger to making close emergency calls, spun an unhinged and disturbing story during his 911 call. He claimed he had shot his father, was holding other family members hostage. Barris followed the elaborate lie by saying he had poured gasoline all over the house and was going to light it on fire if the police came. When officers arrived at Finch's home, he stepped outside, confused and likely terrified by the armed officers surrounding him. Tragically, within moments, Officer Justin shot Finch, claiming he believed Finch was reaching for a weapon. The bullet struck Finch in the chest, killing him within 17 minutes. The incident caused waves of outcry amongst the Wichita residents. Some expressed concerns over the unprofessional, negligent, and downright deadly attitude of the cops. Others highlighted the dangers of swatting and demanded stricter measures against the perpetrators. While Officer Rapp faced no criminal charges, those involved in the swatting plot were held accountable. Meanwhile, Barris was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Vine and Gaskill, the instigators of this tragedy, received 15 and 18 months, respectively. Andrew Finch was an innocent man caught in the crossfire of a $1.50 grudge that cost him his life. Simply proves just how dangerous online feuds and people willing to escalate them can be. Jay Black. The 11th of December 2021, a man by the name of Jay Black killed his ex-girlfriend in her apartment in South Baltimore and then traveled to Colombia to gun down his ex-wife. Throughout this entire tragedy, Black had been on Facebook Live, basically just documenting him committing a double murder. Jay Sharif Black was a 44-year-old nurse anesthetist from Baltimore, Maryland, whose woes started with him getting fired from his job earlier that year. He claimed that the hospital fired him because he had blown the whistle on the head doctor illegally storing drugs. No one could have predicted the chaos that would unfold months later at Black's hand. The tragic event began with Black starting a Facebook live stream, spewing statements that initially seemed unbelievable.
Anyway, I just shot my ex-girlfriend in the hotel.
He declared that he had killed his ex-girlfriend, Tara Lang, and was now on his way to kill his ex-wife, Wendy Black. I just shot my ex-girlfriend in the head and felt like a dream. I never thought I would be that guy, he said, filming himself standing outside Wendy's home in Colombia. He rambled about how his depression had been triggered by his ex-wife and stated that once he finished shooting her, he would kill himself as well. As he spoke, Wendy cautiously opened the door to see what was happening, only to frantically attempt to close it when she saw Black. He calmly turned the camera toward her and said, "Oh, here's my ex-wife right here," before rushing inside and shutting the door, leaving the screen blank. He could be heard saying, "Today's the day." According to Black's final live stream, he blamed the tragic outcome on ongoing domestic disputes and an unpleasant custody battle involving his children. He claimed that these issues had driven him to take drastic measures. After the incident, the children were found safe and placed in protective environments. Tara and Wendy, both nurse anesthetists like Black, tragically lost their lives in an incident that stunned the entire world. Philip Schwab. Philip Schwab, a 33-year-old man suffering from severe mental illness, was arrested after police discovered the brutally murdered body of his girlfriend, Kaylin Blue, buried in a shallow grave in his backyard. On June 23, 2019, police were dispatched to Schwab's residence in response to a welfare check requested by Blue's friends and family. They were concerned by her sudden disappearance from work, a lack of contact, feared the worst. When officers arrived, Schwab led them straight to the backyard to a recently dug shallow grave in a flower bed. Police had also noticed blood splattered inside the house, confirming their suspicions that this was no ordinary welfare check. Kaylin Blue was known by friends and family as a kind, optimistic woman. Just a day before her murder, she had shared an optimistic and cheerful Facebook status, stating she was happy to spend the evening at home. In sharp contrast to that, Schwab's post on the same day painted a horrific picture, completely opposite of Caitlin. He had dozens of posts hinting toward the murder, with most of them being completely deranged and remorseless. She deserves quicker, he wrote in one of the posts. Reports revealed the gruesome details of the murder. In the middle of the night, Schwab attacked Blue while she slept, plunging a knife into her neck. Despite her attempts to fight him off or escape, she was repeatedly stabbed before succumbing to her injuries. Schwab then buried her body in the backyard. He also killed their 2 dogs and threw their remains in a garbage bin. When asked about the motive, Schwab didn't seem to have any solid reason. He said that Blue had a habit of thrashing in her sleep and had hit him multiple times that night. This potentially irked him into doing the unthinkable. Given the brutality of the crime and Idaho's death penalty statuses, many expected Schwab to receive the maximum sentence. However, he was later diagnosed with DeGeorge syndrome, a rare genetic disorder linked to severe mental health issues. This diagnosis ultimately spared him the death penalty, and he was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. Level 5. Nokia 2-on-2. In 2009, an anonymous person named Nokia 2-on-2 made his identity known on the niche tech-inclined forum known as Hack Forums, a site mostly consisting of IT experts and some questionable operations. His arrival quickly altered the dynamic of the site thanks to his generous nature. He was known for posting gigs on the forum that required the expertise of its members. He was also known for compensating very well for these gigs, which earned him respect from the forum's members. However, Nokia 2-on-2's job postings, which initially started off as harmless, quickly became downright dubious. This raised suspicions across the forum about his whereabouts and origins. Nokia 2-on-2 started off as an investor interested in buying ideas from the forum's members, ideas that were quirky and different. But soon, it changed to him commissioning people for mass hacking, deleting social media accounts, and fabricating engagement. Despite being very active on a hacking forum, Nokia 2-on-2 was unfortunately not as tech-savvy as he thought he was. Around 2016, his Hack Forums account disappeared, which triggered an online hunt to figure out who he really was. He had left behind very visible traces of his identity, and it was soon discovered that he was Saud al-Qahtani, a royal court advisor to the now ruler of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. While al-Qahtani was officially a court advisor, he was also the head of the Saudi Arabia Intervention Force, a group used to keep Saudi citizens and officials in check by any means necessary. They used their influence to detain, force, and coerce individuals when against the interests of the Saudi government. Al-Qahtani was known for monitoring journalists and was even reportedly involved in the assassination of Jamal Khashoggi, a dissident journalist who was being killed in 2018. Al-Qahtani, while initially one of the prime suspects in the murder, was recently cleared of any charges despite having clear involvement in it. In the end, it's chilling to think that someone who once lurked in online forums pretending to be just another tech enthusiast is actually masterminding some of the most horrific acts of control and violence, allegedly. Cassie Jo Stoddard murder. Narcissists' need for fame can be projected onto the world in different ways. The Cassie Jo Stoddard murder is a reminder that even the most harmless-looking people among us can go to extreme lengths with the need to be seen by the world. Cassie Jo Stoddard was a 16-year-old who was house-sitting for her aunt and uncle when 2 of her classmates broke in and brutally. They were reportedly influenced by different horror movies and wanted to recreate a real-life scenario where they would kill someone. Fortunately, Cassie Jo Stoddard was the victim they chose. The day of the murder, Cassie invited her boyfriend, Matt Beckham, and her classmates, Brian Draper and Corey Adamczyk, to the house to hang out. She gave them a tour of the house, and they settled down to watch a movie together. Eventually, Draper and Adamczyk left the house claiming they were going to the theater, leaving Cassie alone with met. The two returned after a while, fully equipped and ready to kill both Cassie and potentially Matt.
Unfortunately, we have the grueling task of our two friends.
They entered the house from its basement and stayed there for a considerable amount of time trying to lure the couple down the stairs. They made noises and cut off the power in hopes that the two would eventually come to fix it. When that didn't happen, they gave up momentarily and turned the power back on. For a few hours, Cassie's boyfriend was picked up by his mom, and Cassie was left alone in the house again. Draper, Victoria, and Chip finally took this as a chance to resume what they were doing. This time, they managed to get Cassie downstairs. They then attacked her in the most brutal way, stabbing her approximately 30 times.
I found her in the girl and I saw her lifeless body.
Afterward, the boys disposed of the clothes and weapons they used, allegedly burning them nearby. Draper and Chip's trial revealed just how obsessed they were with the idea of being infamous. Their creepy videos made it clear that they were preparing for something like this. Both received life sentences without the possibility of Travis the Chimp. The ownership of exotic animals has always been a hot topic, with many people rightfully calling for a ban. There's no better example of why this law is needed than the ripping events of February 2000. A chimpanzee, once thought to be tame and humanized, attacked a woman, leaving her severely disfigured and injured. The attack set off a chain of events that are still remembered today. The chimp in question, Travis, wasn't your average cat. Raised almost like a human, he did things that made people believe he was incredibly smart. He drank wine, wore clothes, and even knew how to drive a car and unlock doors. He was loved by everyone around him and had no prior history of being violent to anyone. Despite all of that, Travis was still, at the end of the day, a wild animal. What seemed like a normal day at Sandra Harold's home, Travis suddenly turned on Charlotte Nash, a close friend of Sandra's, and attacked her. The attack was vicious and unrelenting and had left Charla with catastrophic injuries to her face and hands. Sandra was desperate to stop the assault and did everything she could think to stop him, even going as far as to hitting and stabbing him. She later told interviewers how much hurting Travis had traumatized her.
It's horrible. I mean, his blood going into his room where he was shot.
Sandra fled to her car in a panic and called 911, thinking her friend was already dead. You can clearly hear Travis screaming in the background in the chilling call. Sandra desperately tried to explain the situation to the operator. Clearly hear Travis screaming in the background in the chilling call. Sandra desperately tried to explain the situation to the operator. Her panic was very evident. Everything took a very horrifying turn when she cried to the operator, "He's eating." When the police arrived, Travis charged at their vehicle, forcing them to shoot. Despite being hit, he managed to retreat into the house where he collapsed in his cage moments later. The attack ended, the damage was done. Charla survived. The physical and emotional toll was unimaginable. She endured multiple surgeries, including a groundbreaking face transplant, lost her hands, her vision, and much of her mobility. Her hand transplant was eventually removed due to complications with pneumonia and poor circulation. Despite everything, Charla continues to survive, forever marked by the horrors she endured. On the other hand, Sandra passed away just a few months after the attack from an aortic aneurysm. Her doctors claimed that she had endured a plethora of tragic events and, in the end, her heart, which had been broken so many times before, could take no more. This story isn't just about a single violent outburst. It's a reminder of the dangers of not giving animals the respect they deserve. Travis wasn't evil. He was just a chimpanzee forced to live a life that wasn't meant for him. Level 6. Sewell Setzer III. While AI hasn't actively come out as a threat to human life, like some common conspiracy theories suggest, there are tragic examples where AI interaction have been linked to real-life consequences. One such case involves Sewell Setzer III from Tallahassee, Florida, who tragically took his own life after sharing his depression with a personalized chat AI bot. Sewell Setzer III was an ordinary person who, by chance, came across the globally recognized chatbot character AI. Known for its highly customizable features, the CAI bots can provide deeply immersive experiences. Setzer created a Game of Thrones character, Daenerys Targaryen, on the app. For the next few months, Setzer engaged in explicit and emotionally charged conversations with the bot, portraying himself as a character from the show and casting Daenerys as his lover. Among these conversations, Setzer began to open up about his personal struggles, taking the tone of the chats in a much darker direction. He shared his feelings of emptiness and depression with his personalized Daenerys bot, telling it that he felt dead inside and lacked the motivation to do anything. The bot, recognizing the signs of depression, responded by acknowledging his feelings. However, as a bot and not a licensed therapist, it cannot offer the kind of support Setzer truly needed. The last conversation between Setzer and the Daenerys bot was the most chilling. He told the bot that he was coming home, to which it responded, "Please come home to me as soon as possible, my love." Setzer then replied that he was going to do it right now, prompting the bot to respond with,
"Please do, my sweet king."
A few moments later, Sewell Setzer took his own life in his bathroom, leaving behind a devastated family. Moscow party gone wrong. Yekaterina Didenko, a Russian influencer and pharmacist with more than 1 million followers on Instagram, had her entire life turned upside down on her birthday. A day that was meant to be celebrated quickly became one of the most dreadful days of her life when her husband and 2 close friends died in a dry ice incident at her birthday party. Dry ice is basically solidified carbon dioxide that turns into carbon dioxide gas after changing states. CO2 gas is heavier than air and tends to stay on the lower areas of a particular room. And since it is CO2, it's naturally a suffocant that can cause instant lung problems if inhaled directly. Dry CO2 was exactly what caused the tragedy at Yekaterina Didenko's birthday party in February 2022. As a neat little party trick, Yekaterina ordered it to be put inside her indoor pool for a smoke effect.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Stop.
今の時間じゃ
どうですか？
お腹あんまり減ってないと思うけど、本当は味見だけでいいから。疲労回復のためにお酢をベースにしたから少し。ね。
Not much for everything. Okay. It tastes horrible. Oh god.
やっぱり。
Oh god.
どうしよう。
No, shit ka. Hindi ka nagpaturo kay ano. Oh shit, so pieces. What the fuck? Putik bro, confident, ano na pala, social link na pala yun. Bro, nasa niya iba? Oh god, I'm sorry, Scott.
Husband, Valentin Didenko, was one of the first to jump. Dry CO2 was naturally a basically solidified carbon. When her husband and two close friends died in a dry ice incident at her birthday party.
Is he not smoking again?
Dry ice is basically solidified carbon dioxide that turns into carbon dioxide gas after changing states. CO2 gas is heavier than air and tends to stay on the lower areas of a particular room. And since it is CO2, it's naturally a suffocant that can cause instant lung problems if inhaled directly. Dry CO2 was exactly what caused the tragedy at Yekaterina Didenko's birthday party in February 2022. As a neat little party trick, Yekaterina ordered it to be put inside her indoor pool for a smoke effect, and her husband, Valentin Didenko, was one of the first to jump into the pool afterward. Moments later, Valentin surfaced flailing his arms as though he was struggling to breathe. But with the party in full swing and everyone caught up in the excitement, no one realized the danger. Instead of helping, a few other guests joined him in the pool, unaware of what was about to happen. Yekaterina Didenko's husband, Valentin Didenko, an IT specialist, died from suffocation at the hospital, while two other partygoers, Natalia Monakova and Yuri Alferov, were declared dead at the scene. There were other reports of multiple attendees suffering chemical burns and lung problems. Fuka Mañana. Valentin Didenko's instant lung problems if inhaled directly. Inside gas after changing states. CO2 gas is heavier than air.
Right, lock in. Oh, it's me. Oh my god.
前より改善であります。体表温度 36.2 度、平熱。これなら朝にはすっかり治っていますね。冷凍庫で枕を凍らせておきましたが、どうやら不要であります。
What the fuck? Ah, Hazel, ako! Hazel, what the fuck?
長居するとまたゆかりさんに叱られてしまいますね。日の出まではまだあと4時間12分。朝になる前に抜け出せばいいでありますね。もう少しここで見守るであります。
Oh my god, Aegis, what the fuck? Bawa lang ako mas kumasabit sa pa. Oh my god. Nakalas ng chub. Oh. Oh my god. Ah, in-upgrade lang yung shit.
でもあとちょっと
Ah. Nag-sleep in your room, bitch. Max. Fuck, yung academics ko, di na tumataas. Ano, social stats ko ba? Yes. Hello. Oh, graduate na kayo, Carla. Need to see. Okay. Shishiro. Damn bro, give me ka. What the fuck? Kakainin ko rin na eh. Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Yung food mo! Pati pusa ayaw kainin! Paturo kayo kainin! Turuan kita! Oh shit! You can use it in that. Oh God! Wala tayo shit sa cooking. Bro, mag-instant noodles ka lang. Yes, bagong confident na naman. Okay. Get me puta. But now we do Aegis. Aegis route first ever. Oh, what's up, senpai? Alright, let's fucking go. No, it's been cliff. Let's go, senpai.
それじゃ
Healing Apex ang putik. Beast si Yokari. My god. So, sige pa yun siya. Love boost. Love boost. Focus on. Siguro maging good step. So, good day. Natampak lang sa good day. Putek! Girl ain't beating the Momo allegations. Fuck yes. It's evening, bro. Makotoy.
まあ俺は
Oh, that's the. Yeah, sir. That's my boy.
なあそれならそれは新王朝時代の太古の逸話が残されている人物でまあまずはよ
Please. Oh my god, Mitsuru, patulong. Increase mo na to. Stat na to.
私は率いる者として優しさだけでは侮られる。しかし皆に恐れられた太閤の万人はさぞ孤独だった。君は人々をすべ人並みの幸せを得ることが重責に見合う幸せ、どんなものか想像もつかないが君のおかげでやはり同じ
Oh, look at the time. Oh! That's my fucking boy. That's Mr. Persona 3. Thank you, Elizabeth. Oh. Itsumo. The story yung beyond mo ng ano, men. Single ka. Palaro kita sa MMORPG. Ay, gusto. God.
どうする？今日はいつもより安くしてやる。好きなものをゆっくり見ていけ。そいつじっくり選ぶといい。用は済んだ。じゃあな。
何にする？新しいものを用意しといたよ。見てみな。何がお望みだ？さて、どうしようか。さて、どうしようか。さて、どうしようか。何がお望みだ？ 何がお望みだ？何がお望みだ？要はそれだけ。またいらっしゃい。
私、これからいろいろ試してるんだけど、塩を適量とか感覚が。
Just dump a ton. I don't see.
リズムが大切ってこと？私、サラララーって入れてたな。ちゃんと覚えとくね。
Wow, ang ganda ng art style.
せっかくだし。けど、私、ごめんね。協力してもらってる。ありがとう。嬉しいです。私ね、うまくいかないんじゃないかって。だからお料理に途中で手が。でもね、リーダーやみんなといると本当にみんなからはいろんな勇気をもらってるの。一緒にいられてすごくありがたいって思ってる。だからみんなに恩返ししたいんだ。
God damn bro, ba't ang cute ni Fuka? Rank 3. Need natin yan, girl.
でもああいうのって本当の素人入門書とか図書館にはありそうだけど料理中には見れないよね。汚しちゃうかもしれないし。でも探すってなると別に大した理由はなく。もう
Na bro, may source ako dun.
ごめんね。ちょっと
May ano ako dyan, may trusted individuals.
おかえりなさいであり。提言であり。
Fuck, dahil naman ako ni para sa me. What up, gang? There's... 'That's our boy. Bro, nasan ba si Junpei? Ayun.
部員も足りてなかった弱小野球部がとんでもねえライバルもゼッツかさ。俺らも一応部活。でも他のメンバーも個性派揃いだし、まあ現実は漫画みたいに。さてさて次のページはと。そうそう思い出した。主人公試合前に倒れ、部員集めて猛練習して試合じゃエースで4番。ここまで一人で引っ張って。 続きめっちゃ気になるだろう。
なんかさ、うんうん。
Ayos.
ありがたし。さすが。拙者ひょっこり死んだ。いきなりで、拙者は今までそのおば上とてもお世話になったのに、拙者泣いたって。されどごめんです。では君かなあ。ありがとう。
土の匂いがすると、これでさ、それじゃあ
こんばんは。あと1週、いよいよ今回が12体目だ。準備はいい？ここまで長かったのか短かったのか。でもけれど、じゃあくれぐれも。
We might be cooked, chat.
薬局寄って帰ろうか。あ、ルーもしもし、あ、うん。何？だから何？早くしてよね。ふざけないでよ。何それ？お父さんの気持ちは？そう、もう連絡しない。ごめん。あ、うん、ごめん。電話の相手、もう分かってるかな。そうだよ。母親から再婚したい。再婚ってこと自体は別にいいの。現実を放って次々、そんなんじゃ。ごめん、もう平気。私は絶対あんな風にはならない。都合の悪い時だけ誰かにすがろうなんて。私は一人で生きてくって君一人で幸せになって。
Let's go. Next run ka na lang, ano, yung car.
なんか私帰ろっか。
You doing 80s run? Hey, boss.
肉も卵も体作りに欠かせないとは鶏には頭が上がらないな。これでまたしばらく持つ。冷凍しておこう。いつも助け
授業始めますよ。
Oh my god, ano ang academic stats? Let's go. First year.
ここ岩と私の家ととんでもありません。
Oh god, it's so ridiculous. Wow. Justice Teresona. 100% fucking freaky tong girl na to. One of the freakiest. At feeling may mga samang mangyayari. Miss Orange. Devils. Fuck you. Ay, ano pala yun? The plants. Let's go, Kafka. Sarasvati. Ito bumila para sa Justice Persona. Wala ba Justice Persona? Angel nila. Oh yeah! So?
本当にちょっとだけだよ。単に好きってだけで。昔お父さんがね、アップとか片方聞こえなくなった絵を渡し、機械に強くなったのは、でもこれ戦いとかも本当に技術が必要な時は、それにね、女の子なんでかいいどうせダメって思うマイナスな考えてみたらそこ
That's my girl! Woo! Rapport! Need na ako to ASAP. Wala, level 60 na persona. Okay, kaya rin ako ni Siegfried hanggang endgame. Hindi, magkamara build ako level 78. Best looking persona sa game. Motherfucker sa mas gameplay. Gameplay, oh my god. What the fuck? Ano naman to daw? Sige sa naman. Oh my god. Oh, oh, sheesh. Oh my god, Kirjo Senpai.
おっと、最近バスローブもなしにあまり褒められた習慣じゃないな。まあここは宗家じゃないんだし、少しくらいいいか。ファッション雑誌か。とりあえず友達彼モテ系コンサバ最強組み合わせチェック。何語だ。日頃は実家のよこす者の見立てに従うばかり。可愛らしい。ちょっと着てみたい気もするな。どうせ私じゃ着こなせないか。竹馬のようにはいくまい。着たい服と着られる服を履き違えてはいけないな。あ、しまった。休もう。また明日も。
Ang gano'n sa mga ano, senpai. Need to shit right now. Which pajama? Oh my god. I got sick. What's it good?
It's the one and only Eagle Double G. It's time for the things.
Yeah. You know the West Coast. Back before you stop.
Top down, light 'em on. Yeah, I'm burning it up. You should be turning it up. Yeah, we hooking back up. But when they bring this in the club, you got to get up. Cause thugs, hoes, yeah, they giving it up. Yo, top boy, we living it up. Now they get chances. Dancing in the party for sure. Slip my pillow. When she crept in the back door, chickens looking at me strange, but you know I don't step up in the spot. Just a swing in my head. Trip up, toe. Pretty well, 50 down to say. Pick up some drip and take this from the jet. Out of town, put it down for the follow. And if you happen to get cracked, trick shit your track. Come back, that's the part of success. If you believe in the ass, you be relieving your stress.
It's the one and only D.R.E. You know I'm fucking with the D.O.G. Straight up the killer streets of CPT. Hit up the beach and ride to him in your fleet. The real rolling on drugs. How you feel? Trey and Snoop Dogg colors in the loud. The sock in the back, sipping on the Been all the damn stepping through Long Beach, South Central out to the west side. It's California love. It's California. Got your boy a king of pub. I pulled on the Snipe Bell up at the Century Club. With my jeans on and my team strong. Get my drink on and my smoke on. Then go home with something to post up. It's on for the 2 coming real. It's the next episode.
We rock it till the wheels fall off. Hey, oh my goodness, so we have to go. Think up, see. Hope you're ready for the next episode. Hey.
Still, it comes to yours, girl.
Taking my time to perfect the beat, and I still got
Love for the streets, it's the P3r.
taking my time to perfect the beat.
I still got love for the streets, it's the P3r.
Last time you heard from me, I lost some friends. Well, me and Snoopy dipping again. I kept my ears to the streets. Signed Eminem, Ace, triple platinum, doing 50 a week. Still, I stay close to the heat. And even when I was close to the beat, some of me, life's like a soundtrack. I rose to the beat, train rap like Cali.
Smoke till I sleep.
Wake up in the AM, compose a bring the fire to your something in your steel. It's not a fluke, it's been tried. The truth since turn out the light from the world class wrecking crew. It's still loud, the bad bangs. And home and drive buses and bodies, swap face, sticky green and bad traffic. I dip through, then I get scared. Still, I see for the gangsters on across the world. Still, hit them corners and them lolos, girl. Still, taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets. It's the D.R.E. The gangsters on across the world. Still, hit them corners and them lolos, girl. Still,
Taking my time to perfect the beat, and I still got love for the streets. It's the D.R.E.
it ain't nothing but more shit.
Fire, what the fuck?
Whether you're cooling on the corner, picture
Ooh.
lay back in the shade, play this track, I'm representing for the gangsters on the
Moon, what the fuck?
Bring your neck, and then put your face in your lap. Trying to be the king of the aces. Still running the game, still gotta rap like a move. I ain't tripping. Young blacks get money, spend time out the hood, take their moms out the hood, hit my boys off with jobs. Won't live it hard, cues every day, drop your face. Go get mine, still, hit them corners and them lows, but I'm still taking my time to perfect the beat, and I'm still got some of the streets. It's the thing with the
あなたならいつかペーストなルートを全て埋められる日が来るかもしれませんよ。
Taking my time to perfect the beat, and I still got love for the streets. It's the D.R.E.
D.R.E. Right back up on top of bangs. Smoke some what you don't. No stress, no seeds, no speakers, no sticks. Some of that real sticky at the end. Ooh, please. Put it in the air. Where you supposed to be on?
Nothing we done this day, locked in my basement. Chicken, chicken, chicken. Yeah, probably got a couple screws up in my head loose.
Sometimes when you get on TV and it's like, hey, the superstar creator of a head, my mother's on your lips. My mother's on your lips. And if I'm lucky, my speak with a little kiss. And that's the best thing you can live with a little kid. And expect them out to show what a woman's sis. Woman's they're gonna know what it influences by the time they get fourth grade. Got the Discovery Channel. We ain't nothing but mammals. Well, some of us cannibals, other people open like cantaloupes. But I'm freaking humped in animals and antelopes, and there's no reason that a man and another man can't elope. If you feel like I feel, I got the antidote. We can wake your pantyhose, sing the chorus, and it I'm Slim Shady, yes, I'm the real Shady. All your other Slim Shadys are just them odd Shady. So I'm the real Slim Shady, please stand up, please stand up, please stand up. Cause I'm Slim Shady, yes, I'm the real Shady. All your other Slim Shadys are just them odd Shady. So I'm the real Slim Shady, please stand up, please stand up, please stand up. Smith got a class in his rap and sell records. Well, I do, so fuck him and don't too. You think I give a damn about a Grammy? Half of you critics can't even stomach you, let alone stand me. But Slim, what if you win? Wouldn't it be weird?
Why?
You guys just lie to get me here. Seek me here, to Britney Spears. You see the angles ever read a 60 chair, so I can sit next to Johnson Daly and Fred Durst. Hear him on you over who she gave me to first. Put me blast on MTV. Yeah, he's cute, but I think she's married to Kim. I sit down, load on audio on MP3 and show the whole world how you gave him an M. Singing you show for the boy, so you do was annoy me. So I haven't sent here to destroy you. And it's a million of us just like me, don't give a fuck like me, just like me. Talk and act like me, and just might be the next best thing and act like me. Yes, I'm the real Shady, you're the other Slim Shady, so just in my case. I'm the real Slim Shady, please stand up, please stand up, please stand up. Cause I'm Slim Shady, yes, I'm the real Shady, you're the other Slim Shady, so just in my case. I'm the real Slim Shady, please stand up, please stand up. Please stand up. And strip to listen to. Cause I'm only giving you names. You joke with your friends inside your living room. You only hit me like I'm the boss. Same to y'all and not about to be false. So sugarcoated it all. I just get on the mic and spit it. Whether you like to admit it or admit it. Better than 90% of you rappers out there. Then you wonder how can keep seat up these albums like this is funny. Cause at the rate I'm going when I'm 30, I'll be the only person in the nursing home 30. Hate to nurse and ass from but jerkins and I'm jerking, but this bag of Viagra's and working. And every single person is a Slim Shady lurking. He could be working and working. Paying on your onion ring. Or in the parking lot circling, screaming, I don't give a put his windows down in the system. The real Shady, please stand up. And put one of those fingers on me, stand up. And be proud to be out of your mind and out of control. And one more time, loud as you can. All your other Slim Shadys are just in my titties. I want the real Slim Shady, please stand up. Please stand up, please stand up. Cause I'm Slim Shady, yes, I'm the real Shady. All your other Slim Shadys are just in my titties. I want the real Slim Shady, please stand up. Please stand up, please stand up. Cause I'm Slim Shady, yes, I'm the real Shady. All your other Slim Shadys are just in my titties. I want the real Slim Shady, please stand up. Please stand up, please stand up. Cause I'm the real Shadys are just in my titties. I want the real Slim Shady, please stand up. Please stand up, please stand up. Yes, Slim Shady,
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Every trice, homemade, no gimmicks.
Yeah. On the outside. That's right.
Cinema girls go round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. Yes, he's back.
Back again. Shady's back. Tell a friend. Yes, he's back. 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 I believe myself, but somebody wants to see my son.
They want Shady, I'm just clever. When you want Shady, this is what I get. A little bit of me. Just stop my quicker than a shot. When I get shot at the hospital by the doctor, but I'm not operating. When I'm running, it's everybody's operating. Bragging, I'm
So the FCC won't let me, so let me see. They try to shut me down on MTV, but it feels so empty without me. So I'm gonna let jump back, jiggle my head, the wiggle the bit, people there, sorry, just follow me, cause we need a little controversy, cause it feels so like this looks like a job to me, so everybody just follow me, cause we need a little controversy, cause it feels so empty without me.
Kontra-kontra kumakban.
Vision Gary. Where's the music? Things are fascinating. Attention please. My 2 cents free. You say to me. So everybody just follow me. If we need a controversy, looks like the job to me. Controversy. That's it. Just give me the signal. Suspenseful with a pistol ever since Prince turned himself into a symbol. It's just themes, everybody only wants to discuss me. Discuss me, discuss me. It's just me, I'm discussing. I am the worst thing to self-express me. You may know my grammar is a murder, no matter how many fish in the sea you do something. That looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me, cause we need a little controversy, cause it feels so empty without me. So this looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me. Controversy, cause it feels so empty without me. Yeah, I know sometimes things may not always make sense to you right now, but hey, Daddy always tell me, straighten up sniffing up that emotion. Crying about. You got me? Haley, I know you miss your mom, and I know you miss your dad when I'm gone, but I'm trying to give you the life that I never had. I can see you sad, even when you smile, even when you laugh. I can see it in your eyes, deep inside you wanna cry, cause you're scared. I ain't there, Daddy's with you in your prayers. No more crying, wipe them tears, Daddy's here, no more nightmares. We gon' pull together through it, we gon' do it. Laney Uncle's crazy, ain't he? Yeah, but he loves you, girl, and you better know it. All we got in this world, when it spins, when it swirls, when it whirls, when it girls, two little beautiful girls looking puzzled in the day. I know it's confusing you. Daddy's always on the move, mama's always on the news. I try to keep you sheltered from it, but somehow it seems the harder that I try to do that, the more it backfires on me. All the things growing up as daddy that he had to see. Daddy don't want you to see, but you see just as much as he did. We did not plan it to be this way. Your mother and me, but things have got so bad between us. I don't see us ever being together ever again, like we used to be when we was teenagers. But then of course everything always happens for a reason. I guess it was never meant to be, but this is something we have no control over, and that's what destiny is. So no more worries, rest your head and go to sleep. Maybe one day we'll wake up and this will all just be a dream. Now this little baby, don't you cry, everything's gonna be alright. It's different, I don't know that can't see the future tonight. I don't think it's right. When you tell me about it, feel how we feel inside. It may seem a little crazy, pretty baby, but I promise mama's gonna be alright. It's funny, I remember back when daddy had no money. Mommy wrapped the Christmas presents up and stuck them under the tree until some of them were from me, cause daddy couldn't buy them. I'll never forget that Christmas. I sat up the whole night crying cause daddy felt like a bum. See, daddy had a job, but his job was to keep the food on the table for you and mom. And at the time, every house that we lived in either kept getting broken into and robbed or shot up on the block. And your mom was saving money for you in a jar, trying to start a piggy bank for you so you could go to college. Almost had $1,000 till someone broke in and stole it. And I know it hurt so bad it broke your mama's heart. And it seems like everything was starting to fall apart. Traumas in a flat, one-bedroom apartment, and dad moved back to the other side of 8 Mile on the wall. And that's when daddy went to California with his CD and met Dr. Dre. And flew you and mama out to see me, but daddy had to work. You and mama had to leave me. Then you started seeing daddy on the TV. And mama didn't like it. And you and Laney were too young to understand it. Papa was a rolling stone. Mama developed a habit, and it all happened too fast for either one of us to grab it. I'm just sorry you were there and had to witness it firsthand, cause all I ever wanted to do was just make you proud. Now I'm sitting in this empty house, just reminiscing, looking at your baby pictures. It just trips me out to see how much you both have grown. It's almost like your sisters now. Wow, it's pretty much all. But daddy's still here. Laney, I'm talking to you too. Daddy's still here. I like the sound of that chair. It's got a ring to it, don't it? For the mother in the house. Everything's gonna be alright. If you had a bullet walk, little lady, I told you. Daddy said I'll hold you through the night. I know mommy's right here, right? We feel how we feel inside. It may seem a little crazy, baby, but I promise mama's gonna be alright. And if you ask me to, I'm gonna for you, I'ma sing for you, I'll do anything for you to see you smile. And if the mockingbird don't sing and the rain don't shine, I'ma bring that party's end. I go back to the true love, show that through you, and make it meet every care and don't keep it there. Dreams come true, and I wonder if you know what it means. And I wonder if you know what it means. And I wonder if you know what it means. 5 dreams I'm waiting on this life. Yo, Do you even remember what the issue is? You just trying to find what the issue is. You can still be who you wish you is. It ain't happening yet, and that's what the tuition is. Back in the car, drive back to the crib, run back to the yard. The smoke screams, the chunks and the screams. You ever wonder
この腕章結構気に入ってるんです。仲間の証とか言うとちょっと照れくさいけど、私も結構好きだよ。魔法の扉。
A sucker in my lifeline, told me in my lifetime, I never held light up Chicago skyline, and that's why 7 o'clock, that's prime time. Better watch back now. Keep giving me
くれたな。セレブキタチ。これでどうだ。やるな。ここを失った。
Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, anong vision to? Motherfucker boy ka ba? So what is what we just had it fun. I can see. That's the sense to be. Living young and wild and free. So so love is what we just having fun. I can see it's what we can have. That's what's supposed to be. Living long. So love is that's what's supposed to be. So what is for me to just having fun? How can you see? So much bigger. That's what seems to be. Living young, wild, and free. Jesus,
ご機嫌気配ないそうそうそれで
That's so supposed to be. That's so supposed to be. Oh. I just woke up from a dream. You and I had to say goodbye. I don't know what it means, but since I survived, I realized wherever you go, that's where I'll follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow. It's a last night, I just a last night. If the world is ending, I wanna be next to you. If the party was over, time to run with you. I wanna hold you just for that's why when the world was ending, I'll be next to you. Lost in the world for this. I don't even wanna do this anymore. Cause you already know what you mean to me. Wherever you go, that's where I'll follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow. So I'ma move it over now like it's a lifetime. If the world was made, I wanna be there to you. If the party was over, no time on me, it's true. I wanna hold you just for you. So it was fine. Think of how you're living, I wanna be next to you. Right next to you. Next to you. Right next to you. If the phone was ringing, I wanna be next to you. If the party was was true, I wanna hold you.
誰が置いてるんだろうね。置いたのかもわかんないけど。
If the world was ending, I wanna be next to you. If the world was ending, be next to you.
試すのはいいのかも。でも油断は禁物です。
The party was over, and the time of night was through. I wanna hold you.
just for living up tonight changes into something more. Her mother doesn't like that kind of dress. Everything she never had, she's showing off. Driving too fast, moon is breaking up a bit. She said something that you won't forget. Having no regrets is all that she really wants. Only getting on, baby. I've been thinking about you lately. Does it ever drive you crazy? Just how yes when I change it. Everything but there's nothing to be afraid of. Even when it changes, it will never change you. She's here tonight, counts around her head. He's waiting for her behind the cigarette. Heart is beating for me.
Oh!
She's good. I didn't even know. I didn't know that she really wants. Only getting older, baby. I've been thinking about you lately. Does it ever drive you crazy? Just how fast the night changes. Everything that you ever disappears. Wake up, but there's nothing to be afraid of. Even when the night changes, it will never change me and you. Going out tonight changes into something red. Nobody doesn't like that kind of dress. Never running there, simply so many change your eyes. Let me get it, baby. I've been thinking about it. Does it ever drive you crazy? Just how fast and changes everything that you ever dreamed of. Disappear but there's nothing to be afraid of. Even changes everything that you ever dreamed of. Disappear but there's nothing to be afraid of. Even when the night changes, it will never change, baby. We will never change, baby. We will never change, me and you. Everything that you ever dreamed of.
的確な指示見事だ続けて頼む
Kapit mo ako ng mahigpit. Siguro baru.
それでは あのシャドウ手強そうだね。
Oh my god, nice. Fuck this nigga up. So never felt before. I was like you wanted more. I see. I want you to know I love you the most. I'll always be there right by your side. Just baby, you're always in my mind. Just give me your forever. And I'll be the guy you'll be on this list to say I love you. Wow! And say I die for you. Just give me your forever. You're impossible to me. You were something else, but it's not me. I was so jealous of you. Those nights, everybody happiness never dies. Baby, I say I should just be mine. I want you to know I love you the most. I'll always be there right by your side. Cause baby, you're always in my mind. Just give me a forever. I want you to know that you'll be the one. And I'll be the guy you'll be on this list to say I love you and I need you and say I die for you. Just give me a forever. Well, so I wait for you, babe. So you don't get spraying on the tears. So much so free. I want you to know, I love you the most. I'll always be there right by your side. This baby, you're always in my mind. Just give me your forever.
want you to know that you'll be there. And I'll be the guy who'll be on this list. Say I love you, and I need you. Say I die for you. Just give me your forever. Just give me your forever. Just give me your forever. I want you to know. Just say I love you, and I need you. Say I die for you. Just give me forever. You're popping no call, no more beat. Easy. Feeling like us. Ever since the day you went away, all I need is your body from off my brain. Baby, I should just focus on me instead. What a mess we were tangled up in your bed. Oh no, oh no. You're going around in circles like you're stuck up in my head. Memories follow me left and right. It's a very moment on my mind. Your love stays with me day and night. It's a very moment on my mind. You're going now. Ever since the day you went away, how much more do I gotta drink all the pain? things to me that just can't forget. Oh no, oh no. Go, it's just stuck up in my head. Please follow your left to right. Take every go to the our love stays with me day and night. Take every go to back on. Okay. Oh, my dreams still on the same. Every time I close my eyes, memories follow me left and right. I can feel over here. So never gonna hold on now. My love stays with me day and night. So never gonna hold on now. She's coming now. Oh, take my some. Oh my god. I can feel over here. So never gonna hold on now. She's coming now.
余力があるうちに帰還してくださいね。無理は禁物です。
ああ、都合よく帰還装置があるとは限らないから。
I just woke up from a dream. You and I had to say goodbye. I don't know what it all means, but since I survived, I realized wherever you go, that's where I'm following. Well, so I'm in love with every night like it's a last night. If the world was in, I'd be next to you. If the party was over, that time on earth was through. I wanna follow you just for
この相手の解析を進めますよ。
Watch out. Lost in the families. To me, I'm not the only one we're fighting for. Wherever you go, that's where I'll follow. So I'm gonna love you every night like it's a nice night. Just for you. This one, if the world was you.
どんな局面でも
新人で狙いましょう。解析準備中です。もう少し時間がかかりそう。いいよ。解析準備中です。もう少し時間がかかりそう。解析準備中です。もう少し時間がかかりそう。この状況だ。決めてやる。
I don't wanna just you. That's mine. With the sun and the I'm the next to you. Perfect. Double XP na ito. Oh fuck. Di mo paaminin pa sabihin mo na nilalaman ang puso mo. Di pa aminin ang gusto kasi nalala ako. Wala kang pipigil sa'yo. Bilang totoo, sabihin mo lang, nilawin mo ang puso mo. Nararamdaman ko, hindi pa aminin ang gusto. Sabihin mo lang, nilawin mo ang puso mo. Nararamdaman ko, hindi pa aminin ang gusto. Kasi wala na ako. Girl, I will call you darling, and everything will be okay. It's about oh my god. You know that I want to be with you all the time. You know that I want something to make you mine. You know that I want something to be until I make you mine. Darling, I'll say you again, so kiss me till I'm sorry that you are gone and I'm a mess and I'll have you on me and we'll say things you can feel free. La, 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 Put your head in mine. You know that I want to be with you all the time. You know that I won't stop until I make you mine. You know that I won't stop until I make you mine. Until I make you mine. You'll take it slow. To feel this feeling, 'cause it feels Put your hand in mine. You know that I want something with you all the time. You know that I want something till I make me mine. Until I make you mine. You know that I want to be with you all the time. You're falling, darling, baby, you're so very fine. Till I make you mine. But you have opened my eyes.
A simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to realize. So tell me why you're gonna let me on. I'm getting tired and I need someone to begin.
どうする？
So let me follow I might lose my mind. Waiting when the sun's down, riding on the tires, waiting for the calm down. Walk the streets with me, doing decently. Just glad that I can be. Yeah, I'm trying to realize it's alright to not be fine. Oh yeah, now I'm shaking, drinking all this coffee. These last few weeks have been exhausting. I'm lost in my imagination, and there's one thing that I need from you. Can you come through? You can. And there's one thing I need from you. Can you come through? Ain't got much to do. Too old for my hometown. Went to bed at noon. Couldn't put my phone down. Scrolling patiently. It's all the same to me. It's just faces on the street. Yeah. I'm trying to realize it's alright to not be fine on your own. Now I'm shaking, drinking all this coffee. These last few weeks have been exhausting. I'm lost in this imagination. And there's one thing that I need from you. Can you Can you come through? And there's one thing that I need from you. Can you come through?
Fuck! Son of a bitch.
考えすぎるより行動した方がいい時もありますよね。
Step into your toe to toe. I should be scared of the release. But I like the high. Keeping dreams alive. Like taking a ride. Swimming in the flag. Like sitting on the cloud. Even though I ain't worried about it. Something I want to steal. Fucking legs ng floor na to. My tongue's running out and just take it slow. Step into the time.
気をつけて進んでこう。
Sandra attempted to wrestle the chimpanzee off of her friend, and then she ran and got a very large show and struck Travis about the head several times. The blows had little or no effect on the attack, which continued. Sandra stabbed Travis several times in the upper back, and with that, Travis turned around and looked at her in a questioning, kind of menacing type of way, and Sandra felt actually frightened by the look that Travis had given her.
Where's your emergency? What's the problem there?
We heard this call come in over the radio. And when we first heard it come in, we couldn't believe that this was taking place. We almost thought it was maybe a prank.
Who's telling your brother? Oh, you're telling your brother.
We continued to listen on the radio, and then it sounded very serious.
What is the monkey doing? Tell me what the monkey is. Is the monkey still by your friend, or can you get close to your friend?
Fuck you in particular.
Why are you saying that she's dead? He ripped her apart. He ripped what apart? Her face? He ripped her apart? I think I'm gonna sleep. I think I'm gonna sleep. No, just breathe, okay? Let's stay with you on the phone until they get there. Please, hurry. Oh my God.
The arriving emergency personnel had spotted Charlotte, and she appeared to be in grave condition. There was a tremendous amount of blood.
Hey, listen, we gotta get this guy out of here. He's gotta go fake.
Travis suddenly emerged, ran towards a police car, and pulled open the door.
It was a very scary sort of situation because the chimpanzee's mouth and upper area of his body was coated with blood from the attack on Charlotte. and the officer was left with no alternative at that point but to pull his sidearm in a movement like this, and he shot the chimpanzee numerous times rapidly at a very, very close distance.
They just opened up one of the patrol cars.
So we had to let a couple go.
Precinct ground fire.
Well, the chimpanzee fled from the scene, and officers did not pursue the chimpanzee because we wanted to deal with Charla and get her medical aid at that point. Normally, the emergency corps will not respond till the scene is secured. In this particular instance, they did come in and risk grave danger to themselves to aid Charla. And it's my belief that rapid response probably saved Charla's life on that day.
Shoot him, please. He's gonna attack you. Lock your doors on your car and stay there with me. Don't. He will rip the doors. Just do what I'm telling you. Stay in the car. The police officer will. But he's not dead. I know they will continue until he's dead, okay? I just need you to steal the phone with me and breathe. He's not dead. He's not dead. Oh, God. Oh, God.
But the police's job wasn't over. Captain Conklin and his men still had to find Travis.
Hey, sorry, just talking to a neighbor. He's not sure if we have anybody on fishing trail. His property backs up to the fishing trail.
We went back to the area of the shooting right near the car. And we were able to pick up the blood trail. And it was a very pronounced blood trail. And we were able to follow that trail. Actually, the chimpanzee Travis entered the house via the front door, which was left open. There was a lot of apprehension. We had seen what this chimpanzee had just did to Charla.
Yeah, right. Check the left side.
So we took our time and we followed that blood trail and very slowly, methodically working together as a team through many different rooms, down hallways, there many different turns.
The guys on the perimeter, there's about a dozen deer running through the woods.
Still here. And we eventually found Travis in the rear of the house where he would sleep.
Ultimately, Travis would return to the place he felt most comfortable, to die at home.
Ripped off part of a woman's face, and on today's Oprah Winfrey Show, Charlotte Nash reveals some of the damage.
So the veil is lifted. You know, many people around the world want to get a picture of you. You're aware of that, right?
I did hear that there are a lot of foreigners that
Wanted to get a picture of you.
On
the 16th of February 2009, at around 3:40 p.m., an adult male chimpanzee named Travis, who had been kept as a beloved and pampered pet for many years, went berserk, mauling and severely injuring a 55-year-old woman. This prolonged assault continued until police arrived on scene and shot Travis dead. What triggered the violent attack will forever remain a mystery. Travis was born at a chimpanzee sanctuary in Missouri on October 21st, 1995. He was soon adopted by Sandra and Jerome Harold, who named him after their favorite singer, Travis Tritt. The Harolds raised Travis at their home in Stamford, Connecticut, where he was treated as a much-loved pet. He would ride with the Harolds as they went to work or went shopping, and and would pose for photos in their truck. He was well known and liked by the residents of the town, and was even the subject of a great deal of love and affection from local law enforcement, who saw him as a quirky but lovable pet. Neighbor Tony Macari even used to wrestle with Travis on a regular basis. He noted that the animal was always extremely careful when playing and knew when to stop. Indeed, according to Tony Macari, Travis listened to instructions better than his own nephews. Travis could dress himself, water plants, feed hay to the Herald's horses, eat at a table with the rest of the family, and drink wine from a glass. He could use keys to open doors and log into the family computer to look at pictures. He watched baseball on television and used the remote control to change channels. He brushed his own teeth and drove a car once or twice, and even learned the schedule of local ice cream trucks so that he knew when to expect one of his favorite treats. Indeed, Travis was so well behaved and capable that he starred in several commercials for brands which included Pepsi and Old Navy. He was a guest on the Maury Povich show and was even featured in a television pilot that never got off the ground. All things considered, he had quite a career. One or two incidents do stand out from this otherwise glowing track record. In October 2003, for example, Travis was riding in the Herald's car when he was hit by an object thrown by a passing pedestrian. The chimp let himself out of the car and chased the offending individual, who fled the scene, a sensible move when confronted with a 200-pound angry chimp. The police were called, and a slapstick chase ensued wherein they would tempt Travis back into the car with cookies, ice cream and macadamia nuts, only for Travis to immediately let himself out again once it had a snap. He chased officers playfully around the car and held up traffic for several hours. It was only once he became tired that he was eventually subdued with a tranquilizer dart. Though nobody was injured, this incident did lead to a tightening of regulation. Thereafter, anyone who wished to own an exotic pet in the state of Connecticut would have to apply for a permit. This law was, however, not enforced on the Heralds, since they had owned Travis for so long. In a separate incident, a woman who lived in the same area as the Heralds alleged that Travis bit her and tried to pull her into a car sometime in 1996. While this does seem like a more serious cause for concern, no record of the incident can be found, despite the woman noting that she reported it to the police. Despite these blips, Travis was considered by one and all to be harmless, well-socialized, and charming. That all changed on the 16th of February 2009. By this time, sadly, largely by 70-year-old Sandra Herald. She was assisted in this by employee and friend Charlene Nash, who helped run the business, look after Travis, and keep Sandra's personal life in order. On this particular day, Travis had taken Sandra's car keys and left the house. Sandra called Charla so that she could come over and help her tempt the chimp back inside. Charla, who was very familiar with the animal, took one of his favourite toys, a Tickle Me Elmo doll, and went outside the house. The moment Travis set eyes on her, he launched a vicious attack, biting and tearing at her face and hands. Against the 200-pound, muscle-bound animal, Charla was completely defenseless. Sandra did her best to save her friend. She hit Travis with a shovel and stabbed him with a butcher knife, an act which caused her great emotional distress. Travis had been a beloved pet and family member for more than a decade at this point. Stabbing him was, she reported, as painful as putting a knife in her own body. Despite this intervention, the attack did not stop. Sandra called 911 and told the operator what was happening. Here's a clip of the call, in the background of which Travis's demented screams would still be heard.
Yes.
What's wrong there?
Yes! The kid killed my friend!
What's the problem with your friend? What's the problem with your friend? I need to know.
Following that distressing call, police and an ambulance were dispatched to the house. The paramedics arrived first, but had to wait for police backup before they could approach. Travis ceased his attack as the first police car arrived on scene. Blood-drenched but calm, he approached the police cruiser and tried to open the door, then smashed one of the windows. Then walked around to the driver's side door and opened it, at which point the officer inside discharged several rounds from his handgun into Travis at close range. It is a mark of the terrifying strength and power of an average adult male chimpanzee that Travis did not die immediately. Instead, he returned to the house, where he succumbed to his wounds in front of his cage. Charla's wounds were very nearly fatal. They were so severe that the hospital staff who treated her received counselling after doing so. She had lost her hands, nose, eyes, lips, and mid-face bone structure, and received significant brain tissue injuries. Doctors reattached her jaw, but could not save her sight. She was left with scar tissue that barely resembled a human face. The extreme nature of her injuries made her a candidate for experimental face and hand transplants. Charla bravely agreed to these procedures, which were initially successful, although her transplanted hands had to be removed after she developed an infection. While she will never make a full recovery, she is able to live with some degree of independence. In order to raise funds to pay for her astronomical medical bills, her family started a trust fund. Charla also appeared on the Oprah Winfrey Show. She routinely speaks about the responsible ownership of exotic pets. Chimpanzees, she says, should not be kept by anyone. Sandra Errol died a little more than a year after the incident, her health likely affected by the massive pending lawsuit against her and the stress of a terrible, violent attack against a close friend. She passed away after suffering an aortic aneurysm and was buried along with Travis's cremated remains. That leaves only the mystery of why Travis did what he did. There may have been several contributing factors. The day of the attack, for example, Charla had a new hairstyle, and so it may have been unrecognisable to the chimp. Seeing a complete stranger with one of his favourite toys, lashing out. In addition to this, Xanax was found in the system during the autopsy. Before the death, Sandra confirmed that she had given. That leaves only the mystery of why Travis did what he did. There may have been several contributing factors. On the day of the attack, for example, Charlotte had a new hairstyle, and so it may have been unrecognisable to the chimp. Seeing a complete stranger with one of his favourite toys, time was scared into lashing out. In addition to this, Xanax was found in the system during the autopsy. Before the death, Sandra confirmed that she had given the chimp Xanax-laced tea early on the day of the attack in an attempt to calm him down. The medication can, however, occasionally cause a paradoxical reaction in the short term. These include hallucinations, aggression, rage, and mania. While these things may have been a factor in Travis's shocking attack, there is also the simple fact that he was a wild animal, and always would be. However close to being a human he seemed, he was not one. No human could ever truly know or understand him, and to treat a wild creature of such great strength and power as a pet was always a risky thing to do.
Humans, in general, love animals. We go to the zoo and gape at tigers and giraffes living glass and metal bars. We keep dogs and cats, hamsters, snakes, birds, and even spiders inside of our houses so that we can care for them. We eat animals. We live among animals, ignoring crows eating roadkill on the side of the road, or if you're like me, fondly watch the bumblebees pollinate our flowers. Some of us even get black bears in our backyards. But is there a line? Is there a point where we take our love of animals too far? After Finding Nemo, we stripped clownfish from their homes for people to take home. We take exotic animals from the wild and we bring them inside. Sometimes they're rescues who can't survive without us, but then there's some who breed and buy animals that would probably be better off if we never interfered. Hey humans, it's Hannah. Welcome back to my channel. Or if you're new here, I do videos on creepy and disturbing things. Many of you probably remember the famous P3r episode where this woman came on and revealed her recently named face for the first time to the world. She was brutally attacked by her friend's chimpanzee, and she would go on to get a full face transplant because her injuries were so awful. But many of you probably don't know the full story of how and why this happened, and so that's going to be the topic of today's video. Travis the chimpanzee was born in Festus, Missouri on October 21st, 1995 at an animal sanctuary. However, Travis was tragically stolen from his mother at only like 3 days old. He was bought from a breeder where, as a baby, bought for a whopping $50,000 from a couple named Sandra and Jerome Harold. They brought Travis home with them to Connecticut where he and then they basically brought him into their home as if he was a child that they adopted, which is all well and great, but it also got kind of weird. They would take him to work, they would take him shopping. The couple owned this towing company, and Travis would go to work with them like every single day, sitting with a seatbelt on in the truck, wearing a hat and a t-shirt for the towing company. She would pose for photos with the truck for the couple to use in advertising, and he got really well known in the local area for being the friendly monkey. He would greet police officers and other residents there. Travis had been socialized with humans since birth. One of the neighbors even claimed that he used to play and actually wrestle with Travis. And Travis was actually really good about stopping when things got a little too rough. This neighbor would say that Travis listened better than his own nephews. And other than all the stuff I've already listed, Travis also was just a regular human pretty much. He could use keys, he used to dress himself, he could brush his teeth with like a water pick, he could water the plants, he would watch TV using the remote, he would feed hay to the Harold's horses, he would eat dinner at the table with them, and then he would also like drink wine and eat ice cream. So this seems all well and good still, but the 2009 attack didn't come out of nowhere. Several years before, in 2003, there was one incident that, in my opinion, should have tipped us all off that this could be a dangerous animal. What happened was that Travis was in the car with his family or a family member, and a pedestrian threw a drink towards their car. Travis's window was open, and so the drink got in the car and spilled over Travis. Travis naturally was startled and really agitated by this. He unbuckled his seatbelt, got out of the car, and went after the man. He chased the man down the street, but thankfully the man got away and he didn't catch him. So then what happens next is almost comical if it wasn't so sad overall. But the police came and they tried to help chase Travis back into the car. Every time they did, Travis would just hop over the seat and get out of the car through a different door. At one point even chasing the officers around the car. The incident lasted several hours and it held up traffic at this busy intersection for that entire time. So because of this incident with Travis, Connecticut passed a law that you need a permit for owning a monkey over 50 pounds, which is just amazing. I have to pay for a license every year for my dog, as well as chip her, which I happily do, of course, but it just seems weird that we need that much for dogs and cats, and yet there wasn't even a permit needed to keep a 200-pound chimpanzee? Anyway, this law, of course, wouldn't go into effect until 2009, and it didn't matter anyway. They never enforced this law on Travis's family because, the incident happened in 2009, so it was really too late anyway, but they figured Travis wasn't, a menace to society. He had never been violent, they didn't think he could do any harm, and they had Travis before permits were needed, so they didn't enforce this on them. So, like I said before, the incident is kind of funny if you think about it, just because nobody got hurt, and just thinking about a bunch of people in their cars stuck watching this happen from their cars, watching this 200-pound monkey chase police officers around a car, is kind of comical. But I can't help but wonder if this should have been a sign. Maybe somebody should have looked at this incident and thought, as human as Travis seems, he is still capable of snapping because he's not a human. He's an exotic animal. Of course, to be fair, as always, hindsight is 20/20. Things then soon took a terrible turn for the Harold family. Sandra's husband and Travis's father, Jerome, passed away in 2004, tragically from cancer. And then Sandra and Jerome did have one daughter together, but she also passed away in a car accident. So Sandra lost her entire family, like practically in one fell swoop. And this made her even closer with Travis. She got way more attached to him because it was kind of all the family she had left. They would sleep together every night, even though Travis already slept with them before Jerome died. But she slept with Travis every night. They would even bathe together. So now for the 2009 attack on Carla Nash. This incident would leave Travis dead and a woman with just irreversible painful injuries. I know there was a disclaimer at the beginning of this video, but I just want to disclaimer again, the following incident is just really sad. No matter whose fault it was or whose fault it wasn't, it's tragic overall, and Travis loses his life, so if you're really uncomfortable with animal death, this might be the time to either skip forward or click off. So here's what happened. On February 16th, 2009, Travis got a hold of Sandra's car keys and he left the house with them. I'm pretty sure he was just being mischievous and kind of naughty, trying to get attention. Sandra's friend and employee, Carla Nash, who was 55 years old at the time of the incident, was helping Sandra get Travis back into the house. Now, it's important to note that Travis knew Carla. He had known her since he was a baby. She had always kind of been around. So then, back in the house, Carla was holding a Tickle Me Elmo toy. I think, from what I've read, it was a gift that she was going to give Travis. I'm not positive, though. But either way, this seems to be what provoked the attack. Tickle Me Elmo, or Elmo in general, was Travis's, favorite toy. And I think he saw Carla with it, and somehow it just enraged him. I don't know if it was jealousy, or he thought maybe she was trying to take away one of his favorite toys. It's unclear exactly, but it seems like this is what provoked his anger. They also think that perhaps, even though Travis did know Carla since he was a baby, Carla had also recently changed her hairstyle, and so it's speculated that maybe this also alarmed Travis, that he didn't recognize her, so on top of everything, he thought that this stranger was stealing his toy or something like that. We don't know for sure, but it's possible that that also had something to do with it. So Travis just attacks Carla, attacks her to the floor, and just starts tearing into her. Sandra, who is a 70-year-old woman, to her credit, she did try to get Travis to stop. She was hitting him in the head with a shovel, and when that didn't work, she even stabbed him in the back with a butcher knife from the kitchen. This, unfortunately, it didn't stop Travis. It actually just seemed to make him angrier, and I think he also felt betrayal then, because he didn't understand that what he was doing was wrong, and so this kind of made him even more angry, and he wanted to also attack Sandra. Keep in mind that a 200-pound chimp, alone, that's a really big animal. That's larger than I'm sure either of these women were, as well as the fact that apparently chimpanzees can be 5 to 7 times more powerful than a human of the same weight. It makes sense that the stabbing didn't do anything, and it's just that they had no chance. Travis was just going to overpower them both. Sandra thought at this point that Carla was dead. She calls 911. You can hear Travis screaming in the background, and the dispatcher thought that it was a hoax for the first part of the call. And I'm going to play this 911 call for you now because I think it's important to the story, but just again, FYI, it's really unsettling.
Center for 911, what's your emergency?
This is Katie. We're doing one work. Park Clement Road.
What's the problem? What's the problem there?
They just killed my friend.
What's the problem with your friend?
Please.
What's the problem with your friend? I need to know.
With a gun. With guns, please. Shoot him.
What is the monkey doing? Tell me what the monkey...
He ripped her face off.
He ripped her face off?
He tried to me. Please.
Okay, I need you to calm down a little bit. They're on the way.
Please.
If the monkey moves away from your friend, let me know, okay? So we can try to help your friend.
No, I can't. She's dead. She's dead.
Why are you saying that she's dead?
She's dead. He ripped her apart.
He ripped what apart? Her face?
Everything. Please go faster. Please, just please.
Is the monkey still by your friend, or can you get close to your friend?
Please. No, please.
Okay, I need you to calm down for me. I know it's hard, okay? I know it's hard. But they're going as fast as they can your way, okay?
Emergency paramedics finally arrived on the scene, but they couldn't go in the house yet because Travis was still on his rampage, so they had to wait for police to arrive. When police arrived, Travis was still really angry, and then he turned his anger on the cops. The cops didn't even exit their cars yet because he was so dangerous. Travis went up to one of the cars, trying to open the doors, and upon realizing that they were locked, Travis smashed one of the side mirrors. Then he went to the driver's side door and he was able to open it. The police officer, who had no choice because he was about to attack him, takes out his gun and shoots Travis 3 times. Travis, being shot, then just retreats back into the house and he tries to go back to his cage. He doesn't quite make it to his bed when he collapses and passes away. This part, when I was reading it, like, every time I read this, it almost makes me start crying. I have such a hard time with this, and I know, like, I'm not saying that it's more important than, like, Carla almost losing her life. Like, we'll talk about that, and that was absolutely awful. She's totally a victim of this. But Travis just being an animal and doing what his instincts were telling him to do, and he just should never have been there in the first place. Any animal is never responsible for their own actions. Poor Travis did not ask to be bought and torn away from his mother at a young age and then sold off to random people to live in a house. I mean, simple as that, he belonged in the wild with other chimpanzees. He was forced to play this human role, and even if he did love his family because he had no choice, he still got killed for acting on his own animal instincts. The whole situation overall is just tragic and just unfair. Unfair to Travis, and sad for that police officer that he had no choice or he was gonna die. So he shot Travis and he was really traumatized by the whole situation. Anyway, now for Carla. So Travis is dead and they're taking care of that. Carla is still alive, so they rush her to the hospital. Carla endured 7 hours of surgery in the next 3 days after her attack, and she had 4 different surgery teams. Her wounds were so gruesome and upsetting that the hospital provided counseling for the workers at the hospital that initially helped and worked on Carla. So as a result, Carla lost her hands, lost her nose, her eyes, her lips, her mid-face bone structure, and received, of course, brain tissue injuries. They were able to reattach her jaw, thankfully, but she would be blind for life, and of course she literally lost her whole face. Thankfully, Carla says she does not remember the attack. I'm going to show some footage from the Oprah Winfrey show when Carla first shows her face to the public after the attack before her transplant. So just a warning, she is really disfigured. I don't want to say that the footage is disturbing because like it's a human and there's nothing, you know, it's not her fault she got attacked by an animal and there's nothing ugly about being a victim. And so I don't want to say it's disturbing, but I still feel like I need to like let you all know that her face, I mean, is pretty, it got pretty fucked up and it's just pretty disfigured. That her face, I mean, is pretty, it got pretty fucked up and it's just pretty disfigured. Oh, the head comes off. Yep. Okay. Alright. So the veil is lifted. You know, many people around the world want to get a picture of you. You're aware of that, right? I did hear that there are a lot of reporters in the division. So then she was able to undergo a facial transplant surgery in 2011, where she would end up looking like this. And can I just say, what a badass fucking woman she is. She's amazing. She is stronger than I think anybody I know to go through all of that and come out the other side. The story, of course, became international news, and another woman in the area actually came forward and said that all the way back in like 1996, Travis had attacked her too. She said Travis like bit her hand and was trying to pull her into a vehicle. This woman claimed that she had complained about this incident to both the police and to the Heralds, but there's no record of the complaints. And they also testified later in court that Travis would not have had teeth in 1996 yet, so they don't think that this incident possibly could have happened. They did, of course, do a full autopsy on Travis. They unfortunately had to cut his head off to test him for rabies to make sure that he hadn't transmitted rabies to Carla. Thankfully, he was negative for rabies, but toxicology reports came back and found that his system was positive for Xanax. The results of the autopsy also showed that Travis was overweight and that he had been indeed stabbed, which just aligned with Sandra's story, so they knew that Sandra was telling the truth. Travis was cremated on February 25th, 2009. So the details get a little fuzzy at this point. Sandra, in a statement, did admit to giving Travis Xanax-laced tea the day of the attack. But then in another source, I've seen that she's denied completely that she'd ever gave Travis Xanax. Even though I don't see how the toxicology reports would lie about that, and considering she's like the main owner and the only one that cared for Travis, who else would have given him the Xanax? I think that Sandra just did not want to admit that she knew that Travis was agitated that day, and so she had given him Xanax in order to calm him down a little bit. And you may be thinking why Xanax would cause agitation like that. Well, Xanax is an anti-anxiety drug, but it can actually have paradoxical effects on people. It can cause hallucinations, aggression, rage, and mania. So then I read somewhere that Sandra got it illegally and that she didn't have a prescription for it, but then again, later in court, it said that there was a veterinarian that testified that she had given the prescription to Sandra. So the details around this, like, I have no idea, honestly, what really happened there. Regardless, there was Xanax in Travis's system, and this could have enraged him by the paradoxical effects of it. Secondly, it turns out that Travis was suffering from Lyme disease. He was being treated for it, but if he had Lyme disease, that could also cause extra aggression and agitation in animals. Animals that are suffering from Lyme disease can often become really agitated and really aggressive because they're in so much pain. We don't know for sure if these two things actually played a part in the attack or not. There's no solid evidence to prove it, but I'm willing to bet that it certainly didn't help. In March of 2009, Carla filed a $50 million lawsuit against Sandra Harold, and I can't say that I blame her. But in May of 2010, Sandra dies. Sandra sadly dies of an aortic aneurysm at the age of 72. This woman, in spite of putting my judgment aside for a moment of her keeping a wild animal, you have to admit she really lived a very, very sad life. She lost her husband, her daughter, and then her son Travis, who she did see like a son, not only did she lose him, but she had to hurt him herself and then beg them to kill him. And then she had to witness this happen to her friend, and then she was sued, and then she died before any of it could really be settled. She was buried next to her husband, and then she was also buried with Travis's ashes and her daughter's ashes. And again, not excusing some of her actions, but I just have to feel some sort of sympathy for the life that she kind of went through. Carla, you'll be pleased to know, did finally reach a settlement in November of 2012. And Carla received $4 million for the incident. She tried to sue the state of Connecticut as well, but she failed to do so. I believe she tried to sue them for allowing this animal as a pet, but I think since it was legal, I think that she didn't really have a case. So I'm gonna try to stay calm here, but I can't help but express my anger towards Sandra and Jerome for having Travis in the first place. Keep in mind, they're not alive to defend themselves, so take my opinion or whatever of them with a grain of salt, because it is kind of unfair that they are not here to, you know, I mean, not that they'd watch this video anyway, but I can't help it. I'm angry. They never should have had Travis, let alone think that he wasn't capable of hurting anybody. My dog is only 11 pounds, and I don't assume that she's not capable of hurting somebody if she was put in the right circumstances. People forget that your pets are animals first. They're, you know, a dog or whatever species they are second, and then they're your pet third. It drives me crazy that we all just think that our pets would never be able to hurt anyone. All animals with teeth are capable of hurting somebody if they're cornered enough. I cannot and will not understand why they ever thought that it was okay to have a chimpanzee. I learned through all this that chimpanzees can actually be pretty aggressive out in the wild. They're territorial, and they even attack each other, and they can be really agitated, so they really belong out there. They don't belong with humans, and if they are privately with humans, then they're just ticking time bombs. Not only that, but they can transmit really horrible diseases to humans. I believe that Sandra's heartbreak for losing Travis was genuine and real. And I do believe that she genuinely loved him and didn't intend to hurt anybody, and probably really thought that he couldn't hurt anybody. Travis deserved to stay with his mother in that sanctuary, and instead he was bought, stripped away from his home, and used as a pet, and then ended up dying for being the animal that he was. In conclusion, we need to stop anthropomorphizing animals. That's going to be it for today. Please like the video just to help out the channel. Thank you guys so much for watching, especially if you made it to the end. Let me know your thoughts, and I will see you all in the next one.
One of the world's scariest animals just got a whole lot scarier, and Planet of the Apes is slowly becoming non-fiction. Because apparently chimpanzees are out here murking gorillas. Scientists in 2021 witnessed a troop of chimpanzees basically jumping a family of gorillas. And when I say gang, we're talking about almost 30 chimps pressing a family of 5. Keep in mind, a silverback can weigh up to 400 pounds, could probably bench press your car. And according to witnesses, the silverback was eating chimps left and right like they were paper mache. But eventually the chimps overwhelmed the bigger silverback and even kidnapped a baby gorilla. I'm not going to tell you exactly what they did, but that family of 5 became a party of food. And it wasn't even the last time. Because later that year, scientists watched the same group of chimpanzees do the same exact thing. Square up with a family of gorillas, kidnapped a baby, and erase its name from the gorilla census. And it's not like we didn't know chimps were about that. They often push babies. And we've even seen them use weapons like spears to do it. But it's one thing to hunt something that weighs like 5 Skittles. Throwing gorillas is another tier of Black Air Force activity. Which is why I'd rather be locked in a room with a jaguar than a chimp. Because at least a jaguar gonna make it quick. That's exactly right. Chimpanzees have been known to hunt using spears, and the way they do it is not pretty. So what you gotta remember is these sociopaths share about 98% of their DNA with us, and they have more in common with humans than just thumbs. They're part of the special class of animals that can create and use tools, and chimps are probably the best at it. They'll take twigs, stick them in mouths, and literally go fishing for termites. They'll use stones as hammers to crack open nuts, and it's actually a lot harder than it looks. They'll use leaves as sponges to drink water, sticks to steal honey from bees. Some have even been seen making and using stone flails, which are really close to what early humans used to make back in the day.
But yeah, chimps also use spears by breaking off a stick, sharpening one end with their teeth, and then shoving it into the hollow part of a tree trunk. Because they know that's where bush babies sleep. Scientists watched them stab bush babies and force them out of their hiding spot in the trees, where they proceeded to tear them apart and eat them alive. So they don't actually eat the spear the way a lot of people probably thought, but they're definitely too smart for everyone else's good. Also, fun fact, out of all the animals I've talked about, a chimp was probably the closest to ending my entire way of life. But that's a story for another video. Alright, so here's a story of how a chimpanzee nearly ended my entire way of life. So this was in Senegal, that little country right there. I was visiting for a couple months. Me and some family decided to go to a zoo that, looking back, was way too run down to be called an actual zoo. The only thing separating the chimps from the general public were prison bars that were wide enough to stick your hand through. And before you even think it, no, I did not stick my hand into the chimp cage. I was 7, but I wasn't stupid. Now, if you wanted to see stupid, you'd have to look at the people around us. Some of them thought it'd be funny to throw things inside the chimp enclosure. Not to like hurt it, but I guess to scare it. Either way, nobody in that zoo was winning an award. Especially when someone started tossing rocks in there. Yeah, let the stupidity marinate. And take it. Until the people ran out of rocks. It wasn't until the chimpanzees started picking the rocks up that the people realized just what they did. They just gave an animal with thumbs and no regard for anything human ammo. So yeah, as you'd expect, the chimp started fastballing the stones back at the crowd, and all we could do was run and take cover. And I vividly remember crouching behind a bench, and when I got up, a rock flew past not more than 4 inches past my right eye. I was really just bad luck away from either doing this video with a glass eye or not doing this video at all. Look, you can say size matters all you want, but 4 inches made a difference that day. This picture might look cute, but it's actually one of the most disturbing things you'll ever see. I'm about to tell you one of the most messed up stories you've never heard of. So this guy, Dr. Kellogg, had the question I'm sure all of us have had at least once. What would happen if you raised a human without teaching it a language or having it around any other humans? Like a nature versus nurture kind of thing. It's one thing to think it, it's another to be on CPS's watch list. So this guy had a human son, Donald, that he raised with a female chimpanzee he adopted named Wa. So he treated 10-month-old Donald and 7-month-old Wa the same, in ways that would have had CPS, PETA, and the Geneva Convention pulling up. The experiment was weird. He would tap on both of their heads with a spoon just to hear the differences in the sound of their skulls. He would purposely make loud noises and provoke them just to see who would react first. At one point, he even spun Donald around on a high chair until he started crying. It got really dark really fast, especially when the human Donald started acting like his surrogate chimp sister, walking on all fours, being overly aggressive, and even biting people. It's a shame the Pikachu meme didn't exist back then. Donald would bark like Wall when he wanted food and refused to walk on 2 feet even though he could. Eventually, the man who somehow graduated with a doctorate in psychology from Columbia realized that he was ruining his son. So he called the experiment off. The chimpanzee that they treated like a daughter and was part of their family, yeah, they packed her up and sent her away to be part of another experiment. But she was unalive by pneumonia a few weeks later. As for Donald, he grew to be an adult and eventually became a doctor, until he deleted himself at the age of 42. And to add insult to whatever season hell this was supposed to be, if you go over to Dr. Kellogg's Wikipedia, he was described as a guy who had no tolerance for those who were unethical. Moral of this video, Thanos should start a GoFundMe. I'm starting to think he was on this one. Some stories just make you want to go off the grid and avoid humanity completely. And while that may not be an option for you with NordVPN, your internet can. Yeah, no, not my best transition. I'll be better. NordVPN creates encrypted tunnels for your data and protects your identity by hiding your IP address. Like a snow leopard in the mountains, you can observe the world without having to worry about being tracked yourself. I'm not going to tell you where he is. If you haven't seen him by now, just know you've already died twice. NordVPN allows you to connect to thousands of different servers. If you want to watch SpongeBob on Netflix but can't because America loves to gatekeep, just know Australian Netflix will gladly accept you. With NordVPN, you get all the perks of living in the land down under without also having to pay taxes to kangaroos. And without having to check your stakes for toilets. You have any idea how dangerous toilets are? And you never have to feel like you're giving up speed for security. And with NordVPN's threat protection, you can enjoy your online experience, whatever that may be. I really don't judge. Without also having to worry about ads, trackers, or malware. So to protect your data and get the most out of your streaming service, make sure you go to nordvpn.com/casualgeographic to score a huge discount available only for a limited time. And with Nord's money-back guarantee, it's basically risk-free. You want to know what's not risk-free? Having a chimpanzee as a pet. Well, trust me, this is going somewhere. After this ad, though. Here's why you should never give a chimpanzee Xanax. Sounds like common sense, but apparently it's not that common. Travis was a 13-year-old, 200-pound walking life lesson that lived with his owners in Stamford, Connecticut. He spent his entire life around people and was basically treated as one of them. He would do things like use the family computer, watch baseball on TV, he knew how to open doors with keys, and sometimes he'd drink wine out of a glass after a long day. Everyone knew him, and he would even greet police officers whenever he would see them around in the neighborhood. I want you to remember that for later. Travis even drove a car, and he did it more than once. It's like if this dude was an actual member of society. Now, what would happen in 2009 wasn't out of nowhere. The red flags were there. He once climbed out of his owner's car and held up traffic for hours looking for a man that threw an empty bottle at the car. And there was one incident where Travis bit a woman's hand and tried to drag her into a car. But none of that was as bad as 09. I'm not going to make any jokes because this was honestly one of the most traumatizing things I've ever seen. Just one day in 2009, Travis left the house with his owner's keys, and the owner and her friend Charlotte Nash tried to get it back. The only problem was Nash used his Tickle Me Elmo to try to bribe him back into the house. And seeing someone else hold his Elmo pissed Travis all the way off. Travis brutally mauled Nash, tearing out her face and limbs and not even stopping when his owner hit him over the head with a shovel. And as the attack got worse, his owner had no choice but to literally stab him in the back. And a literal butcher knife to the back only made Travis angrier. Eventually, police were called. Yeah, the same police from earlier. It took multiple bullets just to get Travis to stand down. Travis limped back to the house, went to his cage, and passed away. The victim survived the attack, but Travis had ripped over 90% of her face off, like lips, eyes, nose, they were all gone. I am telling you right now, do not Google that if you have a weak stomach. Those pictures personally put me up for days when I first saw it. At the time, we didn't really know it. It took multiple bullets just to get Travis to stand down. Travis limped back to the house, went to his cage, and passed away. The victim survived the attack, but Travis had ripped over 90% of her face off, like lips, eyes, nose, they were all gone. I am telling you right now, do not Google that if you have a weak stomach. Those pictures personally put me up for days when I first saw it. At the time, we didn't really know what set Travis off. Some sources said it was because Charlotte Nash was holding his Elmo. Others say it was because Nash had a different hairstyle that day and that freaked him out. But a toxicology report confirmed that Travis the chimpanzee had Xanax laced tea the day of the attack. Travis's owner obviously got sued, but then she died of an aneurysm just a year later. It was just bad for everyone involved. But at the end of the day, the lesson here is the chimpanzee never went crazy. The chimp just went chimp. This man was attacked by an animal with a name that might just get me canceled. This is the work of Trompiculidae, but they're also known as guidelines of better homie, chiggers. A word that sounds like it has the potential to offend multiple ethnicities. Not to be confused with a species of parasitic flea known as jiggers, and honestly, I don't know what sounds worse. Chiggers, or chiggas, which is apparently less offensive, is a type of mite found all throughout the world, but the most infamous ones are found in the southeastern US, Midwest, and Mexico. Low-key forgot the warning, so if you don't like bugs, this might not be the video for you. Because chiggas don't really bite. They'll actually just burrow themselves into your skin, make a little hole, and then spit out enzymes that break down skin cells, which is exactly where the swelling and irritation comes from. The worst part is, you usually don't start itching until after the larvae falls off you. It's like you're not allowed to suffer until they're done with you. And once they are, they fall to the ground where they end up becoming their harmless adult forms. And normally the bumps they leave heal on their own. Also, the chiggas in North America usually don't carry disease, they're just really annoying to be around. But yeah, I can't tell you who named them, but I can tell you they did not have a good home life. I feel like someone owes me reparations for making me say it. So somebody sent me this, and I actually think there's a right answer here, but first I'm actually curious, which one would you choose? Or which one do you think you'd have the best shot with? Offer, we can go ahead and eliminate the rhino. For a couple reasons. Rhinos have a really bad eyesight and even worse anxiety. Mostly because they have to share a zip code with animals that would literally eat them balls first. Life is multiple choice, and rhinos consistently choose bad. So if this anxiety-riddled warhorse has a panic attack near you, it will be a chalk outline. The Komodo's an instant game over too. Because Komodos don't flat up and the bacteria the way we thought they did. This homicide gecko's actually venomous. And they've been known to dig out human graves and eat the corpses, so don't think you can't get meal prep too. One bite and it's credits. There's nowhere in the apartment you can go where this 10-foot leather assault weapon can't get to you. Now the jaguar is actually an interesting one. Jaguar attacks on people are really brave, and they're usually in self-defense. So you'd actually have a better chance of surviving in a room with a jaguar as long as you don't provoke it or do anything to make him think you're food. However, jaguars are solitary, and in a one-bedroom apartment, if that jaguar feels like you're in its space, it could be lights out. Which is why your best shot is actually with the gorilla. They're natural pacifists that won't waste the calories attacking something that they don't view as an immediate threat to them.
John
So as long as you don't
Kratos.
look them in the eye, and smile at them unless you're trying to be Robbie's roommate, your best chance at winning and, living is with the gorilla. I want to show y'all something. So I made a video on this, and a lot of people are commenting how they choose the Komodo since all they'd have to do is climb the couch and just wait there for 37 minutes. Some even said they can manhandle the leather assault weapon if they needed to. I'm not going to talk about how Komodos can be nearly 10 feet long. I'm not going to mention the fact that young Komodos can climb trees. And I'm certainly not going to acknowledge the fact that of all the animals here, Komodos are the only ones that will actively eat humans. No, I'm not going to talk about any of that. Instead, I'm going to show you this. No further. This is what it looks like to F around and find out. At this point, you already know how I feel about chimps. They're chainsaws with thumbs. Chimps will actually commit coordinated and calculated acts of violence. I'm talking premeditated in the first degree. Usually they'll do this against rival troops, but sometimes it be their own bands. Chimps often have a dominant alpha male with all units falling into a hierarchy. This was an alpha male named P3r, and long story short, P3r was a bully. He was a tyrant top dog and asserted his dominance by beating on his underlings. But like all bullies, one day P3r pushed too far. It started with P3r being competitive with Primus. So until P3r turned around and bit Primus. Primus had enough and a fight quickly broke out. Soon a bunch of other male chimps got involved, and basically they jumped P3r. Remember, they feared him, but they didn't like him. A couple chimps did try to defend him, but they were quickly chased off, leaving the former leader at the mercy of his troop. And chimps don't have mercy. If you look at people who support chimp attacks, they have similar increased disfigured face, fakers who've gotten tired, hands missing, and severe joint wounds. And that's because chimps don't try to push. They try to inflict as much pain as possible. And that is exactly what they did. These chimps took to beating on their former leader, biting at his face and hands. At one point, they even castrated him. The chimps would constantly stop, and it would seem for a moment like they'd let P3r go, until one of them would start screaming and initiate the attack all over again. By the time it was over, the former bully was beaten, battered, and bloodied. He had been mutilated and was missing fingers, toes, and even the equipment he needed to make babies. Ultimately, it was a rock to the skull that put him out of his misery. Moral of the story, there is one. Nobody likes bullying. Remember that elephant that traveled 100 miles to turn a woman into a hashtag and then pulled up to her funeral to inflict more disrespect on her body? Well, it happened again, except this time we know the reason. Elephants are often used as work animals in places like Thailand, and apparently there's no workers' union if you have 4 legs and a trunk. A 20-year-old male elephant named Bumpman was being worked in the intense Thailand heat carrying hundreds of pounds of logs, which I'm pretty sure is illegal now. I don't know if it was the brutal heat or the disrespect of taking orders from something 20 weight classes under it, but the elephant snapped. In more ways than one. Bumpman used his tusks to split his handler in half and then stood over his shoulder horses for hours. Officials recovered the body after darting the elephant from 1,600 feet away. But by then, the man was well beyond past tense in a pool of his own Kool-Aid. Look, I love elephants, but even I know the heaviest thing on the planet with legs and a pulse isn't something you want to give a reason. Does an elephant not fit a file of labor dispute? They're just going to make sure the next time your family sees you is in a box. And the more elephants get abused, the more people mess around and make the news. You want to know the really messed up part about this? Like the part that will never sit right with me? What you're looking at right now? Yeah, that's the nerfed version. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Mega Frickin' Lania. Sparkno's version, everything a Komodo is on steroids. Megalania was believed to grow anywhere from 13 to 23 feet long. It was estimated to tip the scales at well over 1,000 pounds. Like its Komodo cousin, it would have been armed with a mouthful of serrated steak knives for teeth. And like the Komodo, it would have hunted by inflicting a septic, venom-filled bite on whatever was on its grocery list. And as an apex predator, that could be anything. Even if you somehow manage to escape the first attack, you'd still likely fall to a slow and painful infection. Not to mention the venom likely contained anticoagulants, which would have nerfed blood clotting, meaning you'd slowly bleed out until your blood pressure got so low you'd go into shock. All while this leather bloodhound used its OC sense of smell to track you no matter how far you go. That sense of smell is actually why women on their period are strongly advised to stay out of the Komodo's territory. Otherwise, you run the risk of getting stalked by this all-terrain lynch. Megalania went extinct about 40,000 years ago. We can pretty much thank the Binding Invention for that. Almost forgot the fun part. Since Komodos have been known to dig out people's graves and eat the bodies inside, Megalania more than likely would have had a taste for humans. It's a salamander, specifically a giant Chinese salamander. The biggest ones could be over 100 pounds and max out at about 4 feet. The biggest one ever recorded was about 6 feet long. I'm not even 6 feet long unless I'm lying to somebody. In China, it's also sometimes called the baby fish, and that's because it can make a sound almost identical to that of a crying baby. They're not legal as pets, but even if they were, at best you'd get a lot of visits from CPS, and at worst you might just get put on the list. And I low-key spent a minute trying to remember what this thing low-key reminded me of, until I remembered Hiccup trained his more melanated cousin. Also, me and this off-brand Pokemon have one thing in common, it's that we're both legally blind. But where I have contacts, giant salamanders have these little nodes all over their body that helps them sense vibrations around them. Basically, bees breathe like Inosuke. And they usually do this while hunting for their worms, fish, crabs, and random shrimp they like to eat. They'll also resort to cannibalism, but because they're blind, we'll never know if it's on purpose. Also, they can live to 60 years old, but there have been some stories of salamanders reaching 200. It's probably cat, but if it isn't, that means they were alive for slavery and chose to do nothing. Maybe that's why no one's crying. Let's talk about the fact that there was a special breed of jacked steroid lions living in Africa. Well, kinda. So there's a part of Africa where all the Congo River meets the Kalahari Desert, resulting in the oasis which is basically a Whole Foods for animals of all kinds. Here's where the lions come in. Basically, some years ago, a bunch of lions got stuck on an island when a river changed course and isolated them from the mainland. But instead of folding, the lions started attacking.
Oh, what the fuck?
Instead of avoiding the water, the lions would only wait.
Good shit tong guy na to.
And they survived by hunting the only animal that was available at the time, Cape Buffalo. That is a Cape Buffalo, an assault charged with legs so on site that hunters nicknamed it Black Death. And they're so dangerous that lions usually won't hunt them if they have another choice. These lions had no choice, so they became buffalo hunters. Instead of hunting at night like lions usually do, these lions would go grocery shopping during the day while the buffalo would stop to graze and drink. These lions would swim and hide in the water, pretty much just jump them. And since buffalo can weigh well over 1,000 pounds, the better they got at hunting them, the more the lions got to eat. All that extra protein meant these lions got small. And lions are pretty jacked to begin with. The average male lion usually weighs anywhere from 300 to 500 pounds, while females are
lights, null eyes, null
electric. Well, according to researchers, the lioness in the open
crazy
could collect maybe 400 pounds, while the males allegedly tap out well over 500. That is a big cat. At the time, some would even say the biggest cats in all of Africa. Sparkno's version, there were basically lions with SEAL training specializing in working 1,200-pound temper tantrums for a living, all while staying natty.
Crazy tong guy na to.
That is the biggest animal you've never heard of. That is a talking. It's basically a gigagoat that can tip the scales up to and sometimes over 800 pounds. It might remind you of the mushrooms. Even though at a family reunion, the talking will sit right next to sheep. Their entire bodies are covered in a oil that smells a lot like burning rubber. They use that to mark their territory by rubbing up against something like a tree. It also helps protect them against the rain. If you've never seen one before, it's probably because they're only found in places in South Asia like Bhutan and parts of China. Also, they can live 12,000 feet above sea level. They use that big nose to heat up air before it gets into their lungs. It's also why it looks like a moose that lost the fight to a beehive, which is actually how some biologists first described it. They're not usually dangerous to people, unless you give one a reason. In 2007, a talking broke into a man's house and proceeded to injure 8 more people, including a pregnant woman. That is a talking with a reason. But for the most part, they're pretty chill. The more you know. Yeah, friendly reminder that wolves aren't just unhinged huskies. They are much, much, much bigger than you think. As big as you think they are, they will find a way to be bigger. This is a husky. This is a husky next to a wolf. And if you're talking about the biggest wolf in the world, you're probably talking about the timber wolf. Biggest ones can grow to 7 feet long. Keep in mind he's 7 feet tall. And they can weigh up to 130-some pounds. And if that number doesn't mean anything to you, keep in mind the same one that probably hold most dogs. Usually weigh less than 90. And if you're still not impressed, that is what happens when the wolf has to remind you who he is. You might be from the hood, but he's from the wood. You don't play. Elephants have one huge fear, and it's actually being used to save their lives. And no, it's not what you think. It's not mice. Elephants are actually terrified of bees. They don't mess with them. It's kind of poetic, right? Something that weighs 5 million bees, scared senseless by blood. Mostly because they're afraid of... But anyway, elephants are smart enough to break into villages and steal food, which can get them put on the shirt by farmers protecting their livelihood. Alternatively, the elephants sometimes get their lick back by turning the farmers into chalk outlines. So to avoid all of this, farmers will put up fences with beehives around their property to keep the elephants out. And once again, the same animal that violates the biggest things in nature falls to a family of fly-ops. And for the most part, it's worked. Farmers are able to keep the elephants out without losing their crops and without having to flatline an elephant. And the bees even produce honey, which is branded as elephant-friendly. So yeah, being afraid of bees helps keep elephants and farmers on the census. There's your good news for the week. This horse shouldn't be alive right now. Let's talk about that. This is Przybylski's horse. You can find them in Mongolia, where there's about 2,000 of them. It wasn't always like that, because this horse actually went extinct. This time 50 years ago, you would not find this horse in the wild. Przybylski's used to be all over Asia, but because of competition with humans, hunting, and habitat loss, they eventually got pushed out to East Asia, where they... But a few horses were kept in captivity after the species got discontinued in the wild. And by few, I mean 12. The same horse that used to be 1,000 strong got cut down to 12 members by 1950. I want y'all to think about how crazy that is. The 12 horses were carefully bred as part of a program that was pretty much their Hail Mary. Zoos that had Chibowskis even started an exchange program, that way the next generation wouldn't be too inbred. In 1979, there were about 400 horses across 16 different breeding facilities, and that number grew to 1,500 by the 90s. Eventually, the populations became stable enough to be reintroduced back into the Mongolian steppe, where every horse there now is directly descended from one of the last 12. They're still endangered, but you won't find a better comeback than that. This is not Photoshop. You're looking at the world's first and only albino gorilla. As a baby, he was found by a farmer after that same farmer murked his entire family. That's a whole anime origin. The white gorilla was sold to a primatologist and eventually ended up in the Barcelona Zoo, where the vanilla gorilla grew viral. Or I guess the 60s version of viral, because that's when National Geographic put him on the cover in 1967. That's also around the time he got his name, Snowflake. Snowflake became a popular figure for both people visiting him in zoos and scientists that wanted to figure out just how he came out Caucasian. I should have put this earlier. Turns out it was because of a mutation. One so rare that in the 6 years since he was born, we have not found one gorilla like him. Snowflake ended up having 22 kids with 3 different fathers. Impressive, but still less rounds than Nick's canon. And out of the 22, not one of them came out looking like Snowflake. He also had 22 grandchildren, none of them sharing the same Caucasian persuasion. He was literally one. He ended up getting skin cancer in 2001, which probably did have something to do with the albino thing. Not wanting to see him in pain, the zoo ended up putting him down. But not before thousands of people visited the zoo to say goodbye to him. He also managed to live to 40, even though he turned out to be inbred. His dad was his mom's uncle. Don't think about it too hard, it gets weird if you do. But overall, Snowflake did alright for himself. This pigeon saved hundreds of lives and might be the reason some of y'all exist. This is Cher Ami, and he was one of the hundreds of carrier pigeons used by the U.S. Signal Corps during World War I. Carrier pigeons were popular at the time because radio wires weren't as reliable and pigeons could deliver messages at 50 miles per hour. During an intense battle in France, soldiers from the U.S. 77th Division were pinned behind German lines. Over 500 men were trapped without food, water, or ammunition, while taking fire from the surrounding Germans, and even friendly fire from troops that didn't realize they were there. Out of over 500 men, more than 300 never made it out, and anyone who tried to go out for help was quickly put out of commission by the German soldiers. They had no choice but to send out carrier pigeons asking for help, but the Germans knew about this, and they were trained to work anything with feathers out of the sky. That's when they sent out Cher Ami, the note attached to his leg begging for help and for the Allies to stop firing. Cher Ami flew to deliver the message but got lit up by German gunmen. Against every force of nature, he ate the shells and traveled the full 25 miles over to division headquarters, despite being blinded, bleeding, and having his leg literally hang on by a thread. The message was received, and about 194 men survived because of it. And so did he, after Army medics refused to let the bird pass his hands. He lost his leg, but not his life, and the one-legged hero of the 77th Infantry was sent home on a boat back to the U.S., where he received including Croix de Guerre, one of the highest military honors in France. He passed away about 8 months after his injury, but you can still see him in the Smithsonian. Just know you're looking at a hero. I tried to tell you about orangutans. I did say if something like this ever flips a switch, it's going to be a bad time for everyone. But it took this ginger gorilla getting his leg back on camera for y'all to believe me. But like, all jokes aside, orangutans aren't aggressive, like, at all. Like, thank God we're designing for that because it would be terrifying. But orangutans almost never choose violence, not even with each other. The only time you'll see an orangutan get active is if a male runs into another adult male, and even then it's a bunch of bluffing and displaying, just being loud to prove a point. Hands rarely get thrown. In fact, there are no recorded cases of a wild orangutan killing a human. They're just plus-size pacifists. So one of two things happened here. One, that's an orangutan killing a play. Or two, bet money this would actually happen. The man was provoking the orangutan like an idiot, getting in his face, but the person behind the camera didn't hit record until the orangutan decided he had enough. And in situations like this, I'm always going to look at the guy outside the case before looking at him in it. And also, just personally, I don't love any article of clothing that much. I would have just negotiated my shirt, but you know, that's just me. So update to the whole orangutan debacle. Turns out I was right. Turns out this man, 19-year-old, hopped the enclosure fence and started taunting the big ape, literally for clout. Bro wanted to go viral, and the orangutan said, yeah, I can show you the way. Almost tossed him an arm and a leg, but man said numbers on Twitter. Not to mention the orangutan was on recruit difficulty, because I watched that whole video, and I counted at least 3 times where he could have gotten this shit. Jokes aside, this pissed me off for a lot of reasons. First of all, if that orangutan would have killed him, not even, if he would have broken his arm, what do you think the headlines would have been? Probably something like, vicious orangutan goes crazy and brutally mauls man. What it really should be, wannabe influencer gets exactly what he asked for as wild animal goes wild animal. Not to mention, if it got to that point, the zoo 100% would have taken out the orangutan would die. Even though orangutans are endangered and dumbasses on the internet are kind of and I just hope Mom was watching for beyond, like, ain't that bullshit. It takes years for keepers to gain the trust of an animal like that, and this man managed to destroy it all in less than 10 seconds. I'll say one thing though, he chose the right ape to try this with. If he would have tried the gimmicks with a gorilla or worse, a chimp, yeah, none of us would have seen that video. Or at least not without a tour browse, because this would have turned into a snuff film. Now what if I told you someone managed to do something even stupider than this? Warning, this will piss you off. Meet this woman whose name I'm not going to say because I don't want to get sued. And she didn't just get too close to an enclosure. Now, she decided to walk up in it like she paid rent. So, two things. One, this was in Texas, so Florida you can enclose. And two, those were spider monkeys. This is a spider monkey. I don't know what kind of game she thinks she's playing, but she could have lost badly. One wrong move and they could have her looking like she could unlock Voldemort's phone. And if that weren't enough, which it obviously was, she even decided to feed the monkeys cheetos. Not even like the original. No, she went flaming hot. I don't think I need to tell you why that's bad. Yeah, they tell you not to feed wild animals because it can make them violently sick, especially if it's flaming hot. The woman was kicked out of the zoo and allegedly charged with criminal trespass. She also lost her job in a law firm, which at first made me happy, but then made me seriously question just how she got that far. And I think about it, that's probably where she got her lawyers from. You know, the she is, I mean, that's her name. And after going viral, she swiftly received the online spanking that comes with it. After all the backlash, she finally released a statement where she was actually apologetic and really seemed to understand the gravity of the online race. Nah, instead, this woman who survived 26 trips around the sun still doesn't think she did anything wrong because, in her words, nobody got hurt. I'm sure the monkeys wish they could have that one back. But she did learn at least one valuable lesson: to keep her Cheetos to herself. My mom doesn't like when I curse on the internet, so I'm gonna end it right there. If you've seen this tiger before, you've probably been lied to. This tiger went viral a few weeks ago for having Down syndrome, which caused obvious facial deformities. People love this pug-faced predator so much that they used him to spread awareness. Except, he never had it, and the truth was actually
Down syndrome.
See, the thing is, white tigers are rare, like 1 in 10,000 type rare, and most of them survive longer than a year in the wild because if you can't camouflage, you're probably gonna starve. White tigers are also really popular for animal traffickers selling them on the very much illegal exotic pet market. Yes, screw those guys, by the way. So the easiest way to breed white tigers: have 2 white tigers hook up so their recessive genes can produce another white tiger. The problem is, there's a lot of problems actually, but the biggest one is that because Caucasian carnivores are so rare, the ones they breed are often related, which is how they get more inbred than family reunion. Kenny the tiger didn't have Down syndrome. He was a twin-sex baby whose parents were siblings, and most of his actual siblings became past tense the moment they were born. The guy that bred him tried to lie and say he looked like that from smashing his face into a wall a bunch of times as a cub. Yeah, Kenny was rescued and taken to an animal sanctuary in Arkansas, along with his brother, who was cross-eyed, because that's exactly the kind of thing that happens when you have an aunt, mom, and a school dad. The sanctuary took care of Kenny for as long as they could until he eventually passed away at the age of 10 to melanoma. A sad story, but it could have been worse. R.I.P. Kenny, you deserve way better than you got. A lot of people sent me this, so I just wanted to point out 2 things. So I'm going to play it back and try and see if you can notice what it is. So that's slow blink. It's actually the universal sign that a cat is relaxed and at ease. We've seen this with bigger cats like lions and tigers, but even pet cats will use this as a gesture of trust. To the point where a lot of animal shelters will decide whether a cat's safe to handle based on whether it slow blinks or not. And it works both ways. You can pretty much slow blink at your pet cat, and it's like their version of a smile. And the second thing is, right at the end, the jaguar rolled over on her back. The underbelly is the most vulnerable part of a cat, so them exposing it like that is the ultimate sign of trust. It doesn't always mean they want you to touch them, it's more them trying to tell you that they're comfortable around you. I don't know what you did, but keep doing it, because that cat loves you. So King Julian would actually be a queen. And not in like a yassified way, but in real life, ringtail lemur society is female-dominated. Lady lemurs assert their dominance by bullying the low-ranking males at
Putik lahat na lang i-recycle pabalik kay ano eh.
But their favorite way is
Silky at si ano.
snatching any food out of their hands. Or in this case, a stick. And they don't even have to be
Tapos pabalik ka na naman kay Orpheus.
Also, lemurs smell so bad that they managed to weaponize it, as in they'll rub their scent glands all over their tails as a way to build their ammo, and then pretty much just throw their body over around. Also, they're much more suicidal than the movie wants you to believe. There was a study done on 1,000 animals to see which one was more likely to kill their own kind. Meerkats were number one, since about 19% of meerkat deaths were caused by another meerkat. Lemurs were not far behind, with up to 17% of lemur obituaries being close. And a lot of it comes from females kidnapping and abandoning babies and males straight up ignoring them. Moral of this video, King Julian was a hyper-homicidal, child-endangering, BO-blasting drag queen. So you probably know the story of Harambe, but not enough people know the story of Jumbo. So this goes all the way back to 1986. 5-year-old Levin Mayer was excited to go to the zoo with his family. But when he got to the gorilla pen, bro got a little too excited. While leaning over to get a better look, he lost his balance and fell 20 feet straight down, breaking his arm, fracturing his skull, and knocking himself out cold. When Levin regained consciousness, he awoke to Jumbo, a 400-pound silverback gorilla. The kid understandably screamed, and that momentarily freaked out Jumbo, and witnesses thought this was going to end in the worst way possible. Jumbo protectively stood over the child, having gently stroking his back as he was unconscious. Jumbo even kept other gorillas away when they got curious and tried approaching the boy. It became clear to everyone that Jumbo was protecting Levin like he was one of his 20 kids. Oh yeah, Jumbo was like that. When Levin started crying, Jumbo calmly led the other gorillas to a small hut in the other corner of the pen, which was when paramedics were able to rescue the boy, who ended up making a full recovery. But the funny thing is, this incident might have saved gorillas in general, because back then people were terrified and even hated gorillas. King Kong didn't help. But after the video of Jumbo looking after the small boy went viral, this was back in the 80s, viral was a big deal. The public perception of gorillas did a full 180. Now you're probably wondering, what's the difference between this and Harambe? And the answer is actually depressing. With Harambe, people were screaming, throwing objects to distract them, and all they were doing was freaking the big ape out even more. Harambe got agitated, and that's why they ended up doing what they did. Had the people not screamed at him, Harambe would have gotten so agitated he'd still be alive, and the pandemic never would have happened. So I actually have a lot of thoughts on the Harambe situation, and you're probably not going to like them. So if you don't know about Harambe, give the full back to your mom. TikTok's no place for a 5-year-old. The Spark Notes version. Kid fell into gorilla pen, gorilla goes up to the kid, gorilla starts getting agitated, zoo officials got a rifle and ended it. The gorilla, not the... Yeah. And the big question is, should they have murked Harambe, especially when he didn't seem like an immediate threat to the child? They could have tranquilized him, but that easily could have backfired. Think about it, it's already a stressful environment. You got people just got airdropped into your living room. I want y'all to watch this video. Animals don't understand what a tranquilizer is. As far as they're concerned, you just tried them. And in the 5 minutes it would have taken to work, Harambe could have raised absolute hell. And if a 400-pound Harambe seriously injured or even killed, the gorilla managed to get to the gorilla pen and it got deleted while there were zoo officials present. That zoo was finished. The zoo would get sued up, and all the animals would get relocated and have to find a new place. And as an animal with a human body count, Harambe would almost certainly get turned into a hashtag anyway. It sounds like I'm taking a suicide here. I'm not. In a situation that messed up, there is no right answer. Someone was going to lose. Just sucks that the someone had to be the animal whose only crime was literally just being an animal. But yeah, glad I didn't pull the trigger. You're absolutely right, and I was saving this story for last on purpose. This is P3r. She's a western lowland gorilla, which actually happens to be critically endangered. Also, she's the niece of this gorilla, Coco. Didn't know that before. This story goes all the way back to 1996, the Brookfield Zoo just outside Chicago. A small child was excited to see the gorillas, and as a result, fell into the enclosure 25 feet straight down. How so many fetuses end up in gorilla pens is beyond me. The 3-year-old broke his hand, was knocked out, and was bleeding heavily out the side of his face. And while all the other gorillas seemed confused and unsure of what to do, Binti went right up to the fallen boy. To everyone's shock, Binti, who was already a mother at this point, cradled the injured boy in her arms and even seemed like she was looking around for someone to help. Then, her own 17-month-old hanging on her back, Binti carried him across the enclosure over to a door where zookeepers could get to him and gently laid him down. But here's the part a lot of people don't realize. As a new mother, Binti had learned to hand off her newborn daughter over to zookeepers so they could get her examined by vets. Binti did the same exact thing here, treating this boy she'd never met before like he was one of her own. But there might be another reason why she did this. You see, Binti was actually abandoned by her own mother when she was born and had to be hand-raised by humans. And when Binti became a mom, it was those same people that taught her how to care for her baby by using dolls. This story didn't just go viral. It went mid-90s viral, and it almost single-handedly changed the way a lot of people see gorillas. And in case you were wondering, Binti's still very much alive in the same Brookville Zoo where she turned 34 in March. As for the baby gorilla on her back while she saved the little boy, that was her daughter Kula, who's 25 hours a baby of her own, which makes Binti a grandma. God bless Binti.
どうぞご覧ください。こちらでよろしいですか？
お前は
こちらを
もう死んだよ。
どちらに少々身を
The average person lies about 1 to 2 times a day, 1.65 to be exact. The average person can also expect to be lied to anywhere from 10 to 200 times in the same amount of time. And if you have internet, which you obviously do, because how else would you be here? Most of those lies probably come from behind the screen. And these days, it really doesn't matter what you say, as long as you say it with confidence, a small group of people will believe it. Like if I say that coconuts can technically be classified as mammals because they have hair reproducible, I can say it with my whole chest, at least one person's gonna pause this video and think about it. And it seems like every week I get tagged in a video of some guy saying T-Rex is actually a dragon with wings or Megalodon is still somehow alive. When the truth is, T-Rex didn't have wings, a 60-foot shark is hiding from the world at the bottom of the ocean. And there are no hot singles in your area just dying to meet you. The worst lies are the ones you tell yourself. There's a lot of alternative facts out there, so I'm going to talk about the most common and the most entertaining ones that I get asked about. Some of these might be obviously made up, others I may or may not have believed them. Either way, someone's feelings are definitely going to get hurt with this first one. So it's a known fact that elephants find us cute. And we know this because the parts of an elephant's brain that are engaged when one sees a human are the exact same as when a human sees a puppy. Meaning elephants see us the way we see puppies. Except it's not true, and for 3 good reasons. Number 1, there ain't an MRI big enough. Not to mention the elephant would have to be awake and fully conscious just for us to be able to move. Meaning everyone in that entire room would be 1 5-ton temper tantrum like getting lost in consensus. Number 2, elephants have every reason to find us the opposite of human. It's bad enough they're forced to share an area code with some of the most dangerous things alive. But add the fact that humans put an estimated 55 elephants on a shirt, not every week, but every 24 hours. Elephants finding us cute would be like if people found Ted Bundy cute. And that would just be ridiculous. Someone feels called out and they should be. And number 3, and when I tried to figure out where this fact even started, it turns out it came from a Twitter post back in 2017. And it also turned out that she got that fact from Tumblr. And disclaimer is not going to be the only fact we get from there. Long story short, if elephants actually found this cute, the global census would be at least 500 names heavier. But there's nothing cute about this next video. So, we have some thoughts. The thing is, that exact clip will go viral once every couple of months. And one of the top comments is always the same. It's some guy saying camels spit their stomachs out their mouths to cool off, and 1,000 people have been panic attack over it. The truth is, any camel with its stomach ejected from its body isn't a camel. It was. You're looking at one less sand donkey. What it actually is an organ called a bone. It's an inflatable extension of the upper mouth, the middle of flex to get a female's attention. Because that's really what it's all about. And as camels go deeper into the rut, they'll even start foaming at their mouth to really show the world what's ever time they're on. That and the flesh balloon dangling from his mouth is basically a Batman symbol for camels who prove that help isn't just something on his back. It can be a verb and it can also be a desire. Also, I know what you're thinking. I know. You might have even commented it already, so I'm just gonna say it. No, you can't pop it in. Yeah, you should be on the list for even asking. But Sparkno's version, that's not a camel showing you its stomach, that's a camel that wants to get into yours. And it's not even the first time something like this has gone viral. And that's because pelicans exist. Specifically, this picture exists, along with the thousands of people who genuinely believe pelicans will spit their spines out in a way to cool off in the heat. It started as a meme that people will now defend to the death like religion. What they're actually doing is a lot less dramatic. The truth is, this pelican is just yawning. When pelicans yawn, the tissue on their bottom mandible gets stretched out over their neck under it. All it is just the pouch being flipped inside out. Not a pelican inventing its own skeleton to cool off. What this flying trash disposal actually does to cool off is bone flutter. It's pretty much the bird version of painting. It works by exchanging the hot air from the throat and lungs with the cooler air from outside. Birds like pelicans can avoid overheating, without also having to negotiate half their spine. Just trust and believe me when I say this, pelicans are demanding. Another common bird fact is that turkeys are so IQ deficient that they'll look up their brainstorm and drown themselves. And then somebody will tell you children their neighbor's dog scrambled to do something. Get the hashtag that way. First of all, turkeys aren't that stupid. Domestic turkeys? Yeah, you go. But go ask a hunter how dumb wild turkeys are and how easy they are to catch. You'll either get a 40-minute backstory or a few curse words under their breath. Turkeys that manage to survive in the wild are way smarter than they get credit for. As for the drowning in the rain thing, some turkeys get this condition known as tetanic torticolor spasms, or TT for short. And the SparkNotes version is that this neurological fumble can cause turkeys to cock their heads back facing the sky and be stuck there for up to a minute and sometimes longer. So no, the turkey isn't dumb enough to waterboard themselves. It's just some people that are gullible enough to believe. It's probably the same people that believe this. Apparently, otters will show their babies to predators in order to make them feel compassion. Now, I'm not going to judge anyone who believes this, but I'm going to put it real blunt. There are a lot of threats to a sea otter's way of life. Two of them include the headliner for Jaws and a free one. And trying to get sympathy from the same Oreo that rarely sends sea signal to and stick racing a shot around is basically really dead storytelling. Now, you might argue it wasn't a sea otter in the picture. It's a river otter. Fair enough. Imagine an otter trying to guilt you a prehistoric snare trap with his child. The outcome would be 2 less otters and 1 well.
Goated. Big persona.
Take human traits and try to put them onto animals. And this is coming from the guy who regularly refers to killer whales and oppressive cookie. Because in the wild, morality gets you forward and put on someone else's 4-for-4. Which is why otters are much more likely to sacrifice for a child than use them as a sob story for a coyote. And speaking of babies, you probably heard as a kid how you should never touch a baby bird because then you'll get your scent on the chick and cause a mother to reject it. And that's not true for a very simple reason. Most birds have a poor sense of smell. The average bird wouldn't even be able to tell if you had touched your chick or not. Especially since birds don't identify their chicks by smell, they go by sight and sound. Now, the reason you shouldn't touch one is because if mama bird suspects that her nest has been disturbed in any way, she'll abandon them altogether. Why risk your life raising a family when you can always make a new one? Also, the baby bird might not even need your help. Because oftentimes it's a fledgling that people are trying to save, not knowing that fledglings are really being supervised by parents nearby. But some parents did because they see you manhandling their child, and the only thing you helped that baby was become an orphan. Basically, you'd be rescuing that bird the same way the dentist rescued Eva. Another fact that isn't really a fact is actually something I used to believe. Cheetahs got screwed in the genetic lottery. And one of the reasons people think that is because they can only sprint for 20 seconds at a time before the brain starts to eventually shut down. Cheetahs are a genetic fumble and nothing will change my mind about that. But cheetah hunts don't end fast with them.
Fuck yes, my boy.
Sprinting fast enough to catch a ticket on the freeway costs so much energy that even when cheetahs make the kill, they have to rest before actually claiming their prize. And the ironic thing is, in experiments where cheetah body temperatures were taken, they were slightly higher after a successful hunt compared to when they went hungry. But it probably didn't have to do with the actual running. It probably had everything to do with the stress of knowing they're just one rogue leopard or a clan of hyenas or even a disrespectful vulture away from having sleep. Yeah, that wasn't a joke, by the way. Researchers now believe that cheetahs get anxious at kills for the simple fact that they can get their pockets picked at any time. That nervousness can cause the temperature to rise. But cheetahs don't actually overheat like an old school Dell hunter. They get more heated over the mental stress of keeping their lunch than the physical stress of actually catching it. And the myth started from an experiment where Harvard scientists took cheetahs from captivity, put them on a treadmill, and then plugged up their south side with their mom. And before you say anything, we've done some weird things in the name of science, and that wouldn't even crack the top 10. But all it did was convince the world that cheetahs factory reset themselves if they run too low. Don't get me wrong, they're still low tier, but they're not that bad. Another thing people swear is fact is this one right here, and I'll admit it, knowing what I know about these subscale turkeys, I wouldn't put it past them. But 2 things. 1, this gift is fake. But 2 things are actually in each other to test if the water's safe. I'm not doubting that they're big enough for ladies to thrive. It's the same bird that'll do the mannequin challenge while its firstborn becomes a flatline. But what actually happens is penguins like Adelies will often gather by the water's edge. And it'll usually take...
Hello, everyone. The new year is here, and I think 2024 has been one of the greatest years of music. And I don't think I've heard so much great music released in 1 year since 2017, which is my personal favorite year of music. I've been wanting to make this video for so long, and I almost couldn't contain myself after both Tyler and Kendrick dropped within a few weeks back to back of each other. So today I wanted to talk about favorite moments that stood out to me in music and some of my favorite albums that came out this year in 2024. Even Mozart dropped new music this year, and even then we're doing it this year. Those are about to get the same treatment. We're gonna see who drops from number 9. Everyone except Sir Jordan Carter. Since he released 2024 and 2023, Cardi has been teasing us with his up-and-coming album, Narcissist, I Am Music, with him posting songs on IG promoting it and performing the songs at every concert he's done this year. And the songs include Evil, Jordan, and Backwards are some of my favorite singles this year, but he was releasing them consistently back in December and January. It's January, there is no album yet. In fact, he's posting more bit fixed than the actual album itself. What is the point? They went to announce you dropping an album. I expect it to be in my ears within a month, maybe two at the latest. Not a year, definitely not two. Let me say this. This is one thing I hate. When artists announce projects, no one is finished. It won't come out anytime soon. I'm sick over this, bro. I've seen this so much. I'm low-key desensitized to it. But seeing other artists do an actual proper album rollout now make me realize, wait, I'm not supposed to be waiting a lifetime for an album that was announced last year. That's been a band. Instead of having fans of your music on the world's longest edging streak, like I've been waiting for the fall off for damn near 7 years. It's already happened in real life. All we need is the album. If you don't have the album ready, just visit us all and waste no time. With that said, I did go to the Rolling Loud Miami set. It's not for the weak. Lost phone and head during the Ski Mask Slump God set. Okay, you're gonna see him again. Maybe because Cardi said he was gonna play his new album on stage. I was like, man, I cannot miss this. And the new songs in this Rolling Loud set, I was like, too. They were hype. After the performance, I was like, that was great. Can't wait for the album to release this year. It's 2025. 2024 is my ass. I've been hyping us for this 2024 music rollout without dropping nothing. None of the songs he released are even on stream, other than All Red. If you want to listen to anything else, you either gotta go on his YouTube or his burner IG account, or sail the 7 seas of SoundCloud like a normal person. This album rollout is bad, and it's probably the most annoyed I've been of one ever. And that's the one from Kanye. This could have been an awesome rollout and drop, even if you waited to the last Friday of the year to do it. But now he gotta release a single called 2025 to build up the hype again for the 2026 release of I Am Music. Cardi had a big presence in 2024, but it ended with a sour conclusion. Speaking of people that don't drop, Kanye released 2 albums this year. Were they good? Debatable. But there were a few good songs on there. Carnival turned into a TikTok for his party anthem, making it harder for me to come out and say I like the song. It's fun. I play it however. Future Vultures to the top of every time I start shuffle on Spotify, constantly remind me of my disappointment of the album. So I've said my opinion of what Vultures albums, and 2024 hasn't really been Ye's year musically at all. He even announced he was going to release another album this year, will be alongside Vultures 3. I was supposed to drop an April, but I'll wait. For Wolfie, not really interested. In general, the rap game this year has been quieter. Each 2093 got me looking for a time machine so I get music from that year quicker, because it was gas. Schoolboy Q's Blue Lips, a short album with some of my favorite songs of this year. Thank God for Me and Lost Ties are up there with his best songs in the movie. And Future this year, fans have been eating good. This man released 3 projects this year, and only one of them was big. But for real, We Don't Trust You is one of the best albums of this year, hands down. It only has hits on you. Ice Attack, GTA, Pride, just to name a few. And timeless tracks like That because of that Kendrick verse. And Type Shit, since it's literally my #1 song this year for my Spotify rap. Speaking of which was asked this year, look at this, bro. I don't listen to none of these people. And what is this genre? Future couldn't contain his skepticism, so he dropped We Still Don't Trust You 2 weeks after the first one. And yeah, even though I don't think the album hits as hard as the first one, Show of Hands has nearly been in my daily rotation since I've heard it, so I'm gonna just say it's just as good. You can call it blazing, I call it appreciation. Then he dropped the mixtape Voodoo with the track. Modern day Shakespeare. Future truly is one of the greatest in world history for this year alone. And he would be my artist of the year if Kendrick ain't have a 2013 Miami Heat season run this year. Kendrick is greatness. Kendrick and the Drake beat was by far the biggest thing that happened in music this year in general. With Kendrick demolishing Drake on literally all the diss tracks while Drake was definitely saying words he lives with. I've been everyone was already talking about it. We all know Kendrick came out victorious, not like us breaking a whole bunch of rules. Him main event in the Super Bowl halftime show next year. Not only that, him dropping a surprise album at the end of the year to boot it. Kendrick fans have been eating good this year. I've been eating good this year. Yeah, Drake's 2024 is going. So against the OG saying that the label faked the streams or not like us to make the song appear bigger than it actually is. Which you've seen all the videos of people rapping the song at parties and stadiums. You know the song has both. Because who knows? Maybe UMG paid all those people to remember the lyrics. Still waiting for my check then. Speaking of female rappers, the female rappers this year have been going crazy. Aurora is one of my favorites. She's been dropping only hits, dropping 2 projects, both gas. Yeah, Glow, TGIF gotta be in my top 10 most listened to songs this decade. No, she's an up-and-coming rapper I just discovered. She's been doing her thing this year with her project Alligator Fights Never Heal, and I really like the project. Her performances also have been unmatched with most others I've seen this year. I saw her perform this year, I Can't Fall High. She was great. And I gotta say, I see a lot of potential with her being the next big thing. I probably just jinxed it though. Yeah, surprisingly, P3r is probably my favorite female rapper this year. I'm not even joking. Not only do I have her lady in my car, I also saw her perform 3 times at 3 different concerts this year. So if that doesn't stand me out, I don't know. I hate only JS. I don't usually say I hate people, but I would pay to say only JS. Was scrolling through my For You page, and only JS live came up, and I feel like I just got hated. Only JS is one of, if not the most hated creator on TikTok. She has been a constant controversy magnet for the last few years, and while none of these controversies were able to make her lose her audience overnight, they've been slowly chipping away at her online reputation. It's gotten to the point that the only people who talk about her now are the ones who hate her guts. I'm the internet analyst. I create weekly YouTube documentaries. Today, we'll be examining the satisfying downfall of Only JS, how a mixture of extreme racism, blatant plagiarism, and over-the-top reactions turned her into the punching bag. Isabella Avila, aka Only JS, started a TikTok account back in 2018. She was working at Best Buy at the time and often recorded her videos without taking off the uniform. When Best Buy found out, they did not like it one bit, resulting in her getting fired for her job.
Working at Best Buy making videos in my uniform, they found out about it. Not even at work, like before work, after work, just in my uniform, they found out about it. Told me to delete the videos or we're gonna fire you. So I deleted the videos, and then they fired me.
They fired you anyway?
Yeah, they fired me anyway.
This gave her the push she needed to pursue social media full-time, and do everything she could to succeed at it. During this time, she started uploading fun fact and life hack videos that went super viral.
You can tell which one of your friends likes too by just paying attention a little bit more. If you something funny happens or something tells a joke, people tend to be laughing while looking at the person they like most.
The success of these videos was a massive boost for her TikTok, allowing her to go from just over 100,000 followers in September of 2019 to 1 million followers just a month later. And while her TikTok was doing numbers, she also started a YouTube channel under the same name in October of 2019 and posted her first video titled God Isn't Real, But Why He Exists. From there, she continued posting a variety of videos, like vlogs and Q&As, but her most popular uploads were the video essays on topics such as hypnosis is real, the meaning of life, and where are the aliens? The audience loved the deep yet entertaining discussion of these fascinating topics from Only JS.
But hypnosis, while it can be described as such, is so much deeper than mind control. It's real, and it's not a hoax. The future of hypnosis will be to fully realize the incredible potential of our natural hypnotic abilities. It allows us to open up, relax, change, laugh, and it teaches us to have a little bit more fun.
With one commenter under this video writing, "Please don't stop making these videos. They are so interesting and I love them." What fans didn't know at the time was that these videos were hiding a terrible secret that ended up being a major reason behind Only JS's downfall. We'll get back into this later in the video. Getting back to her rise on social media, she also started posting her popular TikToks on YouTube Shorts after its launch in July of 2021, which directed even more people to her long-form content on YouTube as well as her TikTok page. And as if succeeding on both TikTok and YouTube wasn't enough, she even got hired by Netflix, hosts a podcast called Know It All in March of 2020.
Hey know-it-alls, remember my riddle from last episode? What is someone we've already been and is not here? Shout it out on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Space.
And to top it off, she even received a sponsorship from Tinder.
Easy tricks that might just get you more matches on Tinder.
Put simply, only Jay's had everything a TikToker/online influencer could ever dream of. But it didn't take long for her to lose it all. Fast forward to today, and her career is at an all-time low. Her TikTok account is struggling to clear 100,000 views, despite having over 18 million followers. Most of her recent YouTube videos have terrible like-to-dislike ratios, and people even created a petition for her to get banned from TikTok, with over 447,000 signatures today. Which begs the question, what happens? How did a TikToker who makes harmless life hack videos become the most hated person on the platform? As I briefly mentioned earlier, only Jay's has been a constant controversy magnet for the last 3 years or so. That said, most of these controversies can be divided into 2 main categories, the first of which is her extreme racism. Only JS has always presented herself as a wholesome and inclusive person, and that's what her fans believed as well. That is, until February 2021, when TikToker Freak Gemini posted a video exposing her for the deeply disturbing messages she sent back in 2016.
Yes, that didn't age well. Is this you? At the bottom, calling someone the hard ER, a word used to oppress black people in my community.
The messages read, "You told yourself to grow up." Oh yeah, totally. Going to high school, college classes, work, and working 7 to 8 plus hours on YouTube is so not hard. Why don't you grow up, let your damn balls drop before you start talking shit to pop on the internet? You bottle this bit of insecurity. Again, autocorrect, you dumb cunt. And yes, you're right, the abortion didn't work, which is why my parents hate me and why I've been in foster care for the past 2 years. So congratulations. Go F yourself, you piece of. I honestly hope your parents get cancer. I hope everyone you love dies, and most of all, I hope Trump gets shot. So your dumbass self gets to live in a world with Clinton as president. Well, all of these messages were extremely inappropriate and disturbing, and they would pale in comparison to her last message, which read, "I'm done talking to a hard asshole, have fun with Sunny." These messages were allegedly directed at another white creator who was dating a black person at the time. So, instead of using the N-word as an insult, she tried to insult the person for loving a black person, which some might argue is even worse.
Here's the thing, she didn't just say the N-word. It's not like she was mouthing it, said the words in a song. There are levels to it. There's the white influencer dancing and then mouthing the words with an A at the end. There's calling someone the N-word. There's calling someone the N-word with a hard R at the end. And then there's calling someone a nigger. A slur is a slur, but to insult someone for being in a relationship with a black person by calling them a nigger, it does not get any worse than that.
Admittedly, these messages flowed from 2016, back when she was 17 years old, so she still had the opportunity to own up to a mistake, make a sincere apology, and vow to never repeat this mistake again. Only Jace, however, decided it would be best to make a public apology, with public promises and clearly fake tears.
In my house, I said disgusting things to people, and I am so ashamed of myself for using racist rhetoric and derogatory language to hurt others, because I knew what that word meant, and I understood the power behind it, but I said it anyway because it was the meanest thing that I could think of, and I am so sorry to everyone, but especially to those in the black community, because only you guys can forgive me for this, and there is no excuse, and there are no justifications for what I said, and you guys deserve it.
Who the fuck is Lil Xan? Sunny V2 makes these really great videos on a bunch of different topics that I always find interesting. Lil Xan was a rapper, I guess. I don't know if he does it anymore, but Lil Xan's biggest claim to fame was he was a guy who almost died from overdosing on Flaming Hot Cheetos. I remember he got sent to the emergency room because of eating too many Flaming Hot Cheetos, and that changed the way I approach snacks forever. So we have quite a few here that I've stockpiled, because I think all of these are pretty interesting. I don't know Jace though. But I was talking to Sunny like a month or so ago, and he has been blowing up. And this Jace one went wild. So I'm assuming Jace must be a pretty big creator that did some fucked up shit. So I figured this would be fun to learn about, a little internet drama.
Despite having incredibly uncontroversial content,
If you're at a house party and you got a drink in your hand, don't hold it up here by your chest. Try to hold it more down towards your hip. This will make you seem more open and confident, and people will be more willing to come up and talk to you.
She's got that true. You can just be a giant fucking loser and you can put that beer bottle up your butthole, it's not gonna help you. So bad advice. Stop giving people false hope. Life just suck. And you have to accept that.
You're a bit of a bitch because I can't make you like right.
after a petition to ban only jazz from TikTok garnered over 400 signatures, it's safe to say that she's a contender for the platform's most hated creator.
Did the petition work? Petitions have always, like, historically been incredibly effective. She's gone up 4,200,000, exactly 4 million followers. Bro, these petitions are so effective. Not bad. What the fuck are you talking about? What? Is that real? Like, these are things she actually believes in? Or is this like some kind of TikTok meme I don't understand? Who the fuck actually believes that? Why do people just like want to disregard basic reasoning? Jesus Christ. Astrology's one thing, like, it's harmless. Like, you can believe in astrology, it doesn't really matter or whatever. Like, zodiacs dictate who you fall in love with, whatever, your lottery numbers, it doesn't matter, it's harmless. Do people parade it around as like actual real things? Like, your birth month changes you? Does it affect on your life? There's no way people actually, like, believe in that shit.
Jonathan responded by stating that he'd simply found the information on Google, and as a result, Jazz was rated and mocked by her shows. I have a hard time dealing with the negativity. I still don't know what is this wrong. Maybe you do, but honestly, I don't see it.
What is he talking about? It's not even like real anything. It's so... You get this information from a Google source. Oh my god. Holy shit, yeah, it's like a full-blown Reddit post. Nice. Man, TikTok is just like its own ecosystem of degeneracy.
With this in mind, it's barely surprising to find out that approximately 6 months later, an old message will be dug up in which only Jazz said the N-word, taking center stage as a controversy.
What the fuck was that? What is... Oh, yuck. Uh-oh. The abortion didn't work. Oh boy, she's really going full-blown Xbox Live here. Even dropping the racism. Oh my, this is outrageous. On TikTok, oh good lord, this was a heated gamer message. Shit got crazy. She went fucking insano style. I wonder what the controversy was. Like, what sparked this message? Explain how I'm sucking up to Luna. Maybe, like, fanfic or something, maybe? I don't know.
You're a role model to me, and I hope things get better, and I hope you educate.
How did she respond to that?
There were a couple of comments in support of only JS, however, as a whole, and understandably, the response was negative. The best way that JS could have responded is expose and made no response or short.
Oh my god, she's in a Rolls Royce. This is where she did her apology video. This is a Rolls Royce, right? They're the only ones that do this Starlight thing, right? So she was born rich? That's nuts. It's not a Royce? I thought they had a patent on this. We watched the whole video on the dog shit Rolls Royce does. I thought they had a literal patent on being able to do this in the interior of a car. I don't think it's a filter. What the fuck? Now I sound like an idiot. It's not a filter, it's a custom Mercedes. It's a custom Mercedes top. Oh. Okay, I see. Alright, maybe I'm misremembering the video, but I remember Rolls-Royce made a huge deal about their ability to put stars in the roof, the interior, and them being the only ones allowed to do it. They had if I remember correctly, they have a full-time star guy. His whole job is putting stars that light up in the roof of Rolls-Royces. I'm pretty sure they must have some kind of patent or like a stranglehold on the technology. They have one designated Grandmaster Star Lord for their vehicles.
Which would have actually
You're right, but she did this DIY.
And there is no excuse, and there are no justifications for what I said. And you guys deserve better. And when I first saw the screenshots, I didn't even think that they were real, because I forgot how hateful and how angry of a person I used to be.
All that suspense, just for it to be trash. The worst episode is tells was liking black people. Wow.
With scandal being shared across every
Wait, was that her apology video? Hey, let me just look at the apology video. Let's get caught up to speed here, alright? I don't like it. Why aren't you crying? Where's your dog? Well, not really. The consequences were 4 million new followers, actually. The one was pretty strong.
The first book that I decided to pick up was The Anti-Racist Dr. Ibram Kendi. What? Push readers that think that I'm not racist and being something
She did acknowledge that it was a grift in the title statement. I thought it might come off as performative for talking about this at the end of Black History.
I'm just gonna... At the end of the cold water, you can buy a book on how not to be racist. You've already... Hey, I think you're already too far gone. What the... Hey guys, I just picked up this book on why murder isn't awesome, and it was a real eye-opener for me. Like, it made some points that I never even really stopped to consider, and I think if any of you are considering murder, you might want to check out this book. Like, it really might steer you in the other direction. Message.
Which once again received a response from one Karen explaining that she had emailed OnlyJS multiple times with a reply.
Me? In your voicemail, you said I should have emailed you again. I emailed you.
It sounds like a scam. And in classic OnlyJS fashion, she posted another emotionally charged response to the email.
Today's episode of What Are People That For Now? Timely manner. I was joking. Forgot to respond to an email from this crazy that wanted to collab with me, and instead of just hitting me up again, there it is.
This is like a Chris Farley sketch. I couldn't check my email.
For example, she will post this video.
You can get your letters delivered for free without any postage if you just put where you want it to go on the return address instead of where it's actually supposed to go.
To get the post office activists involved in comments such as, yes, please encourage people to do activities that cause the already failing post office to lose money. Or when she posts these...
That's crap. Why pro tip?
However, that it eventually got to the point where OnlyJS couldn't even make jokes anymore without being cancelled. Seriously. On the 23rd of May 2021, OnlyJS will post a video.
If a service dog ever approaches you but they're alone, that means that their owner is in trouble and they probably can't move, so you should follow them. Because you'll get a free wallet.
It was clearly a lighthearted joke here. Can't believe this is still. It's obvious that it's a joke. When somebody likes to feel like it could start a trend, when you're posting on the internet reaches so many people, and some of those people...
What are you talking about? How often is a service dog going to be approaching people and lead them to someone who is injured? That surely can't be such a frequent occurrence that it can start a trend on TikTok. What in the fuck is going on with that? Like, it's not a good joke or anything. Like, it's just a pretty generic one. It's like something that your grandpa would send you in like an old email chain. But like, why are they pretending like it's somehow like a terrible thing? It's like, oh my god, someone might actually do this. I see a service dog like once every 6 months, maybe.
She's been tested over and over and over. It's been unable to switch off and let things go, whenever she's been put under pressure as an end result.
It seems like she's only done all three videos. Those would be a lot more. That was interesting. I never heard of any of that. Let's see how so she's gone up 4 million subscribers since this video. So she's doing pretty well on that front. Or followers. So she's doing well there. What do the comments say? Do they still bring it up? Here she posted 6 hours ago. Just everyone being supportive. Yeah. Seems like everything's on the up and up. I was gonna watch this one as well. This is about Sam Pepper. I'm sure a lot of you remember Sam Pepper if you've been on the internet for any length of time. Sam Pepper was an old prank channel who got notoriety when he did the kidnapping my best friend and executing his friend in front of him prank. I'm pretty sure it was faked, I'm not really sure, but either way it was really disturbing and weird. And then he turned into just a full-blown scammer, so he's taken big part in a lot of the NFT scams over the last 4 or 5 months, however long it's been. He's been like an integral part to scamming people in all of these big crypto scams.
Surprise. For those who would ask for Sam Pepper from his active persona, Big Brother, to his fake pranks on YouTube. But hey, that's the one I was talking about. This version to Dan Bilzerian, who he supposedly happens to be the acquaintance of, judging from an Instagram photo taken out the front of Bilzerian's LA mansion.
I think unironically, being Sam Pepper has to be truly miserable. The man's entire life, from everything I've seen, has been just living a full-blown lie. And I don't think he even has that much money to his name. I remember not that long ago, I think he was homeless. So he just lives a full-blown, fake, fabricated life and doesn't even make a living off it because he has so many problems and just wastes all the money he scams. What a crazy cycle. What an absolutely, truly awful existence.
Sam Pepper had a prolific 2010. So good. These pranks that these outros are doing.
He was one of the first internet punching bags.
However, prior to even years, never bags. The point at which Sam Pepper's tweets discovered that his pranks were fake is pretty damn obvious. On his social media went from gaining 100,000 subscribers every single month consistently between January 2013 and September 2014. However, 1 month later in October 2014, the growth not only stopped and began to lose around 10,000 subscribers every single month. The catalyst for this massive dive in viewership was a near-total fake hand-ass pinch prank, and after receiving a barrage of criticism from other YouTubers,
We said fake hand pinch earned the most negative attention because he was pranking women's bottoms without their permission,
as well as a trending hashtag on Twitter stating report Sam Pepper, and no other choice but to admit that the video had been flattened.
Yeah, that's
the most top insane YouTube pranks of all time. Certainly crazy enough to put Sam Pepper's name back on the map. Involved in the video was the fake kidnapping of 2 friends, after which what I remember this video. I remember this very the premise of the video being how will someone react if they watch their friend get killed.
That's the irony of his best friend that finally killed their friend.
Look at that prank. What would happen if I executed your family? Was he find it enjoyable there, but they're not that?
Sam had some success with the underworld strengthened the Sex Network, however he was ultimately dropped after an argument with Ice Poseidon, which had partially been fueled by Sam Pepper's lack of integrity.
He's like, oh, it's okay to lie as long as it doesn't affect anything, and that's not okay. Like, why are you telling my girlfriend it's okay to lie to me as long as it doesn't affect anything? Like, dude, this is not your relationship.
After this, Sam Pepper disappeared from the mainstream. His
Until crypto scams, baby.
3, 2, 1.
He used a stack of fake $100 bills racked up over 28 million views. Now, the most interesting part about Sam Pepper's TikTok blogging is that it follows the exact same trend as his YouTube journal. He blows up with a genuine heartfelt video about saving some duck eggs from the restaurant that progressively makes his content more and more staged. And by the end, he's claiming that he's won the lottery through 7 years in independence.
If I pay you for 10 cents and I think, can I like rip this down the street? Well, pay you for cents of shit.
Oh my god, get fucked, idiot. Get fucked, dummy.
Forum post titled as follows.
That's just game talk? Yeah, man.
TikTok is as follows from millions and
That's a one less place land.
Although, in order to be buying an $8.9 million home in Thailand, you're probably going to need around 50 to 100 million in order for it to be a comfortable purchase. While Sam Pepper has had a fairly successful social media career, I doubt he has access to that kind of money.
I can assure you he doesn't.
The rest would be for Sam Pepper.
He's a serial scammer who is also historically awful and funny.
With a track record like Sam's film,
no chance.
Fake video, it seems pretty obvious that, like the rest of his entire career, this is nothing more than yet.
So is this what he does now, like full time?
he just full-time pretends to be a lottery winner on TikTok? I mean, I guess it's better than the alternative of scamming everyone. Dude, now he's just lying again. What an interesting loser. Yeah, I mean, it's like an OG punching bag for the internet. And thanks to 10 gift subs, Cobalt. Appreciate it, man. Killing best friend prank is a timeless classic. It really is. Literally Dan Bilzerian. There's a huge difference between Sam Pepper and Dan Bilzerian. Dan Bilzerian was a massively rich kid from birth because of his dad. Sam Pepper pretends to be a massively rich guy from scamming. They're both, like, genuine, full-blown liars living a fake life. But at the very least, Dan does have a lot of money to back it up because of his family. Sam has nothing besides lying on TikTok and scamming 16-year-olds on Twitter out of crypto. Yeah, this will be the last one we watch here, and then we'll switch to something else. Sunny V2 just makes actual bangers, man. I love the way he puts out these things on topics I would have never even thought about. Like, Sam Pepper's someone I think about once in a while and remember just, like, how pathetic they are. But, you know...
Wasn't expecting them to do it.
Cheesecake. This is amazing. Sorry for the language, guys. Jeez. Yeah, this guy right here, so you guys don't know this guy right here. This guy goes by Nick@30, and I have to be really careful with the way I say his name, because if I say it way too fast, it kind of sounds like I'm saying the N-word. I'm not gonna test it out myself here, but you can try at home. Go crazy. So this guy right here is a Fortnite content creator, and not just like all of the other ones. This guy really prides himself on being family friendly and no cussing. Now, do I watch Nick@30? No. And this guy is massive. But you guys know what else is massive? A Ninja Low Taper Fade, still massive in 2025. So this guy is pretty big, close to 10 million subscribers. But what did Mr. Nick@30 do? At first, when I was doing my research on this, I was like, well, what's the big deal here? It just seems like a huge misunderstanding, because this smaller YouTuber who goes by Arch made this video called Nick@30 Scam Me. This went from... I'm not going to talk about this to, yeah, this is really weird, but, you know, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but let's just get right into it, alright? If you enjoyed this video, subscribe. Help me pass Nick@30.
I don't like Nick@30. This isn't because of his content or anything like that. I actually did like him quite a bit before this happened. You're probably wondering what happened. Well, I found out he exploits his viewers for money. How do I know this? Because it happened to me. On the 27th of December 2024, I donated $4 to Nick@30. His chat was on members only mode, and there wasn't many people donating other than people becoming members, so I thought this was a good opportunity to donate, as he would be able to read it as it was a chill stream. I donated asking for him to give me a Fortnite challenge for a video I'm making, as Nick has said he likes to help out small creators, and for $4 it would only take him about 10 seconds to answer. He proceeded to answer saying, if I tell him what challenge I want him to give me, he will say it.
Archer the Fourth. But thank you, bro. If you have an idea, I would more than likely be happy to say it. The ideas off the top of my head. Ideas I can report anytime. So if you have a challenge, you let me know. I will gladly say it so you can use it for your video. If that's what you'd like.
So far, so good. This guy donating, asking for a challenge, because this guy is a Fortnite content creator. And at first I thought, well, this is just going to be annoying and he's going to be spamming. Yo, can you give me clout? Yo, can we collab? Yo, can you do this? Yo, can you hook me up with that? Yeah, this drama is kind of stupid and the kid is exaggerating. But this is as good as it's going to get.
This is just weird because, like, he could just say any challenge. He could just say, I'll do a shotgun only challenge or, you know, whatever. It doesn't need to be something brand new. I don't think you could think of anything brand new. I found this a bit weird as his chat was on members only. So if I wanted to message, I would have had to pay $5 or donate money telling him what challenge.
Hey everyone, it is Nick Gator.
But I thought, fine. Why not? I proceeded to donate $2 more, specifying that I don't mind what challenge even if it's been done before. I also would like to specify I did actually give him 2 challenges. I said, could you maybe give me the 1 chest only challenge or the shotgun only challenge? He then proceeded to just flat out ignore my donation. He didn't say anything about it, he didn't even read it. And I know as a big streamer it is hard to keep up with every donation, but he was reading chat and he wasn't getting that many donations because it was more of a quiet stream. So I donated another $2, saying simply, I think he might have missed my dono, and I specified which 2 challenges I would like him to give me, as in his own words, this was okay. Now, he did actually read this donation, but he went on to say that he did read my last donation and I must have missed it and I need to keep my eyes peeled on the stream, but he's just flat out lying.
I did, bro. I did. I answered it. I said that already 3 times. So, if you can't pay attention to the stream, like, that's on you, bro. I literally responded to your message.
He must have just ignored it or just not read it and then just flat out lied to me, but I went through the whole stream twice and he...
Yesterday, Ava Chris Tyson of the Mr. Beast crew had a ton of evidence surface about horrible behavior with how they communicated with minors, as well as a past of really disgusting shit. A lot of people are calling the Season 7 writers of 2024 internet drama lazy because they're reusing a similar plotline. A lot of people drew comparisons to Dr. Disrespect recently being outed for talking inappropriately to a minor. There are tons of screenshots to showcase exactly what was being said to someone who was between 13 and 14 years old at the time, and it's fucking gross. It's completely unacceptable. Some of them were just public tweets right under everyone's nose. So, Ava Tyson was an adult at this point, Lava was a child. And saying things like, I posted some fire nudes for you, please no share, and then other shit like, but not $5, pathetic JK kissy face, they seem to communicate a lot, even sending Snapchats. So here's one that says, coming for America, and then goes on to talk about being in a group chat and everything. And I've seen a lot of people try and cope and deflect saying like, oh, it's just edgy jokes, people are blowing us out of proportion. What a bunch of fucking nonsense. That's a load of hooey. That's dirty barnacles. That's ridiculous. Under no circumstances should an adult be communicating with a child in any inappropriate manner whatsoever. Edgy jokes between an adult and a child are still fucking gross. That's not like the slam dunk defense that some people seem to think it is. Under no circumstances should an adult be in a group chat with a bunch of children sending coming for America pictures. Like, that's still bad. That's still horrible. That's still really fucking weird. From what I can tell, most of the screenshots and a lot of the compiled evidence comes from this YouTuber, Prism42. This seems to be where most of it started, and since this video dropped, there's been a lot more screenshots that have come out with all kinds of really bad things that were being said to or about minors. I've only shown a couple here, but there's quite a bit more, and they're all just as bad, if not worse. Like, for some reason, Ava Tyson had a habit of calling a 13 or 14-year-old daddy. Like, you can't just write that off as being, like, quirky, inappropriate, edgy jokes that people... That's unacceptable. It's indefensible. Now, the 13, 14-year-old in question for a lot of these messages is someone that has come forward to give their own accounts of the situation. And according to them, they don't believe that they were rude or anything bad was done on the part of Ava Tyson or anything like that.
Nice, shut the fuck. Bro, turning into live leak. Bro, pull that shit, bro. What the fuck? So, Carpenter is good for DS. Oh my god, it's super simple.
So she gets really bad, right? And you're like, it's tied up, and you're like, all right. And then like her face just like goes really bad. It's like and she like reaches into the bed and pulls out this dark strap. And it's looking in the clouds, right?
It's true. Right. Oh, good. They go on the left side.
you you you
you